Hello there, PUBG Esports fans, looking back at everything that went down in the group stage. For 4 days, 32 teams have been clashing on the battlegrounds for their chance to immediately qualify for the PCS7 Europe finals. Which squads grasped the opportunity, and who will have to continue to fight for their place in the finals? Let's take a look. Teams were divided into 2 groups, with the top 4 teams from each lobby progressing to the grand finals. The rest still have to sweat, knowing that the elimination and last chance stages await them. Both groups were stacked with fierce competition as the top teams tussled for supremacy. It was Overpeakers who took first place in Group A with the most kills at 81.
They will know exactly where he is because there's only really one smoke and one.
Close behind, Na'Vi secured their spot in the finals and second place in the group.
But he's ready for it. 1v4. How many are you going to get? 5. The first peek's over. Does he get the second? Yes, he does. Going to get the third. Almost Duchess and Weaver step forward. Scoops Yara.
Closely following them were Austrian Force and Ascend, who took the last 2 spots to advance to the finals. With 4 of the 5 German Nations Cup players on those 2 squads, this is a promising result for the German scene.
Wanted to see what Austrian Force could do to kick things off today, and I think they're showing it right here. Hagatori down to Blue Egos. They're not even going to try.
But that was a great position he's in, to be fair.
Mika, well, it was going to happen eventually.
No. Oh,
win
no.
or die. More like win or fry. This is going to be troublesome if one of these mollies come in, and there it is. All of them burning alive, trying to make their way on out. They will be alive for now, but here comes the remaining Ascent players. 1 down, 2 down.
It was down to the wire for Entropic, who even scored 10 more kills than Na'Vi, but couldn't earn enough placement points to breach into the top 4. We don't envy those in the next stage who have to face off against Entropic on the battlegrounds.
First one down for Ascent.
That was so important. I thought Mika was going to get the first knock as well, and that would have changed completely the course of this fight. That nade was meant for Brexco, but he's just gone down, actually.
Group B's turn next, as the action continued to heat up. Northern Lights should be named the MVPs of Group B. They were firing on all cylinders, with 94 kills in total. Right behind them, the new Ents roster were the ones to score the most placement points in the group, easily proceeding to the finals.
That nade could be absolutely perfect. It's almost there, and the players from Mu are now starting to fall. Ents again, doing so much damage, finding so many points, and question mark as well. Playing phenomenal today.
Ents also, unfortunately, have quite a lot of utility.
While question mark showed enough consistency to secure 3rd, 4th place was a battle until the very end.
They find question mark, and remember how I said question mark can't move?
The Wu managed to clutch it out by winning the last game. Heroic and Bystanders were both fighting for 4th place in the last match, but fell short by just a few points. Both teams now go on to the elimination stage as favorites, similar to FaZe Clan, who weren't able to get the ball rolling in the groups, but expectations are still high.
Do about that, trying to run even into the blue to get away, and they cannot. Now meeting each other. Ents were the first team to get here on the west side, so you'd expect them to have the home ground advantage here. Scav goes down, as does Nookie. We've got MTB getting in on the action. No, that's elsewhere on the circle. That's fine. What can Kurexi do? It's him versus Squeaker. Is this really a 1v1? Ents have done well to reduce this to a 1v1.
That's what it's become. That nade is going to be good. No bits upon the backside.
Be sure not to miss out on the PCS7 elimination stage and find out who earns the next 6 spots into the grand finals.
What is up, gamers? Kylaris told you what you're watching, but I'm going to tell you once again, it is day 1 of the PCS7 Europe elimination stages. My name is Tekkel. Hello, Froz, and also a big hello to Saga, who's joining us for his first PCS7 Europe broadcast. What's up, man? You got to be hyped about the elimination stages today.
For sure, man. European debut coming up very soon, and what more could you ask for than having so many of these teams that look so incredibly good over the first week of competition, but all just slightly fell short against the top end of the lobbies.
Of course, you mentioned those teams, Froz. There's 2 teams that I think a lot of people are going to be watching because they're 2 teams that none of us expected to see in the elimination stages, and it's, of course, Entropic and FaZe.
Or did we expect them to be down here, maybe? No, but
I
it's
did
gonna
not.
be it's gonna be really interesting to see them. I think FaceTime might be one of the teams that will be struggling the most out of the experienced teams in this lobby itself, because they have so much experience. They used to play against some of the best teams, but right now they're playing some of the lower tier teams according to them, and that is something that they haven't really accounted for, and they're having a little bit trouble to actually see how they're gonna deal with that. And then you have Entropy, on the other hand, a team that is very known to just like crush through every qualifier. Now, coming from the group stage, they were struggling a little bit, but they were still towards the top. I think that they're just going to crush you through this stage, though.
We will have to see if they can crush it through. You get to watch 6 games today, so let's take a look at the schedule now. This is what you can expect on day number 1. We'll walk through some of the teams in a bit, but this is just to start you out. Jumping onto Erangel, then we head to Miramar. You know how it goes. 6 games to get as many points on the board, because this is what it's going to come down to. You need to get those points in order to make your way through to the finals, and this is how the points work. Saga, pretty straightforward. We know these rules already, but most important is you want to finish in the top 6 every single game if you can, right?
You really do. Particularly, it was shouted out as well in the video by Kalaris. Teams like Entropic, who've come out absolutely fragging, swinging, picking up kills left and right, but the placement points is where they faltered, and that's really what's dragged them down into this unfamiliar territory for them. Granted, it doesn't necessarily matter too much because we expect them to make the grand finals, and even if they don't, they still have the qualification for PGC, but it's really not what we expect to see from a team that has been so dominant recently in Europe.
I was surprised. I mean, I know Froz made a joke about it earlier, but I was surprised not to see Entropic qualifying early on. These are the groups. So Froz, obviously now it gets a little bit more difficult because you've got to play both groups and you've got to try to get as many points as you can. It's going to be a little bit chaotic in some of these lobbies as we change from day to day.
Yeah, having the round robin system is kind of troublesome for some of the teams who's trying to focus more on some of the teams. This is why it's going to come down to a lot of teams trying to focus on the teams they have in their own group. Some of them are more familiar to the team, some are not as familiar, but it's all down to you being able to adapt to that. But you know that the teams that you have in your group, you're always going to be playing against them. So knowing them is going to be first-hand information for all of the teams.
Just to make it clear to you, tonight you are going to watch Group A and Group B. They are going to be the teams that are going to be playing it out. That'll swap around tomorrow. And of course, we mentioned Entropic and FaZe, but there's some other big names in the mix. Froz, you've got BBL, you've got Bystanders. For me, Fellas, that's a team that I want to see pop off as well. So it isn't going to be easy. I do think both of these groups are really quite strong, and finishing in the top 6 may be difficult.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, as you're saying, like teams like Fellas, BBL, 2 of the teams that were in Group A during the group stage, BBL in 11th place and Fellas on 8th. Now you have Bystanders from Group B in the group stage. They got themselves a 5th place and they barely lost out. It was down to basically the last fight that made them not go through. So you got to remember, Bystanders, they are a really strong team, and I think they can thrive a lot in this kind of lobby environment. We've seen them a lot in the round robin systems. We've seen them doing a lot of good stuff, but they have kind of always not made it through though.
So you mentioned Bystanders, but Saga, I want to talk a little bit about BBL. We were talking about them before the broadcast started, and I said, you know what? My thing with BBL is when they pop off, they're incredible, but I do feel like they lack the consistency they need to really be able to push it all the way through. Do you think that changes during these elimination stages?
It's a very difficult thing to change, and I think what really hasn't helped in their favor is the shift in IGL within BBL. Thunderlost has taken over from that role, and you may have noticed if you go back and watch some weird rotations, particularly from phase 1, just crazy wild sends that sometimes find really good positions and sometimes find just straight up walls of death for BBL, and it's very much a coin flip at this point, and it's not going to be easy to try and figure out the lobby as well when, like we say, we have this sort of rotating system where the rotation timings, the team's positioning is going to be different every single time that you come in. But what is in their favor is that during the group stages, they were very much favored in terms of the points that they gathered on Erangel, as well as Entropic in the same boat as well. So hopefully they can start to build up some momentum, because if they do get the ball rolling, if they are able to find their element, they are a team that can come pretty close to unstoppable.
Froz, you always chat to all the players. You know all the scoops. Spill the tea for us. How did they prepare specifically for the elimination stage?
Sorry, which team are we talking about? BBL?
Any of the teams you speak to, friend, because I know you're in all their DMs. I want to know all the dirt. All the dirt. There we go.
Well, the thing is, you can take Entropic as an example. They were trying out a lot of new stuff when it came to the group stage. Now it becomes a little bit more serious. All right, it's back to business, back to what we know, how to play the game. will try out some new things maybe later on, but right now they need to focus on what was their big success when it comes to previous tournaments and how they can keep on grabbing that spot, because they need to secure themselves a spot in the finals before they start trying out new stuff. Of course, you want to use this as a stage to try things out, but if you can secure yourself good enough points with today's games already, you can do that for day number 2.
Obviously, the whole point of this is that you want to finish at the top of the elimination stage so you can make it through to the grand finals. If you're in the grand finals, there's a chance to grab some PGC points. That's something that's really important to all the teams. And there's also the prize pool, which is always nice because we all like money. But I think we've spoken enough about what you can expect. I want to jump into the action, and I'm sure two gents do as well. On casting today, Kohu and the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Chunks.
Woo. I am joined by the one and only birthday boy. Chunks is here with me today for Elimination Stage. I can't wait to kick us off on Erangel. Chunks, how are you feeling casting PCS on a very special day in your year?
I'm feeling good, man. First day of PCS that I'm getting to cast as well, so it's always a good way to start the spree of things as it would. As now, you know, game number 1 is going to be a huge birthday present for me. I am absolutely sure, because these teams, they better make me proud today. They can't disappoint. There's a lot, you know. I'm working through my day off, so I'm hoping that they'll make me proud.
And I think the desk has made a ton of fantastic points already. And one point that I was trying to make before this game started, but didn't quite have the time, is Erangel's going to get interesting, Chunks. We have a ton of teams that want to land exactly here on the southern plains. This is the all drop for a lot of these teams. It's DA and BBL, the two MEA champions. They're going for a full boxing match. The Bisons, our players, are on fire already. It's an absolute mess, Chunks, to start us off for the day.
Oh, and it's the worst possible way to kick things off as well. Code Marco getting mollied by his own teammate. Now, Smash is going to be there to make things a bit more even. But honestly, with the way that DA are currently posted up, if they can actually isolate those BBL players down to the south, they are going to be in a much better position than potentially anyone else starting things off. As Matralius opens up with a couple of shots through the window, it's not going to land in the way he would have hoped, but it doesn't look like it's going to be our only hot drop, as Bystanders also in a bit of a tricky position. But look, they should be able to get a point out of this.
I mean, I'd be very surprised if they managed to not get a point out of this. This is the worst kind of taxi. It's into the open arms of Flavey, who's got himself a DBS. Katurkin not starting the day off nice. This is not the first time we see the Bystanders clashing with MTB, but this one, that's going to sting a little bit. No chance there. As soon as you're in that car, as soon as that car is going fast as well, you're done for. And starting your day 1 off in a game 1 like this is going to be a bit of a sting for Katurkin, that's for sure. The Bystanders, they're happy about this, and with a plane like this, Chunks, we could have expected a circle like this.
This is the present I wanted, a milli circle with teams all the way up to Kameshki. It's gonna be messy, especially when you look at the teams that are in a position to potentially hold someone out. I'm looking at FaZe Clan and Tropic right now, teams that have consistently performed extremely well and are really looking for those PGC points right now, as BBL try to hold steadfast inside the building. A shot is landed, and a lucky one at that catches the head and finds a significant amount of damage, but Smash needs to get back with his team, and with the third party coming in from above, it's a whole lot easier said than done.
Shout out to the observers as well. Good timing there. Jumping on over to Daz, who's trying to benefit a little bit off this. RFI is a team that I hope we'll talk quite a bit about. They're a very interesting roster with a lot of potential, and with a few mishaps in the elimination stage that cost them dearly. Now trying to get themselves some free points while they still can before this melee base gets too cluttered and too inhabited. There's already Exalt coming over early. If anyone's watching the map stream, you'll see FaZe and Stardust on the Eastern Bridge doing the same thing. So this is going to get feisty very quickly, and teams like DA and BBL, if they haven't been punished already, they'll be punished by teams taking priority positions. But oh, this is Stardust, and they're getting torn apart instantly.
Oh, the M249, it's adding insult to injury as Fex tries to finish off the job. I mean, he doesn't find it onto all of them, but to at least get that opening knock was huge for them. Gustav more than happy to clear it out as room for improvement continue to try and third party. Still no teammates there for support, but it looks like they're trying to change that, and that is not the place you want a vehicle to be flipping, is it? Exalt going to be very happy to get involved into that. Fate does a lot of damage, but still no kill coming out of it. Maybe the nade will have a bit more success, and well, it's a blind nade, but it bounces almost perfectly.
Exalt, they're more than used to fighting around this position. We've seen it even in the highlights just before we kicked off the day. They like to fight here because they like to send it early. Gargi has a good off angle. Fate with the M16 has a good idea about Russia though. And, oh, it's good damage dealt, but still a scrappy fight. And the longer this fight takes, the more risk these teams run as well of having someone just cross the bridge and sail on into their backlines. So far, looking clear, looking clean for Exalt. But if they even lose out on Molodoct here, and if they lose out on all this time, all this utility, it's not a good fight, all things considered.
You have to think now, the Expendables have to try and back out of this one, but how do you do that when you've lost 2 players? It almost makes game 1 a write-off. That's the last thing that you want to happen. Fate going for those peaks, trying to find an angle onto Double. I think they know roughly where he is, but I'm not sure what the util's currently looking like. The peak comes out and Double is just waiting for it. Head, body like it's nothing, and now Expendables starting to turn things around potentially. Molodoc flushed out as it gets them that first point on the board. Exalt need to focus this revive as quickly as possible, but it seems like Artie is a little bit preoccupied with that prone player, not realizing he's potentially being spotted out from the side.
That is such a massive knock from Double. If he goes down there, the game's over instantly for Expendables. Arctic's from the roof. You saw how good his position is, but he's not able to peek into that dip. And oh, this is getting more and more messy by the second. Mentioned teams will take positions around them. So far, no one's interested in a third party, but even without any third parties, you can slowly see these knocks getting flushed out. The kills are getting confirmed, and oh, that's a good spam from Arctics once again. It's not pretty for either of these two teams, and neither of them are happy to be in this fight right now, Chunks, but there's just no way out of it.
I'm concerned about the ammo usage right now. You saw that Arctics had next to no ammo left in that SLR, and you have to think that just due to the fact that they haven't really had much time to loot, that's going to be equal across a couple of the members of that team. Expendables do look to try and make a bit of a retreat, but as they haven't got a vehicle, I think the UAS might just be what they have to grab if they want to work out of it that way. Instead, though, working their way up the ridge as Exalt try and get the revive. It isn't going to happen. Long-range spray, but the Iron Sight's barrel is tough to handle.
It felt like there was a chance there as well for Fayers to just try and walk for that res, but obviously he doesn't have the information that we have, that Expendables are on the retreat, are on the run back. They've maybe done their calculations without Arctics in mind. He's already able to do another 100 damage onto them. 2 quick SLR taps, and oh, this is dicey for Expendables as well, because not only are they disengaging from this, losing a player, they're also just running out of this. They're going to be completely in the open, and there's the map coming up. There's GDE already spotting out Expendables, doing a bit of damage from the side, making things awkward, and it's just really not how you want to start off the day. And Tropic on the other side of things, they've spotted a boat and going fishing, maybe some dynamite fishing involved, is exactly how they want to start off their day.
It's a tricky one to land those shots, but even trickier to actually return them when you're on that boat, as Entropic opting not to take the fire just yet, maybe hoping they can get a little closer, maybe a bit of a clearer angle. But look, this is not a team that's afraid to fight. We saw that over in the elimination stage. Let's hope that they're going to be able to do the same again. If you want to spice up your vehicles, though, make sure you check out the McLaren skins for your vehicles in the game now. Just head over to the customize tab and change that over. Spice up your car, because some of these are a bit nasty at times.
I can tell you this much. When you're in a lobby, in an in-game lobby waiting to get into game, and someone opens up that box with the McLaren side, you are the center of attention. It feels like you're at prom and you're the king and everyone's just staring at you. But FaZe have not only dealt with Stardust, Junks, they've set up another bridge camp. 8C, Gustav, they're ready for it. They're letting the AK ring. That's the first one picked out of the car. That's the second, and before Sheesh know it, they are down to half of their numbers. They had Free Kill running along on the railings, but it hasn't really given them the information that they would have wanted. Maybe maybe 30 more seconds for him to step into the trap would have saved the rest of the team. But even then, even if you just sacrifice one member, where do the rest of the team go? With these bridges, just still so much of an obstacle once you want to cross into the midi base, and FaZe have not shied away from camping them when they get a chance to. And well, already on 4 kills, proven to be a very effective strategy.
Free kill struggling here out in no man's land as 8Z lands their headshot. Surely this has got to be the cue for FaZe to push up. That's if they have the long range info, which surely now they will. They don't need to push though when you got a strong arm like Fex has. Beautifully cooked, takes down free kill instantly, and it leaves Sheesh with only 1 player up. Talk about kind of a change from what we saw at the final stage of Elimination.
It's a rough one for Sheesh. They've spent their group stage struggling for position. They're a very consistent team with good macro gameplay, but couldn't really get it all going in the group stages. Been bullied by NLT every now and then, which is a team that, well, even the best in Europe get bullied by NLT in a few of their games. And now they get the same fate from FaZe Clan. We see the Bystanders as the last team to come from the north, and then OG on grind in that boat far in the blue. What I'm a little bit more interested about, Chunks, is not only the circle shifting on him, but the entropic situation. We're still on the southern side of this, still camping out Project Underdog and still hoping to get a few kills on the board nice and early.
I'm a little bit shocked, though, by what we're seeing now and the fact that this is still a 3v3. I kind of assumed it would have cleared itself up before we got to this position, but not to be. The nades do start to come out, trying to take down the DA player, and that's exactly what happens. BBL now 2 kills on the board and looking to try and clean up further. Now, DA just going to be waiting in the bottom of this compound, hoping that somebody makes a bit of a miscue, realizing that it's their real only chance right now. And once this is over, once this fight has culminated, you have to think it's going to be near impossible for squads to make a rotate, considering how clustered this bridge area is. Exalt taking yet another engagement, but this time a 2-man disadvantage. Rustamar can open things up early, and it's all down to Arctics to try and make this count. But it's going to be tricky as the solo left up and the 3-man of fellas just sweeping through that building.
We spent so much of that fight talking about how much that would impact the rest of both of these teams' games, and we see it perfectly right there, right? No chance to defend that crash, no chance to really do anything about it. Evas is going to pop on up and collect 2 kills onto Project Underdogs. Try and make that count. This is very classic Entropic, being aggressive early game. If they're not going to be very aggressive towards sends into the middle of the circle, but towards kills. They never shy away from those, and they will continue to hunt this a little bit as well. We talked about the standoff in the compound, Chunks. It's a part of that. The reasoning, I think, that this is so slow is the fact that Expendables and RFI were both staring into that compound from range, pinning down players, not really letting a whole lot of movement get unpunished. And, well, there is what we were hinting earlier. Entropic is not shying away from this at all. They're trying to hunt this down. They're doing good damage, and they have their vehicles ready. There it is. Lucarox has the angle. Nailup's about to get another more aggressive angle, possibly, and it's not looking good for anyone on Pog right now.
You have to think now Entropic just swarm this, and that's exactly what they'll do. They send the vehicles in. Ivers tries to land the long-range shots, but it turns out they just deny them in the end. Project Underdog, dead last in game number 1. But to be fair, going out to Entropic isn't all that bad. They're a team that not many squads have shown much success at taking on in scrappy engagements like that.
Yeah. I think there's also A, there's no shame in dying to Entropic, and B, this is a pretty important story for the rest of this tournament, because there is some teams in this lobby that you just don't want to fight against. FaZe, Entropic, big names, fantastic in team fights, fantastic close and long range. If you're a Project Underdog, if you're a Sheesh, if you're anyone that's struggling a little bit, MTB is a good name that comes to mind as well. And you just spend too many games running into Entropic on an edge where they have space, you will not have a good time. So this is sort of part of the second layer, the part of the meta of picking the right fights at the right time. And the team we're watching right now, the fellas, they love trying to pick the right fight, and they love picking it on the edge. And they are sweeping these buildings right now. It's a matter of time till they walk into Arctics. The question is really, can they keep it clean? Can they keep him from getting a knock and flush? And right now, Tixu is completely alone. That is a knock, and that is a flush. And oh, how is he not down yet? He stays alive there for a little bit too long. But that's exactly the diligence that you need to have if your fella's there. You need to clear out that last member, not lose one of yours for it. They can't get it through this time, but it's still 2 kills, and it could have been worse. Let's say it that way.
It could have been a lot worse, and it could have been the situation that DA are currently facing with only 2 players up. I mean, at least they've managed to get some kill points on the board here, but the fact is the placement isn't looking too likely if they can't turn this around very quickly. On the other side of things, we do see Stardust fall, but as we focus up on this one, it's going to be Schiller taking the majority of shots and doing a decent amount of damage to go along with it. The shotgun fire isn't taken as Petralius is trying his best to pre-fire, but it doesn't matter when Smash finishes off the job with a shotgun like that. Digital Athletics out in 13th position very early on, but at least they got a kill point on the board.
And there's a second layer to that fight as well, because if you're looking at BBL, you're looking at DA, these are 2 of the best MEA teams, and they're struggling for the same PGC slot, because there is 1 slot for that MEA region. And if you're managing to take out BBL consistently, you're managing to push them out of finals, you're massively increasing your chances of making it to PGC. So this is more than just a loot spot competition. This is more than just a regular hot drop. This is a big fight between a lot of these teams, because if BBL performs in the PCS finals, they will be going to Worlds, and none of the other MEA teams will have a good shot at it. So hot dropping them, bullying them out of their loot spot is a good way to get that going, but it can backfire, and we just saw that happen here with DA.
Doggy waiting as he hears the vehicles, but no, it's going to be a pull-up instead. Expendables with only 3 players, but Double is all the way back, providing that fire support. It looks like they want to go for a bit of a reposition as Double really takes the majority of the attention, distracting fellas from making that push over the hill. But you have to hope that Expendables are able to back out of here quickly, because they are outnumbered, and ultimately there is no cover on the other side of that, whereas fellas will have a whole ridge to work with.
And this is exactly where the fellas thrive. They love picking their fight on the edges. They love taking battles where they feel comfortable taking them, and they have a lot of space to do it right now. No one's really all that close. BBL has shifted to the south, and GDE, the team that was sort of throwing a few stray shots over towards this area earlier, are gone as well. There's the BBL we talked about. They found win or die in a dip on the south. They've been sort of stuck into each other here for a second. And there's the fellas opening up. Michael will follow this up with a nade. Double has to be extremely careful. I'm not sure if Rustamar spotted him. No, Double gets the better of him. Michael's almost knocked as well. And just like that, it was looking good for the fellas. Now it's looking like a disaster. It's Ruzia and Double versus Miraku, who has to get the first hit off, who has to try and get anything going. Rustamar's almost flushed as well. This is exactly what the fellas did not want. They want to stay clean, they want to stay aggressive, and they've been shut down completely. That's a nice little tap in the head, but not enough to get a knock in a 1v2 means not a whole lot that he can get from this situation. And Double's already on the reposition for an angle. Ruzia's got the bolt. This is tough times for Miraku.
Double now just getting ready to come over the top, and you've got to think this should be the end of it. But no, there is going to be UAS there for a little bit of extra cover, looking to throw the Molotov over the top, and that might just get him away from that rock. A huge amount of damage comes down as well, so maybe a second frag would really shut things down for sure. You can see Expendables doing everything that they can, because at the end of the day, they might be expendable, but they've lost 2 members already, and when you're this early on in the game, Kovo, when you're taking on a team like the fellas, it's not the position you want to be in. Granted, they've made it work. They've taken down 3, but Miraku can be so unpredictable. It looks like, though, Double has predicted what he was going to do as he spots him go for that jump. Rusia going to move round the back as well. Double just holding, waiting for the peek. As he spots it, he goes for the spray, and fellas are shut down. They get a couple of points on the board, but ultimately short of the placement, and Expendables holding on to first now.
Good play from Double, good flank to make sure they get that kill. Let's take a second to realize, Chunks, there is 34 players alive. This has been an aggressive early game. Sheesh, 1 up. BBL, 1 up. Expendables with 2. More players closing in on that eastern edge. We'll have FaZe and Entropic clashing very soon. We'll have maybe BBL and the Expendables going for another scrap. It's been a crazy early game. It's been a punishing melee circle with a lot of teams struggling on these bridges, with a lot of teams struggling to try and get across the water. Now, a team like GDE that's been holding steady in a compound has a lot of shots to take at the teams surrounding them. They haven't fully been able to benefit onto on grind just yet. A lot of distance being covered, but the more Ice Boy focuses his attention this way, the more shots he's going to be able to bang out with that SLR, and the tougher it gets for on grind to get anywhere. As we see Smash still holding out. Expendables, they get a center dip for completely free, Chunks, just because so many players have already gone out.
It's the nature of a circle like this, you'd have to think, but you also need to bear in mind that most of the teams were already on Millie Island by the end of Phase 1. There are a couple that were hanging about, but the fact is, to see that many squads in such a small space, it's almost destined to happen. And I think a lot of the time people get it confused with, oh, it's the rotation that kills you. It's no, there are a couple real power positions on Millie Island, and a lot of teams want to get in there early. Lucarux, though, he wants to open things up early onto FaZe Clan as Naylup able to finish off 8Z. Gustav falling shortly after. Tropic decide to reposition and back off of this as they get peppered from behind, but surely if they see this in the kill feed, they're going to be more than happy to push in and finish the job.
Big fight between two of the biggest names in this lobby. FaZe already picked up quite a lot of kills on that bridge earlier, and Tropic on the south, they've done the same thing. Now they take 2 away from FaZe Clan, which is just big news for them, because yes, 2 of these are favorites, but weakening the teams that have good chances of getting top 6 around you means that you'll have an easier time breaking into that top 6 yourself. Now Expendables down to just Ruziet, just trying to do his best to damage as much as he can of Smash, but doesn't get the knock, doesn't get the flush. Has to reposition because the win or die, we saw them for a second earlier, Chunks. They were stuck on the south side of Millie base. They've kept all 4 up. They've made their move in. They're now being a little bit of a threat on that southwestern side. The southeastern side looks a little bit more weakened, looks a little bit more in trouble because Lucarux is raining down fire with that mini. And what do you do about these quick peaks, really? You've just got to outnumber him. You've got to out-utility him, but the rest of Entropic is right there to help.
Tropic taking a fight on so many fronts as they find even more damage onto the player prone behind the fence. Another fight kicking off on the other end of things as we stick on board with Entropic. They look down to find any opening in that smoke that they can, and it looks like it's going to be nades instead that land for Entropic. FaZe also losing a member, the team that we potentially thought would third party onto this, but obviously not the case this time around. QB still waiting for just a little bit of movement from anyone, and as soon as he sees a shadow behind that smoke, you've got to think everybody is going to set fire. Oh, it's rough though as Naylup goes down, and Tropic taking casualties early, but with only Jester left up, you think that they'll make it out of here as a 3-man, and that's what they do. Also into the placement points is MTB out in 9th.
That knock though onto Naylup is not going to stay without consequences. Now FaZe have a much more realistic chance of taking a 2v3 with circle advantage. That sounds a whole lot better than a 2v4, especially with one of the biggest damage dealers on Entropic out. They will try and take that fight. FaZe, it's looking like they're setting up. On the other side, we've talked a little bit about the Expendables, but we haven't really talked about Bystanders, who have come in from the north, and they've punished the team that's been sitting pretty. Iceboy is not the only one going down on GDE. It's just one left alive. And that is the Bystanders just sweeping the north side of the circle, Chunks. They've been quiet for a while, but now they're on 8 points. They're on 6 kills, and they have so much zone control.
But look at Diggory from FaZe on the other side of things. He is just waiting. I think he probably heard Entropic, if not saw them, as Fex looking for the cross. FaZe is setting up an absolute ambush right now, and rightly so, because they started the game off with a lot of kills, and sadly, it's kind of slowed down since then. They've got 1 more on the board since leaving that bridge, but now that Entropic are making some noise over the top, it might just be their chance to strike. The circle pulls towards them, so you have to think that they can lay low for a little bit. It's really going to come down to what Bystanders can see and whether they opt to take this entire hillside and get all of those angles covered.
It's a good opportunity for the Bystanders to get a lot of points on the board, but there's the setup, there is the sneak from Diggory, and it's a double. It's a disaster for Entropic. Oh, they've walked right into the trap. FaZe were ready to strike, and they've done it. Now RFI want to come over the top. They want to take a fight of their own. Koma gets a good flashbang, flashes himself just slightly, but it's opening up the door for Bibin. RFI need to take this 4v2. They need to take it quickly if they want to have a chance to move on further, because look at the minimap, Chunks. Bystanders are already setting up for this. They're looking to gatekeep whatever survives from this fight. And it's going to be 4 DMRs just pinning you down on the open hillside. So you want to get this over with quickly if you have any chance to.
Everyone from RFI, you can tell that they want to take this fight, but also they don't really have the info other than, okay, there's a player on the other side of this hill. That third party from Hjort, though, might be the opening that they were looking for. As Diggory goes down, he's done a lot of work for the squad, so that will potentially slow momentum as Vex lands the spray. Unfortunately, not quite all of it to get the knock, and in the end, Kova shuts things down. That's FaZe Clan out in 5th, and it puts Bystanders in a very good position. That's one area that they are now aware players currently are, and they can look down that hill and provide cover, more importantly.
Bystanders have one thing to worry about right now, and that is not losing a member to RFI, just forcing their way into this circle. Bystanders have to be a little bit careful because they are in a great position to win out this game from. But if you're taking a 4v4, and even if you're winning it 4-1, as soon as you get some members knocked, you get pressure on the eastern side of the circle. A team like Win or Die can just sweep on in and third party you when you're weak. So they need to balance that aggression a little bit, maybe not fully commit on RFI just yet, just try to use the amount of area that they have to play and slow things down a little bit, which isn't always the easiest thing to do, especially when you're a momentum-driven team, especially when you've been wiping teams on that northern side, to slow things down and make sure that you're not taking an uncalculated risk. Because teams in this caliber, Chunks, they will punish you instantly, and a team like RFI, a team like Win or Die, they will instantly pounce if they get the chance.
Win or Die just kind of waiting to strike right now. It feels like they need to be careful though, because Daz has already worked his way across that valley. It's now sneaking up the hill. Bystanders not really in an angle to cover it either, so Win or Die have to be on their toes. But the hill is so vertical, you have to think that just to get an angle, he's going to expose half of his body. Extends just waits with the SLR, just looking for any movement. But as long as all these teams are inside zone and they're all comfortable in their own space, I don't think we're going to see too much happen. The next zone about to pop though, that could really decide things, as it's really going to be RFI that have to make the cross and potentially kick things off early. Extends though is the one to do it, who finds the headshot onto Kova. Now is the opportunity for Daz to strike, because they're completely unaware. The AWM shot almost lands, but it's just a little bit wide this time. Room for improvement still on 4 kills, but now having to rethink their strategy for making it in here, unless Daz can pull something off.
It's a really good chance for him as well to find the right angle. He's got to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to overstep. You can tell he doesn't want to give audio information over, and maybe for X tends to slow things down completely to call for support from his team. Unfortunate for RFI that they weren't able to get any sort of trade for Kova there, and now they're trying to get this sends in. Maybe another distraction for Daz to step on up, but if he can't get it going, it's going to be tough times for RFI, and it's looking like he hasn't gotten the entry knock just yet. He's got to reposition. He's got to fall away from things. And now RFI is in a position where if you just have one glance at the minimap, you realize they're in trouble. They're right in between the Bystanders, they're right in between Win or Die, and once the Bystanders start sweeping, which they already are, even if Marble gets one knock here, it wouldn't be enough, because there's going to be another team in the backline ready to punish any knock you get on one side. Ruzia taken out on the other, brings us into the top 3. Flamey and Herc, they've got a good idea of where Marble is. They've got a nade honed in on his position, and there's that opening knock. And that's going to swing the door right open, not only for the Bystanders, but also for Win or Die on the other side.
Very rough here for RFI, as now Win or Die start to make their way to kind of third party into it, but it seems like Bystanders are prepared for this and they're sending players up that hill just to prevent any high ground cover, but it looks like it's going to be a tad too late, as now they work over the top. Leosh potentially going to do some real damage. Daz is unfortunately still not struck in the way that he would have hoped. Maybe if he had taken the shots before his team rotated, they would have been in a better position, but Win or Die just got the perfect read on where room for improvement are. Daz will fall because of it, and Win or Die just healing up, ready for this final fight. But look at Leosh, he's only got bandages left to work with.
He's got the 3 gear, but he's only got bandages, and he's got 1 nade. Look at Yort alone. 10 smoke grenades, 3 Molotovs, 6 first aids. These guys have not only been picking up kills, they've been picking up the loot for it right now as well. And now Leosh wants to confirm this. They want to keep on sweeping because they know they need to force fights here. They know they're not in a great position. They want to punish the weakened RFI to get as many points while they still can. If they've been paying attention to the kill feed, they will also have a fairly good idea that the Bystanders are in the north, and the Bystanders are 4-man strong, so they know what they're dealing with. Singling out Bibin as a solo and try and compete for that second place would have been a strategy worth considering. By the looks of things, they want to go straight into the western approach, and if they do, Chunks, I don't really fancy their chances. That's a very open open ridge line that you're running down, and you've got Keanu just anchoring at the bottom of that tree. If they can't take him out before he even gets to shoot a bullet, this will be tough times for Win or Die.
Keanu in a very precarious position, and oh dear, Flamey goes down. This could be bad for Bystanders. Extends is looking to try and capitalize off of it as he maybe goes for a bit of a sweep. It doesn't happen though, as Win or Die, as aggressive as they're getting, it seems like they don't have any info. I think that's just because Bystanders have changed their position so much. Herc opens up, Extends goes down, and this could be the start of Win or Die's failure as Mollies follow up. They're close, but not close enough. Bystanders a little bit hesitant to go for this push, as now the vehicle move comes out, and it looks like they are focusing this fight on all fronts. They're still anchoring Hjort behind, just in case, but as Leosh peeks up, he's going to land the spray. Oh no, the tree gets in the way. Leosh, though, turns it around, eliminates Flamey, follows it up with Keanu, as now only Hjort and Hort left, as they go for the first A's. Gusiera going to be able to flush it out. Herc does return the damage with a Molotov, and then with the barrel. Bystanders with the man advantage, but no idea where this final player is. Bibin doing everything he can to clutch this out for this squad, but he needs to isolate the fight, and that's going to be tricky. The Orm in his back pocket, not really much help at this point, as it is just going to become a waiting game. Phase 9 slowly starts to move in just 10 seconds.
Oh man, there was a second there where Bibin just felt like the player to win that game. Certainly had a chance to try and push and close the gap, but then he's realized the terrain he's working with against, and he's slowed down everything. Doesn't even try to get the armor, doesn't even go for a cheeky quick scope, as he knows they could be anywhere around them already. We've seen lots of nades already flying at this rock chunks earlier, as the Bystanders and Win or Die both try to clear it out. Now they don't have that utility anymore. They can't just do all the precautions they would maybe want to take. And they've got 14 smokes. They haven't used a single one of them yet. They're walking across. They're trying to just take it extremely slow, the Bystanders. Bibin manages to pick out a 1v1 here. He's got some chances.
Certainly does, but you have to think in such an open hillside, Bystanders will have most of their attention trained on the only points of cover. Now, granted, they're looking at the wrong rock right now, but the question becomes how long for. You're going into the blue for a tad. Not sure whether that was to try and pop a heal or whether it was unintentional, but this should be the audio cue now that Herc was looking for if he can hear the footsteps. Bibin, though, just sneaking up, trying his best to avoid making any sound whatsoever. 30 bullets in the gun, not even an extended mag up against 2 barrels. It's going to be tricky, and in fact, it turns out to be impossible. Bystanders, 12 kills and a chicken dinner to kick things off. And Kovo, this is a team where their performance over the next couple of days really is important.
100%. That got way too close for comfort for the Bystanders, and like you said, they're a team that's struggling for PGC points, that's trying to do the best to push themselves in a spot to qualify the Worlds. They're going to be happy they won that game. They're going to be happy about how they played about 95% of that game, but when they lost 2 players at that tree, that was getting scary for a second. I'm happy they were able to clutch it out, but that was a nail biter towards the end there for sure.
Absolutely. What an amazing game. Let's send it over to the desk to see their thoughts and maybe break down exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened. Chaos. My absolute favorite. We started with chaos, the middle was chaos, the end was chaos. This is what I want all the time. But we will break it down properly now, be super professional. For Bystanders Chicken Dinner, that's really good for them. They're a team that we expect to perform. I know that they're one of the crowd favorites. And Froz, the thing is, they actually set themselves up really early on to get themselves into that final game because of their rotates. Break that down for me.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that they do this, because we see them struggle a bit on Erangel before, but do really good on Miramar. But what we saw here is, of course, that we have Bystanders up here right now, and we're gonna see them swim across here in just a second here. And the big thing is that they're scouting this out the whole time. They're scouting, make sure, okay, there is no one in this area, so they're free to just swim across. 2 is still holding while 2 swim across. If something would happen, these 2 guys can then try to hold on for the last 2 to swim across. But what we're seeing is, of course, that there is 2 teams that we want to highlight here in this kind of scenario. One would be OG over here, and the second one would be GDE. And the reason is that They get a knock here and a kill on Frenchie, which means that they now know that it's OG over here. And they know that they are forcing OG to not push in through this way, but instead OG are forced to go this way into the circle because Bystanders are holding this route here. And with this in mind, they start hearing the fight going on here between GDE and OG. And with that, they take the opportunity to strike on both GDE and OG at the same time, trying to take them both out and making sure that they have so much control. And we can see once this has happened, and this is basically all just Bystanders territory. All this uphill here is just theirs. They have a few enemies over here on the left side. They have a few downhill here, but that's all they got against them. And because of that, they can easily just take control over the whole ending, basically, and just like, all right, we're just gonna win this one out. We're gonna have this great start, and this is exactly what Bystanders needed to start things off with.
Yeah, and it's a very impressive push from them to come in, get the timing, and punish what was really just a slight overextend from Iceboy when he was trying to defend against the push from OG coming in from the northeastern side. And GDE, typically in the group stages, were a team that were very good at holding onto their position, but this time just very slight mistakes. And Bystanders is a team that's experienced enough to identify and punish those, despite the fact that their Erangel sucked in the group stages. They got practically no points on Erangel, but this time around, it's a huge start for them. 22 points off the bat is exactly what we want to see for them.
We've obviously got the scoreboard up now, and there's another team I want to talk about, FaZe Clan specifically, because they just showed how experienced they are and how easy it is for them to adapt to whatever's thrown at them. I was kind of impressed, and obviously getting the kills in as well is going to help them quite a bit.
You know what? Seeing them doing that bridge camp in the beginning was something that was unexpected. I think that if we were in a later stage, in the finals, for example, I don't think we would see them do that. I think we would see them maybe take the raid on, maybe like, you know, being a little bit more passive, but they weren't straight up just bridge camp that one. It did help them up. Of course, they even went out on the bridge itself, trying to get a little bit more kills, a little bit more points. And that's what we want to see from FaZe. We know they have great firepower on that team. We want to see them utilize that. And that's what we're seeing now compared to what we saw towards the group stage. Towards the group stage, they were more keen to try to do these kind of rotations. Rotations that would have been perfect in a more experienced lobby where it's less random and they know the teams well better. But now they need to focus step by step, trying to work their way in towards the circle with the firepower they have on the team. And that's what we saw here.
We're taking a look at Bystanders players now popping off there with the 3 kills, but you saw the FaZe player 5 kills, because this is what FaZe does. They know that those kills are going to get them points on the board. I do want to take a quick rewind and go all the way back to the beginning of this game, because Saga, you spoke a lot before we went on air about how you thought this was going to be a little bit chaotic. I mean, it started, Bystanders might have got a chicken dinner, but they also got a free kill early on with MTB in the car with them. And then there was that little drop spot fight that we saw between Digital Athletics and specifically BBL. And when I say little drop spot, in my opinion, Saga, that went on for way too long. BBL should have disengaged from that and actually gone to play the game. What did you think about that?
I think BBL, with their history of hot drops, is just not a team that's ever going to give up on a fight like that. And it's for a good reason, because it is a very strong ult drop when you have a flight path like that was so far to the south. If they were able to cleanly hold on to that west military position, their game could have completely turned around. But when we've got so many teams that are so aggressive and so kill hungry, I mean, it only took us, 12 minutes to see Fellas 4-man crashing a compound in this game as well, which is not a surprise at all either. But there's no surprise to see that it is so chaotic and so scrappy, and I expect it to continue in this form throughout pretty much the whole of the elimination stage, considering the rotating lobbies and the fact that we're going to have new teams that are contesting for drop spots, and some of them that are playing from unfamiliar territory, so they're not used to the rotations.
It'll be interesting to see. I hope it continues, because we all love a little bit of chaos, and we'll find out when we move into game number 2, which is going to happen right after this break. Welcome back. We've seen the first game. We are moving into game number 2. And just before the break, Saga mentioned that he was expecting a lot more of the early game chaos that we saw. Fraz, do you think that's going to continue throughout the elimination stages?
I think it's something that we'll definitely see in the first few games, at least, trying to establish that drop spot. It might not just be that you're establishing it here in the elimination stage, but it could be something for the finals as well. Let's say, for example, both BBL and DA goes through to the finals, then it's going to be a clash that will continue in the finals as well. So it's an important spot, not just for now, not just for the finals, but also for the future here.
Do you think Digital Athletics will get through to the finals, Fraz?
I think there's a high chance they can get through. They have a very experienced team. They have the knowledge of it, but we've seen a little bit of a struggle from DA lately, and I think that they can overcome that. Hopefully in this stage itself, this is going to be way easier to get through than the last chance stage itself. So hopefully they can get their stuff together and make sure that they make it through here in top 6.
I think if DA want to get to the finals, what they need to do when they get to the end game is stop trying to drive by people when there's 3 teams left alive, because they tried it, twice in the group stage, and both times it just ended up with them getting wiped.
I'm also interested in a team called Fellas. Obviously, we talk about them lots. It's a stacked, that's a stacked lineup, and I kind of want the upset, and I do want to see Fellas make it through to the grand final. So I'm going to pose that question to you again. Not with Digital Athletics now, Saga, but with Fellas. Do you think that they have an opportunity? Or do you think it's just going to be a little bit difficult for them?
Yeah, 100%. They have an incredibly talented roster and a lot of experience on the team while they are a fairly new addition in the 2-2 that has come together, but all in all, they're a roster that has shown that they're very capable of taking and winning fights against teams who have been together for a much longer time. The main issue that they're sort of coming across now is, while they know that they have the individual skill and they know that they can win the fights, it's getting themselves into the positions to do it without making those wild blind sends, because that's sort of what they did in this previous game. It did cost them early on, as Artix was able to sneak away a sneaky kill in the compound, but if they're able to just clean that up and just get that synergy a little bit better on point and just avoid taking those early losses, then they're very much in a good position to make a push for the top 6 after all 3 days.
Whereas after, if you take a look at this, not the names that we would normally expect, so not the Entropics and the Phases and the Bystanders, is there another team in the mix that you're like, I wouldn't mind just throwing them into the grand finals for a little bit of a shakeup?
You know, there's so many teams that have the potential here that I honestly don't know. I want to kind of see them all being in the finals, because I want to see the teams being thrown up against all these experienced teams in that kind of lobby and see how they thrive in that environment itself, because that is so different from what it is here right now with this round robin going on. So it is kind of everyone, but not everyone at the same time.
We're just talking because it's the first game, so we can't really break down much of what we saw. We got to see these teams play a second time, so we're just throwing out a bunch of ideas. Who do you want to see? That's the question that I want to know. Tell us in the chat, spam it, and while we do that, let's jump into game number 2 and see if one of your teams can get some points on the board.
We shall do right that. If you're spamming the chat already, Phil, maybe this is time to spam a Phil's birthday man for the birthday boy Chunks. And as we come into our second game on Erangel, we talked a little bit about that BBL DA hot drop, and we talked about that it's their old drops in Southern Plains or in Western Plains, that clash. Now we see DA go in for it once again. We see BBL going for their more normal Gatka drop, and it's gonna be an interesting story throughout this elimination stage, because a plane that's this far south as well could easily send us for another milli-circle, and then that loot spot becomes so much more impactful, Chunks.
Absolutely, it's so tricky to actually get down there, but obviously if you're in that alt drop position that both teams take, it is a power position. You set yourself up to potentially either hold off a bunch of teams or actually take the game and get a really high placement. And I can't really blame BBL for going back to their normal drop spot and not wanting to fight this. It is, so risky taking a hot drop this early on in the elimination stage, especially considering that these teams will only have, I believe, 2 days to play each. It's not like they're going to be playing each other again. It is a round robin at the end of the day. The milli circle, not exactly what we expected, but I don't really think that even DA will struggle too much with this one because of how kind of spread out teams are on the West as opposed to the East, where they seem to be a lot more clustered and potentially more set up to hold some choke points.
It's an interesting one for sure. The Bystanders have another bit of a rendezvous with MTB, this time not ending with a poor passenger getting absolutely executed. So gonna be happy about that. As the Bystanders are going for the very normal loot spot in Yasnaya, MTB having a crazy wide split between what we just saw on that mansion forest, the liquid compound, the shelter area, the prison area there. They're spread wide and thin across the eastern side of the circle, with Sheesh sort of occupying a lot of what Northern Lights would be if this was the group stages. Another reason why I think Sheesh maybe benefit a little bit off Northern Lights not being here. It didn't help them in game one. They got absolutely shut out of the game by the likes of FaZe Clan. Fellas on the west, interesting rotation for them. They're going towards George Ball. They're going towards that northern side. So is On Grind. Committing to their loot position is to make sure that they play the same game every time. It makes it a little bit easier when you're making sure you're playing out of the same spot every time. You just have decisions that you've made so many times. You exactly know what you want to do, and everyone on the team is on the same page without thinking or communicating all too much about it. Can certainly be a factor helping these teams be a little bit more consistent, which is what we talk about so much.
I think that as we flew over the fellas, then I think that they're a team that I kind of wanted to touch on after last game, because what we saw very early on was a very explosive fight. The fact is, it feels like they left it a bit late to try and clean things up when it came to that hillside fight. So I think that that is a squad where, as long as they identify their fights correctly, they can surround a full team. They can absolutely work as a unit to tear through it. I think the problem became last game that they didn't have that team kind of corralled in the way they would have hoped. So I think that fellas are a squad that need to step it up this game, because I know that last game it showed sparks, and now is the time to really set the flame and show exactly how strong you are, because that is a team with a lot of fragging power, as plenty of other squads are in this lobby. As we can see, GDE going to be taking that Volcano Hill, but coming closer to Bystanders. Flamey could cause some real problems here with the barrel if Iceboy isn't able to spot it out, which seemingly he isn't. He does turn a little bit further away, potentially realizing there could be a solo in this compound, but he's sneaking up. Flame, he knows exactly where he's going to be, really just waiting to see the movement. VSS in hand, he sees the player jump out, but as the doors open now, he takes the shot. Big barrel damage, but the VSS looking to respond. Grenade comes out through the window. Think he has a read on where Iceboy is, and it lands perfectly. The timing on that to bounce it off of the bar, beautifully done. Flamey getting a much deserved early game point.
Much deserved point, and a big sigh of relief there, I think, from Flamey, that he doesn't have to recommit to that fight. He actually gets it done with a nade after a little bit of an awkward moment with the barrel, let's put it that way. The bars of the window gets a little bit hard to shoot over the windowsill as well, so a little bit awkward, but they do clean it up, and GDE gets punished for sending Iceboy out so early without much information. It's something we've seen from quite a few teams. Those early game sort of risky rotations that can pay off massively, and they can backfire a little bit if you just lose a player for it. This has certainly been one of those backfiring moments. Talked a whole lot about BBL yesterday as well, and they've been a team that's been doing very similar things. Very aggressive early game, just zone one sends. Saga touched on it in the break, and that's a situation where you just get punished. You don't only lose the position, you also lose the player, and you also lose the vehicle, and it's just not a good way to start off your game.
Bog going to be working their way down the road now, getting just peppered from all around. It looks like they want to head towards BBL, but I think they're going to quickly realize... Sorry, that's not BBL, my mistake. They're going to head straight into this compound and be in some serious trouble. Nail tries to return the fire and does exactly that with the SK. Takes him down in the end, but it's trade for trade as both teams losing a player. And well, one is out on his lonesome. The vehicle nearly runs straight into me, but Metabe not going to be enough. Riz able to return the fire, and now it's going to be Pog taking control of this compound, getting another player up. I respect the attempt to run him over with the bike, because it's not like you can seat swap on that thing.
That is some commitment. That is some absolute guts on Riz there. I've had the pleasure of actually meeting him on LAN. He's a young kid. He's from France. He's a very gifted player. It's good to see him perform on Pog. They haven't had a great group stage. They haven't had a great game one, but the commitment is there. The mentality is the right one. as he knows he's got teammates to trade for him, he flies straight on in. No doubt in his mind. And it pays off there as he even wins the 1v1. I think that is a play that is designed to get traded after you lose the 1v1. But he wins it out for himself. FaZe Clan, they've talked a bit. If you've watched their content, they've talked about how they've been practicing bridge camps. And this is one of these setups that they have been practicing, I think. But there is a chance. There's a chance for R5 to spot this if they just find the right angle. It's a slim one, though, Chunks. I don't expect them to catch on to this.
It's not going to be easy, and Smash equally not going to have an easy time trying to hold himself up against win or die as the nades come through. He's going to be forced to back off. Marco is the nearest player, and that's pretty far away, so Smash just needs to start running now. He doesn't really have any other option in this position, and well, he's broken the line of sight. That's the most important thing. On the topic of FaZe Clan, though, I think that potentially there was a little bit of the gun poking out, and then the player moved, which maybe gave it away to that Southern team, but I'm not sure whether that was just a case of, oh, we saw a UAS parked up here, let's turn around, go and get it. So either way, messy start to the game all round. And Fella's a team that I said I wanted to see be a bit more controlled in their aggression, now working their way through close to OG up to the north.
They love to come in on their edge. They're trying to do a similar thing here. They'll probably end up on the north side of the river. Not a whole lot of chances for this to go north, but once you hit that little payoff, you hit that random slim chance, the payoff is quite big. Payoff is also big if you buy PCS skins. 30% of the revenue goes to the players. You can look fancy and you can support the esports doing so. The sale should start on the 9th of September. So you can get yourself those skins. You can get yourself the tickets for the pick'ems and reward yourself and reward the players a little bit, because these guys, you know, they gotta eat as well. Even a FaZe Clan, and 30% of revenue share is not all too shabby.
Certainly not, as everyone knows, skins equal skill. So if you get better skins, your gun does more damage. Just to clarify, not true. I don't want to get in trouble for that one. Michael, though, he's in a bit of trouble, but Verbatim even more so, as he got taken down extremely low on grind, now getting peppered apart by Fellas. Verbatim just going to be holding inside of this building, trying his best to heal up, but the rest of the team have already made a move, so you have to think to a certain extent that they've given up and they've said, okay, you can do this yourself. We know that we don't want to be taking an early game fight, which it can't boost your confidence in your teammates. I think that's fair to say.
No, and there's teams that sort of scale off of that more and others less. There's teams where it feels like they need to get rolling early. They need to be able to just fly at everyone in their sides, because if they don't, their mental just starts crumbling. Polish Power come to mind, who used to be a team that quite literally took every single fight every single time they had a chance to. And it led to them being extremely inconsistent and being insane sometimes and failing other times. Now they play a little bit more controlled. They've moved away from that mentality, and they've moved away a little bit from being such a momentum-based team. We'll see them tomorrow. We'll see if they can convert that to a performance in the elimination stage. Circle goes north. Still a tiny chance for this to go north of the river. It's become a lot more real now that the teams have the information of Zone 2, and all they really need is Phase 3 to figure out where Phase 4 is going to go. So it's getting more and more serious around that Yasnaya Lake. It's getting more serious around the field as well, and there's FaZe Clan trying to punish Stardust already.
The zone is so open, and it just shows that if you're a team that's posted up on one of these choke points, you're going to be able to do so much damage. FaZe Clan, in the end, find the final kill onto Stardust, as they will be down in 16th position. MTB looking to consolidate in the center, using that Wizard Tower. I'm not sure how you feel about this one, Kovo, because it's one of those positions that in the late game is so powerful, but early game, you're taking a pretty high risk that so many teams are almost certain to surround you at one point or another.
It is very early. It's not super easy to move out of. It's not great for your vehicles either. It's not great for information. It's pretty much a position you'd want to take when you know that Phase 4 is centering on top of it, which means that you'll then be in roughly until Phase 6, which is where you can take a lot more fights. Taking it in Phase 2 is a gamble. It's a gamble that can pay off, and it's a gamble that can just come back to bite you massively. So far in a 2-2 split, fairly doable still for MTB, but then if the other two are in a dip that's extremely crashable and extremely drive-buyable as well, there's a lot of potential for this to go wrong, and they're taking quite a lot of risks. with a team that can tropic around them as well, that knows how to exploit bad splits and knows how to punish teams for taking risks. With a FaZe clan coming in that are not shying away from any fight in this lobby, there's a lot of potential slip-ups and a lot of potential disasters coming up for MTB. We'll see if they'll be able to maneuver them all.
Not sure what just happened with DA, but FaZe are going to be pretty happy that they've got a crate landing down. It obviously will depend what exactly is in it, but Gustav post up in a position now where he's just keeping an eye out down to the south, knows that at this point there's not going to be too many teams working their way in, just because that circle didn't really lend to many teams going down to the south in phase 1. The MK, though, now that kind of changes things. That is a very scary weapon to come up against, and in the hands of FaZe clan, I would be terrified. BBL, though, they want to start making a little bit of a push, but fellas, early game aggression yet again, and this time it does not work out. Michael goes down, and BBL just going to continue rotating more than likely.
BBL love taking fights in the early game where they can't be third-partied, where they can just pick a straight brawl and try to make it work. Rostamar gets one back onto Smash, though he's now also getting into cover from the rest of his teams, and it's just mutually assured destruction at this point. It's a fight that no one really benefits off of, as Rostamar gets one, then the Lost got the other. And it's... Well, you gotta take these aggressions every now and then. We just spoke about momentum as well. We spoke about that sort of mental side of things. But losing one in a circle where you could have a massive game. If you just go one shift to the north right now, you have so much to pick from in this circle, and having only 3 players to work with is going to bite you. And that circle has a lot of water in play, Chunks, and it's extremely likely to go somewhere to the south and the southeast. But there's going to be a little bit of guesswork involved for some of our teams, especially the teams that have a chance to stay on the north. They'll have to make that consideration. Do we want to go for an extremely slim chance, or do we play the big odds that all the other teams in the lobby are trying to play as well?
I mean, can you blame them? That western side of the bridge doesn't really have much to work with. Sure, if you go a little bit higher up Stalber Hill, it provides some decent cover and some decent oversight, but at least with the way that this circle has popped and it's cut a lot of the terrain out, it is now very open in that position. So I'd assume the majority teams want to send it over, but if you're a team like OG and you're on the west of that bridge, sometimes it might be worth just holding on to that position because you are inside circle and going for a late entry. Sheesh doing everything they can, though, to prevent the entry of Win or Die. As the damage lands onto Gedrox, it's not being converted into any knocks, but it will grab control of the hillside, and it's a bit of a precarious one with Bystanders holding the compound just below you.
Bystanders in the compound that will almost every time get a circle shift right on their face. We're happy about this. They're not all too mad about it. BBL's flying in onto the edge, and this is on grind, splitting themselves thin across that edge, getting drive-byed by BBL. It's a 3v2 in the compound, even though it was a 3v4 in the bigger picture. Support's coming on in with Frenchie and Heaviness, but Uno's got to find at least one here onto Thenlos. Thenlos has no clue. The audio cover is there with the utility, and that's even going to be a confirm with no retaliation at all. Or the remainders of BBL. A nade makes sure that no one can push out that window. They're going to try and slow things down. They're going to try to get that res, get themselves back into a 4v2. And that's one of the upsides of being on an edge that nobody else wants to play, Chunks. You're not going to get interrupted all too much. You're going to be able to just fight out your battles and then move on from there without worrying about all these other teams getting their nose into your business.
But sometimes the third party can work so well. Maybe not so much in these close range fights, but having someone just damaging a team from an off angle can mean so much. Verbatim is going to hop on the roof this time around. He wants to use that to his advantage, but doesn't actually realize BBL have already sent a player outside of this doorway into the smoke. You have to assume that Marco is just going to chill in there, hope that someone from OG pushes, and then his teammate just swings around the back and goes for the shots. The nade is close, does a considerable amount of damage, and now OG have confirmed that there is going to be a player inside. They need to know about him inside the smoke, though, as it seems they are clueless. The nades come through, and out comes Katepa. Down goes Verbatim, looking to follow with a second, but no, it's Frenchie for the trade, and Uno to confirm. It's all on to Heavines now as he waits in the corner, goes for the revive. Marco tries to peek out, goes for a pre-fire, but is ultimately just met with a flash. More smokes to follow through. through, but as the zone creeps its way in, Marco finds a headshot and somehow remains in it. Pre-fires all around and on grind shut things down, but room for improvement. Well, they are improving as they hear the shots. They go for the third party, and they've already found themselves, I believe, 3 kills.
Oh, it's that disaster I spoke about, that nobody wants to third party this because nobody's around, but it's taken so long that RFI is actually coming on in and cleaning this up as much as they can. Now, Verbatim, he's got a crawl, he's got a countdown on his knock, and RFI is not looking to move away from this all too soon. They're looking to get some kills here, and they're looking to push out another team so they can now play this edge slowly. And that whole bunch of MEA versus MEA violence has just led to both of them getting punished. Similar things to what we saw in game 1, where yes, it was the BBL winning it out, but neither of them having a good game from their position. OG, we just saw part of that building getting pushed out by the blue. The rest is soon to follow. They're going to run out into smokes, not going to see anything. With a lot of RFI just waiting on the doorstep. Both of them have nades out at the same time, though. That's a big risk. But Heaviness does the damage. He won't find the knock. He won't find an entry 4 on grind. This is looking rough. This is looking like their game is over. It's looking like RFI should be able to pick up some of these kill points as more MEA teams making rough crashes. Kill still finds one with a shotgun, finds 2. And it's another disaster on the other side of the map.
That sucks. That really sucks for DA. It looked like that was going to be a really explosive fight for them, and they were going to be able to kick things off with style, but seemingly not this time around. So not able to salvage too many points at the end of the day, though. They've still got some on the board, which is a little bit of respite, but it's not a position you want to be in, especially now that you know that Group C is going to be coming into things tomorrow. It's going to make things tricky. Still plenty more games to turn things around, though, as Covert potentially needs to turn around. No, it's Free Kill that turns around and faces the opposite direction, runs away. Sheesh opting to back off of this now that the long-range fire support has come in. Then underhand nade is close, but unfortunately that's the position that Free Kill used to hold. The second one a whole lot more successful, though, as Deadtrix takes damage and the rest of Room for Improvement make a crash. Phase 4, by the way, has popped and still a fair amount of water inside it, all things considered. So this bridge is really going to be the last bastion for these teams, unless they want to force their way down to the south in through plenty of other squads. Kova goes for the spray, but it doesn't quite work out. And, well, you've got to think that sheesh, they're kind of the headless chickens right now. Nowhere to go. They force themselves into a dip, but there is no cover.
There's just a little bit, and they're hoping to get some help. They're hoping that Win or Die can't just peek on over and bombard them with utility. The plays we're seeing right now is the only way you can actually stay on that western edge. We said the circle would center on the Bystanders. It did. Now it's come back a little bit towards the river, and some of the western teams have managed to make their way in. The fellas on that northern coastline, RFI on the south. But it's rough times regardless. FaZe have made the crash onto the volcano compound, and it's not been clean just yet, but there's Diggery with a big nade, big opening to get rid of GDE. Lots of space now for FaZe. A full compound for themselves as DA and GDE were scrapping so long for that one building that now Fex is able to just cruise on in freely. And that is a really, really solid position for a team that's coming in so late on the south, like FaZe Clan. They can now just start wrecking up kills from there and start making plays onto teams like Sheesh, onto teams like maybe in the later stages RFI as well, who are just proning out in dips, like you said, with not a whole lot of cover, extremely defensive positions. And if a FaZe Clan can start bullying them, they can start putting these kill points on the board, get that momentum for themselves, and just really put their stamp on this lobby.
I can't help but notice as well, Kovo, currently the top 3 teams all inside Group B. It's starting to unfold and potentially show where teams are going to struggle a bit more. Tixu pushes in, though, takes down one, and it's Rustamar to follow with the second. Fellas making it a bit later into the game than they previously did and find a couple of kills to go with it. MTB, though, just being shot apart as they make the crash. You've got to think one nade from Hjort should be enough to shut it down. The vehicle, though, nearly lands on the player, and it actually exposes him to Bystanders. Herc opens up, SK followed by a frag, and it leaves only one player left up. The Molotov is close, and all it will take is that player to maybe crawl a little bit off to the side, and it'll be a serious problem. Pog do send it in, and Room for Improvement are the ones to finish off as now the crash comes through. More nades connecting. Kiano comes and blows up a vehicle alongside it. A second nade lands, and potentially a third. Now Fragger's down prone. He's got the first aid kit, but he pops it at the worst possible time. Really one player in the fight for each team right now, as another yet to fall. FaZe with the third party. I don't know what's going on, Kovo, because fellas are getting torn apart now on the other side of things.
That is an absolute mess on that eastern side. That is absolute disaster for MTB. It's a nice try for Pog. I don't think it's going to work out all too well. We saw Sheesh on the west, and we said FaZe Clan was one of the candidates that might go and bully them, but it's looking like Vex has overstepped the mark a little bit. Win is able to take him out, and Tropic do quick work of the fellas on the north. This is where they come to shine, when they are able to take their fights late game, and we said Entropic, not a team you want to be fighting. Pog has somehow, Chunks, managed to keep 3 alive in this. Bystanders have expended a whole lot of utility and only really been able to take out MTB. So Pog stay alive for now. They will have to cross the road fairly soon, and then I think they're in for a rough time, especially with the Bystanders being completely uncontested in their compound for the time being. But we are going down to just 7 teams, and we're going down to not a whole lot of players. And a full Entropic that has to at least shift a little bit into the circle. We'll see if they decide to play it safe on the northern side of the road, but I'd be very surprised if they don't cross either into the forest or into the compound of the Bystanders here anytime soon.
It's going to be tricky, especially for those northern teams. Daz is going to try and move up from RFI, but only spots the movement at the last possible second. Look, when you're up against 2 players from Entropic, if you don't spot them first, it's pretty confirmed that you're going to fall. Bibin just lays prone, still not being spotted out by this squad, but Entropic looking to find an entrance could very likely swing round to the west, move along that ridgeline into the zone, and then ultimately take a fight up against Win or Die. Bystanders, though, really living up to the name, just sitting around, seeing what's going on, and then when the time comes, throwing in every bit of util they possibly have. I do worry, though, Kovo, they spent a lot of nades, frags, mollies, smokes. How many do they really have when the time comes to move out of this compound? Because it is going to be tricky.
It is going to be tricky, and with Entropic already shifting over to the forest as expected, they're not really going to have a team just waltzing into that compound and getting cleaned up uncontested that they can loot. If Pog has to come across the road, they'll try to use everything that they have in their inventory to try and make that cross a little bit more feasible and a little bit less punishing than it already is. Similar things, which is what we see in the forest here, where Entropic make a massive smoke path just to make sure they can at least cross without getting popped out of their cars instantly. They will still have to take a fight for this forest, but at least they don't want to get popped by the Bystanders before doing so. Now sending it down, possibly going for a drive-by. This is about to heat on up. This is a split approach by Entropic. The Groza picks up the first. Layers is able to survive as well. He's got the cover from Gedrox. This is disaster. And it's Bibin as well, who says thank you from the sidelines. Oh, it's not looking good for Entropic. It's not looking like a fight they'll be able to continue for much longer.
It's not even like they're able to get the revives. As you mentioned, Bibin just their third party and tapping away at anyone who goes down. There's only 2 players left from Entropic, but Bibin, potentially about to fall to the zone, will open things up a bit for them. 6 smokes in his arsenal, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem enough. Entropic still holding back, looking for that player, and surely as soon as they see it in the kill feed, or in this case, land the shots, they're going to turn their attention back. Win or Die now in a bit of a tricky position on how they want to take this fight, but it looks like Gedrox is going to use the cover of the smokes to close down that gap. The spray comes through and finds a little bit of damage, but really what's important off of that shot from Win or Die is the fact that Entropic have been forced to back off, and it allows them to close that distance. Kubi opens up with the spray, but not really making much out of it as he's caught from an off angle. Entropic down in 6th position. Not the best from them, but at the same time, a top 6 placement is nothing to be sneered at.
And that was a big fight for Win or Die as well, making sure they get that space early, making sure they get control of the forest. Because if they don't, they might end up in a scenario where it's not only the Bystanders flexing out of the compound, it's also FaZe knocking on the door from the south, and suddenly you're getting punished by 2 or 3 teams at the same time. They quickly force that fight onto Entropic fully, and we've spoken about it so much. Not a team you love to be fighting, but they forced the fight, they cleaned it up instantly, and they make sure that they can have an extremely good game from here now, Chunks, as they have all the space they would want. Pog, we said they would use all that they have in their arsenal to try and cross that road, as the Bystanders are trying to get reses through. Yort gets caught by the nade, and that's a cross almost done already for Project Underdog. Keanu is standing by on that northern side. He's already moving out of the compound. Flamey and Herc in the building don't really have the angles necessary to stop this. And it's getting more and more awkward for Bystanders here because they're losing territory in their own compound.
And now phase 7, importantly, starting to move. Bystanders being on the faster side of that will potentially force POG to move in a way that they maybe had hoped they wouldn't have to. They're not going to be able to hop to as much cover and hold it as long as they would have liked, but they're taking shots onto a whole different team, realizing there's every chance that A, they could get taken out by them, or B, the third-party team could actually take down Bystanders. Hurt goes for a spray, and we mentioned we were concerned about utility. That's being amplified when we look at the ammo counts. Bystanders, though, Flamey takes down an on him, and it leaves only Fragger left up. 19 HP as Flamey watches the cross. It will be called out and inevitably shut down. Project Underdog out in 5th, but a very difficult push ahead for Bystanders.
It's good that they managed to deal with that so cleanly. Herc smart enough to not re-peek into that angle too much as well. Make sure he doesn't get knocked, because that would have been disaster. That would have been the only way for them to just completely throw their game away. He's got the discipline, he's got the wits to make sure to stay alive. Now they have to cross out of the compound. They have to not get caught off guard by FaZe holding some angles from the south, and they have to support Keanu on this northern fight. But it's basically a 3-team situation, Chunks, here with a solo in free kill. If you're the first team forcing a fight, you're really opening yourself up for that third party, which is why you see everyone trying to be as defensive as they can in their own rights. But I'm really wondering if FaZe have any idea of where free kill is here, Chunks, because they've really opened themselves up for this third party. They're really in the open. I think Gustav has just spotted him. That's massive for FaZe. If he makes sure to not get knocked here, if he has the patience, which he does, he's a fantastic player. That is massive for FaZe. That looked easy, that looked simple, but if Gustav gets caught out there, their game is done in a matter of seconds.
But look at what Win or Die is starting to do. They've already sent players round to the side. If they can find an opening knock onto Gustav, that could be an opening for them. Due to the fact that FaZe down to just a 3-man at this point. Bystanders, though, equally trying to push their way in. As Diggory just anchors down to the south, knowing that the low ground is the real threat right now. It's very unlikely Bystanders go over the top, knowing that Win or Die up there on the high ground extends, living up to his name as he swings round a little bit further, breaking off a tad from the team, but not really over aggressively, more so a defensive push at this point, realizing, okay, Bystanders aren't below us, so where are they? They've not made any noise. We just have to wait right now and make sure we're the last squad to engage, because we have the player advantage. As soon as we see 1 or 2 knocks in the kill feed, it should, in theory, be a very easy fight to clean up.
Should be, and remember those pull-ups on the west as well by Entropic and the likes of things. Win or Die have had a lot of bodies to loot. They've got the Crate gun on layers. They should have a lot of utility. They've cleaned up Entropic so quickly and so easily. They shouldn't be all that damaged. The Bystanders have had to fight through a little bit more, and both of these teams, like you said, lost a player already. Utility and equipment advantage should be on Win or Die. The only thing that's really going against them is they're controlling a little bit more of the circle, and that usually means you're forcing more people to come towards you, which is a little bit counterintuitive and looks a little bit weird when teams fall back to the edges voluntarily, but it makes a whole lot of sense in a lot of situations. Phase 8 is about to finish. We're about to go into the star circle that's closing in, somewhere between Gusiara and 80, a little bit further off to the east. And it's going to get wild, it's going to get messy. Timing is going to be a massive part of how this plays out, and obviously just landing your AR shots, just peeking over these ridges and taking out players quickly. But I do have to say, if I had a Groza in that situation, I'd be feeling a little bit more confident than with any other weapon.
So here comes the push from FaZe Clan. It's very delayed push, it feels like. They don't want to overextend. They realize that being the team with 3 players, obviously they don't necessarily know that. They only know how many players are alive, but being that team with 3 players and knowing there are so many more squads out there or so many individuals out there, whether they're a team or not, you have to play a little bit passive. I think the biggest concern for FaZe Clan would actually be if they don't hear any info, if they don't get shot at, because then there are so many unknowns. They don't know, okay, is it a full squad up ahead of us, or is it just a load of solos? I think they probably have the read onto both teams that they're a little bit damaged, but for them to discount a solo right now would be a massive misplay, even though from like the observer point of view, we can see that, okay, it doesn't really matter. FaZe still have to play as if there's that solo remaining, and out comes the fight. The shots coming through. Herc takes down Gedrox, as now Flammy down to low HP, gonna be out of it, caught with the Molotov, and now back hopefully up into the fight. It's going to be tricky though. They really rely on FaZe here to take the fight from an off angle, do a lot of damage, but they're drawing attention from both squads. Herc, Keanu working together to provide that cover, but there are no nades here for Bystanders. Remaining win or die, flexing over the top as the smoke's there, extends, opens up, and surely you have to think this is the start of the end for Bystanders. 7 kills on the board, considerable amount of points, but inevitably a third place finish for them is between FaZe and win or die. And as FaZe now at a 2-man disadvantage, make it a 3, you've got to have your favorites. It's win or die. None of them dying. In this case, 11 kills with that chicken dinner.
They've made their choice. They're not dying in game 2. That was fantastic at the end as well. The team play coming out. You saw that from FaZe's POV. Everyone that was peeking got instantly flashed, instantly double peeked as well. Clean execution from Win or Die. Really good utility usage towards the end as well. It was Bystanders very quickly where that team pushed against the circle edge, not able to do all too much with a lot of flashbangs, a lot of mollies coming on in. Super clean stuff from them. Happy to see them. They've been a team performing in the group stages, and they've been one of these teams where you don't really know what to expect coming into the tournament, but certainly making a statement today.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Bystanders up there at the top end of things again, though. Yeah. I'm sure the desk have a lot to say after that one. Let's send it back to them to break down game number 2.
Thanks so much, Jen. So let's chat about this, right? In the first game, you saw Win or Die come third. Bystanders takes the chicken dinner. In the second game, they just swap spots. Bystanders comes third. Win or Die takes the chicken dinner. This is good. It's only 2 games, but consistency is key here. The more points you can get, the better, and the end game gives you those points. But Saga, I want to talk about specifically with Win or Die. They had a lot of circle control there in the end game. Do you think that that was ultimately the win condition for them?
100%. It was what gave them the opportunities to make the pushes in the late stages, get the third-party shots, but what was really key was the hold against Entropic. After Entropic made that push to flex out over towards Fellas, wipe them out, and try and make the send in from the northern side, it was absolutely crucial that not only did Win or Die wipe out Entropic, but avoided taking any losses to the solo of Bibin, who was out in the background flushing away the kills. If he had been able to steal away a flush onto a member of Win or Die, it becomes so much harder in the late stages of the game.
If you take a look now, as we see the match and what the scores were, this is, I mean, I talk about them every time it comes up because you just see the kills, and obviously FaZe will be happy with the second place. But Froz, here's my thing. I feel like FaZe's game plan coming into the elimination stage was just shoot everything that moves, because they are playing really aggressive. Like, they do not back down from any fight. They are literally shooting any player they see at the moment.
They're playing exactly like they should be, using that firepower. And we saw that. They were sitting on Volcano for a while, just watching around, seeing, all right, what is going on? Once they saw that a breach already happened in the compound below them, in the flat top there, they went for it afterwards against GD, taking control of that. They could gather so much information. They could shoot people out on the field to the northeast of them as well. And then further on, just move on foot across the road towards their end game as well. Sadly, they lost Fix early on, trying to cross. Fix was trying to do like a stealthy cross on foot while the others were supposed to cover him, but he was just found and he got taken out. If that wasn't the case, I think Baseline would have been able to put up a better fight towards the end there.
I want to go back now to Win or Die again, because I mean, this might, maybe it's a little bit of a dumb question, but I'll pose it to both of you. Koa and Chunks mentioned it there. They're kind of like a team that maybe some of these more experienced teams don't really know, a little bit less informed about them. Do you think that that gives them the edge in these stages? Saga, we can start with you.
I think it's definitely, you have a lot of the unknown factor. Whenever you have any sort of open qualifiers, though, you have some teams that can come up, and wildcards in particular, it really can be in the same way that it in the rotating lobbies that we have in the elimination phases. It can certainly throw teams off their game plan, and in particular what Win or Die did differently this game was their typical drop spot in North George was nowhere near the flight path this time around. So they played actually from Primorsk, came a very, very slow rotation up into Rozhok, played there for a couple of zones, and as soon as that phase 3 pop occurred, they just read the zone completely. It was a fantastic read on exactly where the zone was going to end. They made the send through the middle of a couple of teams, Sheesh, RFI, completely blindsided by the send, and they just made it into that late stage position, and that was really what crucially was the perfect play for them.
Fraz, I want to build on this question a little bit. So like for a win or die, obviously in the group stages, you know, you've got the strong firing power. There's, I want to say it's a little bit more controlled play, almost the pace sort of ebbs and flows. Whereas now we're seeing in the elimination stages, it's a little bit chaotic. Do you think it suits these lesser known teams when they fall into these more chaotic spaces because maybe they're a little bit more used to it?
Not in terms that they're more used to it, but in terms that they are not getting punished. They're getting away with stuff that they wouldn't get away in a more experienced lobby. So, for example, if you look on Win and Die, how they did their rotation, I mean, if you look at it early on, before they got to the dip there, they went into Rozhok, and from Rozhok, they went up north and then crossed the bridge down to south through the middle of everything, trying to get into that dip. And that is something that they probably wouldn't have gone away with in a more experienced lobby. They would have gone shotted out through the rotations there before they would have gone to the dip itself. But at the same time, they all played really well when it comes to how the lobby is shaping up. And I mean, unless they get until they get to the finals, there's no need to change up the gameplay. Right now, it's working out. I think it's phenomenal what we saw them, as Saga was talking about earlier, how they were holding out against Entropic, getting. I think it was Laios who got the first initial knock on Entropic when they pushed with the 2 people in the vehicle there. That was so important. Getting those 2 knocks there meant that they had the upper hand and could later just push on and take out the rest of Entropic.
Win or die takes the chicken dinner. Did not die this time. They've got full bellies as we move into game number 3. We are going to start that game in a bit, but first let's pay some bills. Raz was very confused because I said we're going to pay the bills, because obviously when you play ads, they pay the bills. And then also what you can use the money from ads for is to pay for one of those sexy McLaren skins, Raz, because it's very nice and we should all have one in game. Let's move now into the build-up for game number 3. And you mentioned about being destroyed, being punished. Earlier on, that was the conversation we were having. But Saga, talking about being punished, that's what I want to grab on, is BBL. Every time. What happened in that last game there with them?
Yeah, you know, this is exactly what we talked about at the start. Those crazy wild sends where they came in from the western side of the zone. They were maybe sort of vaguely looking to set up a bit of a bridge camp at one point on the bridge, actually to the western side of Rozhok. Just a little bit of a slight misread on the zone, maybe expecting it to go north. And then they just went for the full send and just ended up in a gauntlet run against fellas for like 5 minutes and then tried to come back and completely fell apart. But this is really a worrying trend now for BBL, is the fact that during the group stages, they were bottom of their group on points on Miramar. They picked up only 12 points in 6 games. Their performances on Erangel is what got them the vast majority of their points, and it's really just not happening in this group today, and they don't have many opportunities to turn it around.
We're now taking a look at the total leaderboard. For us, this is the thing, right? You've only got 12 games. The lobbies are going to change tomorrow. Group A will be playing up against Group C. So if you have an opportunity like a win or die or a bystanders to be consistent now, it's obviously working for you. This lobby suits you. you want to get as many points on the board as you can. And especially if you are in Group A, because you've only got today and tomorrow, and then your fate is in the hands of Group B and Group C, right? So it's really, really important to just try. I mean, in my opinion, the game plan would be what FaZe is doing is go in, get as many kills as you can now, get as many points as you can so that you can kind of take your foot off the brake, off the accelerator if you need to as the days progress. What do you think?
I definitely think that all the teams should be way more aggressive when it comes to the first day here and taking that opportunity to see what they can make out of it. Because when it comes down, the further on we go, the less aggressive you're probably going to be, the more passive you're going to be, because you're going to be more afraid if you're not already sitting towards the top, how to play it out, how to get those points. And it's so much harder to do, try and go aggressive, full aggressive towards the end when you have so much pressure on you. Now there's less pressure on you. You have the chance to just like, you know, do a few mistakes, lose out a game or two. But right now, what we're seeing is that some of the top teams right now are on top of the leaderboard. They are already running away, and we're only 2 games deep. And this is kind of scary for any teams that are underneath them right now. If these teams kind of continue like this, have 1 or 2 more games like that today already, they are going to be so far ahead that it's going to be so hard for people to catch up.
So, I mean, that has to be going through the players' minds. Exactly what Froz said. If you let Bystanders and Win or Die run ahead with the points, that's less points for you to grab tomorrow. So, do they change their game plan now? Do they get really aggressive as we go into game number 3?
I think for a lot of teams, again, I hate to rip on them, but BBL, something does have to change there. The fellas as well, not having the best of times. We've said about how individually talented they are, but again, they're actually tied with BBL and on grind on 5 points after just the 2 games. Whereas at the top end of the standings, Win or Die, Bystanders, they could cop a chunky L in game 3 and still be on 10 points per game average. So you've really got to turn something around, because what isn't really working out at the minute, and like we said, it can be a little bit just timing, rotation, unfamiliarity with the lobby. They've got to try and make something work in this final Erangel to build some momentum coming into Miramar.
Sam and Saga joining forces, Bully Gang against BBL. Let's see if that continues as we move into the 3rd and final Erangel for today. We are almost at the halfway point. As we said, Win or Die as well as Bystanders starting to run away with the points. The teams need to pay attention. Ho, Chunks, where do you think we're dropping?
Where do you think we're dropping? Well, what I'm seeing right
Erangel.
now is my man's just completed the analysis game. We are dropping
You're
Erangel.
welcome.
And if we're DA, we're probably dropping on that military base split again. But as I say that, they are completely proving me wrong. They're switching things up. They're realizing 1 point on the board after 2 games is not what they want, and gonna be going somewhere else this time. So I'll just eat my words and let Chunks do the analysis, because at least he's got his one bang on.
I mean, I'm not wrong, am I? Look, DA, I just feel like it's their luck now that this is Amelia Island, right? It just feels like that's their luck. This is going to go all the way down to the south or something. Look, who knows what the circle, is going to be, but one thing I do know is now any team that does want to land Amelia Island has a whole lot more real estate to go with. Look at what RFI are doing right now. They are grabbing every single vehicle. They have a huge split going on. They should be able to loot wherever they need to. No real problems. As we just wait for phase 1, really, that's going to be our decider. No real hot drop. Sure, there's a couple teams landing close to each other, but at least in the grand scheme of things, I don't expect any really early game fights. It's set for fellas, because that's just what we expect from them.
Going to be interesting to see what the Bystanders and MDB do again. They've been a source of entertainment in these early games. I want to touch on very quickly on a point that Saga made there. I think a very valid point about BBL being an Erangel team and not performing in their first 2 Erangels of the day, which they will only play 6 of. Just to put that into perspective, they get 4 times the amount of points they get on Miramar, they get on Erangel. So them getting 5 points in 2 games here is a really, really bad sign. They're one of the big names. They're one of the partner teams. They're one of the massive performers out of MEA. The only team that's really got placement points on the board out of MEA just now. So them starting off so weak is not only a bad sign for them, it's maybe the only chance that some of these other MEA teams will have at coming into PGC. And, well, Sheila, he's been the performer for DA every now and then, and he gets an absolute freebie there from Enterprise. So that's going to be a bit of a mood booster maybe for DA to pick one off so early.
just drifting about there. You love to see it. As fellas, they're going to be moving into Georgia Pole to loot up. As I mean, there's a whole lot that can change in this game now. Obviously, the top of the leaderboard is kind of starting to mark its place. You can see 3 teams from Group B in a row taking the top 3 positions, and then it's just Group A all day. So I think that kind of leads into tomorrow. It is going to make an interesting kind of changes on the leaderboard, but there is still plenty of time before that, considering that there are squads that even after 2 games are yet to get a point. It's tricky, and I feel really bad because STR got done dirty in that leaderboard. They got put all the way below all of the Group C teams. That's gotta sting.
Yeah, I wonder what the tiebreaker there is. I wonder how that ended up happening. But I'm sure they'll be able to pull it around. And if we're being honest, they got bridge camped by FaZe in the first game. They got I think 2 players knocked before they made it into phase 1 in game 2. So they've been having a rough go, and in 2 games, that's not all too unexpected. That some team is just going to bomb out completely. And yeah, I was about to touch on that. Especially the efficiency when you see some of these players throwing 6 nades doing the same damage that someone does with 3. And Leo's really putting them to use. I was trying to highlight them in that late game. FaZe are throwing some pretty solid nades at win or die, but they bounced just slightly too far, and everyone was so bunched up. One single nade in that late game could have made a hell of a difference, but it ended up all being gunplay, all being the flashbangs that really decided the majority of that. And win or die coming out on top, who, like I said before, strong fighting team, one of those wild cards, one of those dark horses that can really throw a lobby for a bit of a loop. And when we have 6 slots for qualification, there is a lot of space for some of these newer and more hungry teams maybe to come on in and snatch one away.
STR looking to get their first point on the board as they do see Bystanders up in Yaz. It looks like instead they are going to move away, realizing the early game fights haven't exactly gone their way so far. About a minute until phase 1 starts to make its move, so this is the time now where teams should be starting to make their rotations and start considering those early game positions. And I think that a circle like this is going to be interesting because it is fairly similar to what we saw in the previous game, where there's going to be a lot of the same terrain playable. So teams should be able to actually find that balance now of, okay, this position didn't work, but this position did, and this team went on to do extremely well from it. So it's about setting yourself up in an early game position where you're not committing to something. You're really just finding a position that keeps your options for phase 2, phase 3 open.
Yeah. It's a big part of the choice that you have to make for sure. And there's some interesting dynamics there as well. This is a circle we haven't seen all that much. In the group phases, we saw a lot of circles which sort of repeat itself and throw teams into similar positions. And I had a nice chat with Squeaky about one of the rotations they made on Miramar, and he said, well, last time everyone was there, so we figured this time it would probably be empty, and they could have not been more right. And it's the downside to really doing your homework. It's the downside to doing your analysis when everyone's doing the same thing and everyone's sort of counter-stratting each other. There is a very real possibility of just walking into a trap that you did not see in your VOD review, that you did not see in your homework. One of these potential traps is a bridge camp. This is not the bridge camp we're used to seeing. It's double and expendables around the cube area. Look at Smash as well. He can barely just turn his car around and turn around without being completely knocked out of his car. This has gone a lot better than it should have for BBL, it feels like.
I'm pretty sure Smash actually went for a seat swap there, but at the last minute actually managed to hop in and turn around. So really impressive to have the reactions like that to actually put the tight swerve on it. Rustamar able to find a couple of bullets onto Smash, but honestly, there's 2 bridges. There's no real need to commit to this one. Now, fellas will try and third party, obviously, and hold Smash from making that push, but ultimately, EXP are moving away because they realize this isn't the position they want to be playing into that late game. They've still got quite a ways to go to really set something like that up, so backing off of this, not a bad play. Fellas moving into it, though, is very risky. We saw what happened last time. They took an early game fight. Can Michael turn things around? Yes, he can. Smash out of it. First point of the game on the board for fellas.
First point in the game. Smash was never going to get out of there as soon as Tiksu and Miracle were able to cross that bridge to his other side. Code Marco has to be careful as well. I think he's hiding out at some rocks, got a smoke for himself, he's trying to get into the car. He's happy that Expendables left. That's the only thing that's really keeping him alive right now. If they were holding down the bridge still, it would probably be done for as well, as Talked a little bit about how BBL like to fight in the early game. The fellas are no different, and they've noticed some weakness there. They notice a player that they can get stuck on the lower ground, stuck on the riverside, and instantly punish. Win or Die coming on in with their cars, as you see possibly the sexiest car in the game right now, the McLaren. You can get yourself as an upgrade for the coupe. Nice little skin to make sure everyone in the lobby is staring at you driving past them, and if you maybe get yourself a little bit of an advantage when you're trying to drive by as well, because that thing really draws a whole lot of attention your way, I can assure you that.
Look, if you're one of those players who likes going out there and getting those high kill games, hop in that McLaren, speed it about, because you got to remember the coupe, I believe, is the fastest car in the game. So when you throw that McLaren skin on it, it really just suits it. It is zooming around, it's making a load of noise. It's what you want. BBL using their vehicles, though, not quite a McLaren, but still decent enough to make that rotation. Blue zone damage, that's always an interesting stat to me. Why is there such a disparity, do you think? Like, what's going on there?
Especially later in the tournament, I think you can draw some interesting conclusions where it's teams that tend to come in early, and it's teams that are not afraid to go for a long looting phase or go for a long rotation in phase 2 or 3, where you can easily outlive that blue, especially now with the changes that you can bandage and boost while driving as well. It's become so much more sustainable to actually rotate in the blue when you need to. And we've seen teams like Ascend, we see teams like the Northern Lights that just heavily rely on their edge play and their rotational play, just sitting in the blue. Or I'm sure a lot of the viewers and you as well will have seen Batulin sit on a mountain in the blue, just supporting his team with the sheer amount of information he's gonna get from that mountain, even though it's not in the zone anymore. So it can tell you a lot about playstyle. I think for now, what the main story of this stat was that OG, they were trying to get to the melee base in a boat deeply into the blue and stayed in the blue for a long time until they finally made landfall. But later on in the tournament, definitely an interesting stat that you can take a lot away from.
Absolutely. Win or Die, making their rotation through. A little bit late to be entering the zone, at least in my opinion, but at the same time, it's tricky in a game like this when there are so many stacked teams. As you mentioned earlier, you kind of have to do your research, do your homework, and counter strat everybody, but also stay one step ahead of them. The circle does pull down to the south, so all these teams opting for northern rotation are going to be in a little bit of trouble. And a key thing to mention as well is if any teams do opt to take that Kameshki route, FaZe Clan, currently in 3rd place, are going to be the ones kind of gatekeeping any entrance from there, because it is a very tight choke point between Starver Hill and the ocean. There's a couple shots coming through on to the rotating players. Nothing too much to worry about, and setting themselves up in a decent position, but at the same time not super central and very hotly contested.
That area we saw RFI move into will be very hotly contested. I think especially in the next zone, as now people know it's very likely to shift away from the Yasnaya Lake and Yasnaya itself a little bit. The eastern side of Yasnaya is maybe as far west as you really want to be. You don't want to be any further west than that. So MTB, RFI, maybe even GDE Esports, gonna be fairly contested. And there's that choke point being sort of threaded through for BBL. This is a classic BBL rotation by the looks of things. Ascend with power and numbers, trying to go for a high priority spot altogether, but they've already been split up just by FaZe holding here, and that's not a good sign, Chunks, because now they're getting weakened. They're not close together, they can't trade with each other, they can't drive by at the same time. If they hit a Team Entropic here that's ready and waiting for them, it's going to be bad news bears, but maybe, just maybe, they can slow things down enough and reconsolidate before they just drive into the open arms of EIQ.
I feel so bad for 80 there. I've been in that position countless times where you're trying to shoot at those vehicles and then just every wall in the compound is blocking you. And Tropic opt to use the tree for a little bit of cover as they open up. It will be the ground that blocks them. BBL narrowly escaping to safety, but they've gone with such a long rotation. You're starting to wonder now, where are they going to crash? And it turns out it's straight into room for improvement. Daz with a beautiful shot to take down Code Marco, but quickly traded out as now BBL try to completely commit to this. There just isn't the fire support for RFI. That's 2 players down for them, as only Code Marco was lost from BBL in this crash. They should be able to hold onto it, and I don't really see much chance of RFI moving in to retake this compound now.
No, certainly not. And this is peak BBL. Saga mentioned it earlier. We've talked about it a little bit, and it's, they blind send a compound that they think will be good in the zone, and they just do it with full brute force. As many players as they can throw at it, they will, and they will just try to force their way in. And that way, you can just see how easy it is to get punished by that. It's one good molly that punches Marble as the drive-by is good enough to get the first. And just like that, you were going from an extremely safe 2-2 split to not only losing half of your team, but also losing the better part of your split and the better compound in the zone with BBL just breaching their way on in. The problem with that strategy is, Chunks, they lost two members as well. Yeah, they're sitting in a good spot now. They've made the rotation, but they're not really setting themselves up to win a game this way. They're really just setting themselves up to hope and get a lot of placement points by a lot of shifts on their neck. But really not a strategy that puts you into late games consistently. And that's sort of why we have seen them just fall short, at least in the group stages.
Win or Die finally making their way into the circle as it pops away from them again. They could opt to take Mansion there, but not sure how likely that really is. They don't really know whether it's contested or not, but at the end of the day, they're just going to prove me wrong, send it in there. Shots coming out from STR as they try to move in towards GD Esports, but nothing lands, and they get a compound out of it for free. Just need to be careful not to get crashed, because Bystanders now looking in a 2-2 split to potentially reposition slightly more centrally as well. It's Digital Athletics, though, we're blessed with a drop this time around. Hopefully going to be able to put that to good use.
Yeah, and they have to do it quickly. They have to get on with it because they need to shift into this zone. I said that the eastern side of Yasnaya was about as far west as you want it to be. That's where DA was, and that's where DA has to move out from now towards further east. Item gets himself caught by Yanni. Check on check violence between Expendables and Sheesh, as both these teams as well need to make a move, need to force a way into this zone. So far, the damage is on the side of Sheesh. Gargi has maybe a bit of a good angle on the closer range, but he's getting tagged from afar as well. It's on grind. Getting involved and making this more awkward than it could have been with a 1 minute 40 timer ticking down for both these teams. They really just want to move on with their game. But maybe moving on for Sheesh means taking this fight and forcing it. Full aggression coming out here from Yanni. He's just trying to close the gap. He's trying to get in this. Like I said, time's ticking. They got to be quick, and Expendables, they don't want any of it.
I think that Sheesh, by forcing that, have potentially put themselves in a position where Expendables are going to move down the hill and potentially expose themselves to him. Yanni is going to try and find an angle, but opts not to shoot in the end, as they need to start making a move. Project Underdog, though, this is going to be a tricky one. They've got the trenches to hold, but now FaZe have pulled up down below them. Vex has left a little bit of distance as Diggory is further back, providing that covering fire. The nades roll down, not really too close. I think that Project Underdog might have narrowly misled this one into thinking that FaZe are a lot closer than they actually are.
It's good distancing, it's good spacing from FaZe as well, making sure they're not really in nade range, making sure that even if someone runs up extremely close and gets a nade in, they're not on the same spot. They've got different cars to work with, different pieces of cover, and the smokes as well will draw some attention. And will draw some utility usually, which is something we've seen quite a bit already today in just the 2 games we've watched. And there's the triple nade coming out from Pog. It's looking like it's almost cancelled. There's a double nade coming in. It's a high throw. It's pretty close.
Ooh, okay.
Good spacing from FaZe, making sure they're split across, making sure they're not bunched up enough, making sure they can't get punished all too hard. Even one knock here from Pog would be very hard to punish in the greater scheme of things, because they should be able to just smoke it out, and Pog should not be able to overpeak all too much, as we see pretty crispy knocks coming out of MTB. And that's an arm, and that is fun, because even if you don't pop the head, you'll sometimes still get the knock, and that really is the optimal bolty, if you've got aim like me, at least.
I love the way that we get a mini frag movie during the downtime. It just, it adds the excitement as FaZe, well, go with a pretty nasty shot there. Gustav was, but he will be able to get out of there, bumping into each other and going around the team that was holding them out. That's just asking for one of your players to get taken down. Fragger is going to be able to eliminate Gustav as he follows up with some shots onto a second. It doesn't quite happen the way they would have want. Diggory flips his vehicle and
Oh no.
Oh no, it's over. He's out on his own. He's going to have to run over to the rest of his teammates. But honestly, this isn't terrible. I mean, he's got a ridgeline, and I don't think there's too many Southern teams that are looking this way.
Yeah.
Granted, it is going to be a bit of a gauntlet, but there's a bit of cover. Then once these trees are up, just throw a smoke down, and you should be pretty good.
It's this fight as well that buys him so much time. It's Project Underdog being completely busy with the fellas. It's on grind, not being able to flex out just yet. Everyone's busy with each other on the edges. So FaZe making an early move means that you don't really have to contend with all too much. Kova's got a shotgun for this fight. RFI 2v4. He's getting the opening. He's getting the first knock. It's not traded just yet. There's lots of damage onto Bybin, but Naleb hasn't got the knock, and he wants to force this. He wants to make this quick, but he doesn't want to walk into utility either. And that's Kova going huge with the shotgun. It's finally Kuba that puts a stop to him. Finally gets the trade. Naleb has to dance around. He's trying to get the utility, and he has to be careful that he doesn't get jumped upon as well. He nades himself down the stairs. Oh, it's a disaster. Naleb, you hate to see it. Bybin's picking up a shotgun. This becomes a very feasible 1v2 for him now. Oh boy, that was not what you want to see from Entropic, and not what you're used to seeing either. They're so clean in the situations usually.
Equally so for FaZe. They're a squad who remain standing till the very end the majority of the time, and this time, well, they've lost 3 players on a crash. I was going to say, when I saw Naleb lining up that nade, I thought it was a possibility he naded himself. I did not think it was going to happen. Fex, though, he's got some nades of his own. Well, he's putting them to good use. Flushes out one. Manages to find a second as well. Throws up the nades, nearly finishes off the job, but in the end, it's FaZe who fall. But Yanni is there to clean up every single point that they miss. 14th place there for OG. Not the way they wanted to go after eliminating a squad like FaZe. Fellas, though, looking like they could potentially fall to a similar fate as Sheesh just turn up the volume and crash directly into them. Tixu, though, finds the headshot and turns it around. What a messy northern side of this zone. Thankfully for fellas, though, finishing off Sheesh will buy them a little bit of respite until the next phase pops.
A mess is a really relaxed term of putting into words what just happened there. Tons of teams
PG
losing
term.
so many numbers, and now the Bystanders, they were walked up on by double. We didn't quite see it, caught it on the map stream. He's snuck up, he's done tons of damage. They've barely made it out of the yellow house, but look at the position that they're in. They're in the open field with not 1, not 2, 3 or 4 teams just staring down the barrels of their guns at them. Flamey's got to try and pick up York. They've got to try and get the hell out of there because they're just getting torn to pieces right now. And look at that. It's an absolute disaster for the Bystanders. Fantastic game 1 and 2. No chance to make it out of their compound in this game 3. As we see Bybin still holding on as a solo, we see the fellas making the move towards MTB. That northern side, it's slowed down for a second, but it's about to heat up right back up again.
And the interesting thing about this now is 2 of our top 3 teams are out. RFI also going to be getting eliminated, so Win or Die have jumped up to first position. DA with the crash, they get the run over and they flush out Gedrox to go with it, but Extends is able to find a trade and shut down one of DA's players in return. Leosh using the high ground for everything it's worth as the drop lands directly on top. I don't they're even aware. BBL also making a crash into this now, and well, this could be a real switch up on the leaderboard. Looking at how many teams have gone down, fellas starting to stack up their points as well as Miracu, T2 working together to eliminate half of MTB. Now looking to finish up the job, but Miracu needs to get that heal first. 8 kills on the board, and honestly no sign of stopping. Jester tries to get away, and now both MTB players pinned down, but never mind. The headshot connects, followed by the body, and now it's only Jester with smokes for cover. He goes for the arm shot, he lands it, but unfortunately doesn't finish the job. Now is the chance for fellas to push through, clean things up as he goes to the revive, but he hears those footsteps too.
He knows his time's up. Fellas know as well that they want to force this ASAP because they need to move down into this valley that we see on the small side of the screen here, where we see Stardust flying on in. Exol taking 2 casualties instantly. Nailpop could just finish this out right here and then. Moldark is dancing around the car. He's trying to make it work. GDE gets inside of this fight as well. And it's just more of a mess, Chunks. None of these fights are clean. Everything is messy. Everyone died in the dip. It's absolute craziness on the south. It was craziness on the north. DA fall somehow. Win or Die come out on top cleanly. We're left with 5 teams after having about double the player count just a minute ago.
You know what? I've been casting APAC all week, and I thought I've been comparing it to EU and saying this would never happen in EU. EU is so organized, it's so less messy. It turns out I've been completely wrong with everything I've said. There has been a complete shake-up now from the top to the bottom. Teams that we kind of you could do well have turned it up, and the teams that had already proven themselves has kind of let it slip. It looks like the crash will be coming through down towards GDE, but the dip is ever so strong. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to be inside the zone this time around, and neither are Entropic or BBL as Lukarux tries to make a bit of a peek. Maybe it was more of a bait with the shotgun, ready with the M4 just in case it's slightly longer range. Kubi gets ready to throw out a nade, but nothing just yet. Tropic have to be so careful with the way they take this, and it's very important to note as well, Lukarux is really going to struggle to get his teammate over towards him. Thendalos does get shot a little bit, and the nade also finding some damage, but as the shotgun comes in, so does the flashbang, and Tropic lose Lukarux, and it's all onto QB with the barrel, finds the spray, but can't convert it to a knock. That's half of the health done, but nothing confirmed in terms of points or in terms of safety. Phase 6 starts to make its move as the headshot lands from Kubi. Only 1 versus 1 as the nade comes over the top. First aid kit in hand, but it's just a little too late. He spots the cross, doesn't take the shot, using his teammate for info to try and just get a little bit more of where this player is going to be, but nothing as of yet as things slow down. The Molotov should come through. It's a little far, and the nade equally close.
What a flick from Kuba there. It's probably the least spoken about player on his team. He's the most underrated one, you could say, but that is massive last stand from him. Yeah, Luka gets taken out by the good crossfire set up by BBL. It's one more messy fight. Rez will come through. I don't believe there's any util for Kuba to try and clean this up, but he's gotten himself a good angle now. He's gotten himself a good reposition to try and make this work in the 1v2 as the fellas. You spoke about it earlier, Chunks. They're not in the circle. GDE was, but the fellas are making it work, and they're just popping off. They're putting kill after kill on their tally, completely farming that northern side of the circle, not shying away from a single fight, and somehow winning all of them. We're still 4 members strong as well. They haven't lost a single member in all of these fights we watched, Chunks. They're looking so good in this game. And right now, with Win or Die busy on the south, they have a real chance to win this game as well.
They certainly do, and Entropic going to be taken out of things. It leaves BBL with just a 2-man. I mean, Win or Die is solidifying their spot at the top of the leaderboard as things currently stand, but we should also give credit to fellas. They had 5 kills before this, taking it all the way up to 20 in this match. At that pace, no wonder so many teams went down so early. Phase 6 gets ready to finish closing as BBL just going to hold on to this wall for the time being. I don't think they're too concerned about making a move, realizing that, hey, we probably reach the top 5 at least, so let's get some points out of it. Looking to try and find a little bit of info onto Win or Die, though, but it doesn't work out as the barrel spray comes through. The nade looking to follow as it's close, but not close enough. Maybe the second will work, but no, as Thendalos takes down 1. Katepa's taken down in the trade. Gutierrez trying his best to work over the top, but as the nade is there, is it going to connect? Yes, it is. Somehow, BBL still remaining in it, and it's just going to come down to, okay, how many nades are left on the side of Win or Die? And it seems like for now BBL survived purely because fellas are sneaking in from the back and causing a distraction. Leos is really going to have to deal with this squad on his own.
Yeah, this is rough times for Win or Die. They don't even seem to be aware of what's happening with fellas. I'm not sure if they've just made this gamble and just try to commit to their eastern side, but they haven't left a player anchoring. They're not feeling confident to take this in a 2v2 and have a player anchor their back. They're completely committing to this, and they're just giving up the game to the fellas. They're really just considering this a second place max by making this play. And now as BBL make the cross into the smokes, they're going to take a lot of damage. Once again, it's going to be the fellas benefiting. They have all of this zone to themselves. With more and more utility coming in, BBL not even being inside the zone right now. This is just a matter of a few seconds when that zone shifts on in. And it's not going to be pretty for Win or Die or for BBL. They've made a good stand this game, but it's just the fellas show right now. And they're looking to take those 10 placement points. They're looking to take the win.
Michael holding as best as he can, knowing roughly where these players are going to come from. Leosh is the one in the end who finds the damage. It's all down to Thunderlost here for BBL to try and remain in it, but that zone is just creeping its way through. He moves out and he is finished off. Down go BBL in third, and this is the opportunity for Fellas to prove exactly how strong they are. Win or die, a little bit clustered together right now, but if Fellas aren't able to identify this quickly, it could be to their detriment. Miraculo lands the headshot, followed by the body, does it a second time, makes it a third, and gets the chicken dinner for his team. 7 kills just for him, 18 for Fellas. And what did I tell you, Kovo? We saw signs of life from them earlier on, early game fights that they just weren't able to clean up concisely. This time, proving they obviously can.
This guy is meant to be the support player on the team. He's meant to be the quiet guy that throws util and holds your back, and he just runs up to win or die and just claps them basically 1v3. That is not what you sign up for when you bring Miracle into your team, but he shows it easily there. The fellas step up big. Lot of fragging power on that team as well. Remember them at Nations Cup, they were mighty fine. Michael Miracle just popping up numbers there. But that is a massive game. They had 15 kills before that end fight, Chunks. They made it a little bit more even and got the 10 placement points. They're going to be bombarding themselves up the leaderboard.
Certainly they will. I can't wait to see what the desk have to say about it, because that was such an exciting match. And I can't wait to see what's coming up ahead. Desk, let us know what's going on here.
What's going on is that there's a sneaky little chicken dinner for the fellas. That's happening. 18 kills as well, Froz. I don't think we've seen that yet at PCS7.
No, so far I think it's only been 16 kill wins, and that was through the group stage, of course. But now coming in here, we lost some of the experienced teams, and it looks like Fellas is going to try to take advantage of that and trying to go full ham with those kills. 18 kill win. Considering that Fellas came in with only 5 points to this game, that is going to be a huge boost to them.
You mentioned that the experience, but here's my thing, right? I mean, I think that the experienced teams might be gone, but the players and fellas are very experienced, Saga, because they came into that final fight, I think when there were 5 teams left, and to be fair, they were in a pretty rough position. How did they make that work for them?
You just employed the power of the UK national dish, the chicken titsu, is really all you got to do. But it was Miracle at the end that completely pulled it off. But all the way through, this was a complete turnaround from the little bit of a disconnected style that we saw from them in the early game, you know, pushing compounds, losing a player, not quite on the same page. None of that in this game whatsoever. They pushed compounds successfully multiple times through this game. They had Rustenmar holding anchor, Tixu holding anchor as well, while the rest got up close and personal and used their utility to incredible effect and just perfectly timed the pushes. And not only that, but the positioning on where they chose to make their sends with the vehicles made sure there was no third-party opportunities from anywhere else in the zone. And that's really what kept this a clean game for the fellas, with still 4 standing at the end.
What's interesting here, and you need to remember, of course, the top 6 teams after this elimination stage are going through to the grand finals. They've just clocked up 28 points, Froz. Look at that, 28 to win or die's 13. This is going to push them right up the leaderboard. This was a big play. Do you think that this will continue from them as we move to Miramar? That momentum will start going?
I hope they can keep the momentum going on Miramar itself. We've seen that they have struggled a little bit on Miramar before, and considering like how they were struggling the first 2 games, hopefully they've gone past that stage now and they know exactly what they need to do. But look at this, kills in the last game. It's all 3 fellas up here. We're just missing the last Rustamar that is not up here. But of course, Rustamar had a huge play in the whole team as well. We saw him, for example, when they did the breach on GDE, for example, he was holding while these 3 guys could come in on the eastern side of that compound, getting to the flat top, because Rustamar was keeping the rest of GDE back by shooting at them and suppressing them. And this is so important, right? You can see him here with the damage done as well, but they were playing so well. Fellas had one of the roughest times in this game. They were having to fight team after team after team, coming in from the north. The circle kept on going towards south, and they were basically just non-stop fighting the whole time, making the right decisions. And in the end, of course, getting that 18 kill chicken dinner is just well-deserved for them.
It's well-deserved and a phenomenal performance. This is a lineup that I've been very excited about. We're going to take a little look-see now. We've got these moments from them, Saga, where we actually just get to see fellas and what they were able to do. Walk us through what we're looking at.
This is just the very end of the game. Just Miracu completely. That first kill, he's looking the opposite direction by the time the spray lands, but oh, it's just so clean. The peaks up over the top, not exposing too much of himself, and just the pressure coming in from the rest of the squad up north. Just really too many angles for Win or Die to deal with. And this time, they're unable to do the former, and it looks like it's going to be Die this time around.
Yeah, and if you look at this, you can see the longest kill from Miracle is on 51 meters only. And with 7 kills, that means they were in close combat fights all the time. They were breaching teams. They were trying to get close to the teams and making sure that they could just, like, when they need to crash the team, they would do it. We saw how they were scouting out towards Face Clan, for example, in the dip towards the north there, when they were fighting PUBG, Project Underdog there. And then when the time was right, fellas just striked from a distance. We saw Michael taking the first knock and making sure that they could push that, taking control over that ridge, and from there they could move their way southwards.
I think my favorite thing here is that this is horrible. The player focus. I mean, 7 kills. That's more kills in one game than some teams got the entire way through the group stages. We actually have a little surprise for you. We've got access to the TeamSpeak for the fellas, so we pulled some clips. Let's take a look and take a listen to what was going on in their chats during this game.
OG died as well.
Yeah,
Nice.
SH is
Above you still.
yeah.
One guy watched towards compound and 3 of us fight.
One guy
Say.
knocked.
I'm watching compound. He's picking me.
Knocked on me, 2 on me, 2 on me.
Knock one.
One guy on the dash bar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go need him.
I'm
On
getting
top
shot
though.
behind.
You knocked me,
One
you
still,
knocked me.
one still on the road.
Guys,
Dead,
I'm
dead.
probably-
All that.
Yeah,
Saved.
Try to rush. I'm
Three will knock.
checking compound.
Good shit.
That's the first little example of their chats. I mean, this is for us really important because obviously you played years ago, you were playing professionally as well. I always find it quite interesting how some of these top players who've had that experience, they're super calm. Even when they're technically getting hyped, it still doesn't really come across always in the team speak. And do you think that that's a bonus as a team to be able to keep that energy neutral?
Yes and no. Sometimes you need to get the hype up. It depends on where you are as a team, where you're standing. Right now, what you could see is that they were super focused. They were focused on the next task already. They were like, all right, let's not go for any too early celebrations here. And we could hear, of course, Tixu talking a lot. He's the IGL of the team, so we could hear him communicating all the time. All right, what's up? I'm going to go and take the compound. You guys come along afterwards, making sure that everybody's on the same page. They don't need to answer him because he knows I'm just going to say these things. They're just going to be right behind me. They understand me. If not, they are going to say something. There's no need to acknowledge because that's just going to get the comms a little bit more polluted.
We have some more comms from that game, so let's take a listen to the fellas once again.
Just clear this.
It's one win or die.
Go
above
right side. Just
Then the smokes, left side.
I'm flashing in front of you guys on the freeze.
don't see anyone.
So
Could be on that rock.
just
here.
go, just
You
keep
watch
going.
left side.
Alex.
Come here to the rock with me.
No one's on the rock.
That's him.
The
That's
Groza
him.
guy's over there. Groza guy's over there already.
I needed the smokes.
I'm getting closer on the right, boys.
Yeah.
Team all dead.
It's
It's
just 2 guys over
Over
in.
tree.
No.
I have loads of you too. In front of me, pushing me. All of them knocked one.
They're backing, they're backing,
Watching
backing. They're backing. They're going on the edge. One go.
One up.
Last guy's.
Nice, one up. Let's fucking go, boy.
Go.
I had 1 kill that game.
I like how production got those swear words out quick, fast. Good job, production. I like the editing speed we did there. Saga, what's really interesting is the little bloodhound tactic they had there. They sniffed out the opposition and then very quickly flushed them out and shot them down.
Yeah, it's the fact that earlier on in the game when they're pushing compounds, you have Tixu, you have Rustenmar holding. At this point, later on in the game, you have Michael holding and just giving the information on the position, and you heard it there in the communications. Miracu says, I'm going to get closer on the right, and from that point on, you know the rest. He just wipes out the team by himself. But they really had to have that communication on point with the way that they actually followed the rotation of BBL, obviously not quite as dramatic send through the middle of 7 teams and crash a compound in the middle, but there were so many teams towards the north and eastern side of the zone that they really had to have communication on point to make sure that all angles were covered at all time. And you saw in the first set of highlights with the team speak exactly how important that was. They were watching the compound and still watching out for Sheesh while third-partying the fight between FaZe and OG.
You mentioned BBL there, a bit of a better performance from them for this particular game. Maybe starting to wake up. What do you think, Saga?
Yeah, it's definitely, it's interesting that we said, we want to see something change about the way that they're playing. They didn't do that at all. They made a wild send straight through the middle, but this time they found a compound that was free, had a decent position until the late stages of the game, and gave them the opportunity to continue playing an aggressive BBL style, pushing in onto Entropic after they cleaned up the third party as well onto the J compound, and made it into the top 3, which is the first time there today, and definitely a sign that things can potentially work out with this play style. It's very risky, but it can still work in their favor.
There's one more team that we obviously have to talk about before we close it off on Erangel, and that is Fraz Win or Die, because I want to know what they had for breakfast. They have popped off in every single Erangel we've had. They have had top 4 finishes for 3 games in a row. There's only 12 games for them to play. This is a fantastic opportunity for them. They have just sponged up all the points. If Martin was here, I would use the Danish word, but I can't remember it. So,
Swamp.
I mean... Swamp, there we go. Look at you. So for me, I'm just super surprised, and I'm curious, do you think when the map change happens that this happens again for Win or Die?
Hopefully it can happen again. So what we've seen so far is that they're playing kind of the side of the map where it's not as crowded right now, and they're taking the opportunity of that, trying to take a lot of control, trying to make sure that they can scout out and work their way slowly but steadily into the circle. And so far it's been very successful for them, but I want to see what happens when they don't find that kind of side where it's a little bit more empty, and when they have to just fight like we saw first did in this game here, because then I want to see them keep on doing this and keep on getting those top 3. So far, first game 3rd place, second game 1st place, and now in the 3rd game a 2nd place. It's just top 3 finishes all around the board, and a lot of kills accompanied with that as well.
It'll be interesting to see if these teams can keep that momentum going as we move on to Miramar. We are going to take a quick break, and normally during these breaks you run off and you get your refreshments, or maybe you go to the bathroom. I would suggest you keep your bum in your seat, because we have a fantastic interview with the Bystanders on the way. It's here. Take a look.
Hello everyone, Toby here. I'm joined by Herc from Bystanders, and Herc, congratulations on a at least great first 2 matches of today.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We really wanted to start out the Erangel strong today from the previous qualifier.
And that leads into my first question. I want to hear from you, of course. I mean, so incredibly close to qualifying, falling just short. How was that for the team? How did it impact you, all 4 of you?
I mean, we've tried falling just short, like a lot of times, I would say. Like usually when we do bad, it's like close enough that we are a few points away. So we're not consistently in getting close, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if the start of today is anything to go by, that would be a big turnaround, I suppose. So for my second question, I want to hear, I mean, you go out and you get a win in the first game and a top performance in the second, but the 2 games are very different. I mean, game 1, you have to go military. You're literally, I believe, the last team to come to the island, and you still come out victorious. And in game 2, I think we can both agree that you caught 8.5 circles. But I mean, for you as a team, how do those 2 games play differently between comps, and when you play aggressive, when you play passive? What do you like more as a team when going out and playing?
I mean, we have tried a lot of military circles, obviously, and we usually have have a way to cross bridges or something like that. But we also know that bridge camping is very popular recently, so we've been trying to look at other opportunities, and we did the same in some other qualifiers earlier. And as far as like catching 9, that's not much to say. Like, you just try to keep 4 alive and like play the end game.
Does it change a lot for you then when you then have to push out of the compound there? Because I suppose it's very limited what info you can really get from the forest on the west side of the compound.
I mean, I guess the issue was that we were fighting people in the compound, so by the time we had to leave, it was like very like a bit stressful, I guess, and we had lost one. So we were using all our utility to get out, and couldn't do much.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. And we don't talk about Game 3. We will be talking about Game 4, hopefully, when we get you guys over to Miramar in just a moment. But thank you so much for a quick catch up, Herrick. I'll let you get back to your games and stomp things on Miramar.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PCS7 Europe, the elimination stages. We got to see a sneaky Toby in action there doing the interviewer role, an interesting interview with her. I'm really enjoying the fact that we can get a little bit more in-depth with the players midway through the day, because it really gives you a bit better understanding of what's going on in their head. What is going to be going on in their head, though, is all the maths they need to do to figure out where they are in the standing. So let's make it a little bit easier for them and pull that up right now. I just want to see what that massive game from Fellas did. Ooh. And when you take a look now, Win or Die still sitting at the top there, Saga, but Fellas starting to close the gap, 33 points. That was a massive jump for them.
Yeah, you would almost have forgotten that half an hour ago they were sat near the bottom on 5 points, but that was a huge jump, like you said. 18 kills, and the chicken dinner has put them right up in contention, alongside the likes of Bystanders, who have been a little more consistent. Obviously not quite as consistent as Win or Die, who are far clear at the top. Had a fantastic Erangel, really couldn't have asked for much more to come from it. But then Miramar, they've got to really carry that momentum on now across the map, because it's a complete different change of pace. They are one of the very few teams that has not changed their drop spots whatsoever, to our knowledge, and is likely not to be contested on Miramar as well. There's a couple of teams who certainly do have that as a bit of a thought in the back of their mind, that they're playing from unfamiliar territory and they might just be occupied as well.
I've sat on this for a while, but we're halfway through the day, so I feel like I can finally ask it. Froz, what is going on with Entropic? This is not the team I expected.
Right now, it just feels a little bit sloppy. They are losing people in the early fights, which we normally don't see them do. We normally see them stay by the edges a lot and try to just, focus the fights there, and they usually just go winning out of the fights time after time. I know that during the group stage, we're trying to work out on some new stuff, but right now, nothing is working for them, basically. I want to see them just go back to that kind of edge play where they just go in and take one fight at a time. Don't fight 2 teams. Don't try to do too much. But what we saw, for example, in Game 2, when, or was it Game 1, when they were fighting Facedown, for example, they got the knocks, 2 knocks, and then they just backed off. That was perfect. I want to see them keep on doing that. Know when it's time to back off. Don't just overstep on everything.
We're heading to Miramar. I feel like there was so much more we could talk about on the scoreboard, but I know that if you're watching, you're like, stop talking, start game. So you know what, Koro Chunks, let's start the game.
Let's start the game. Thank you so much, Sam. The instructions have been fantastic. The questions have been fantastic. This one's a little bit easier than where are we dropping chunks. Start the game. What you got to say about that?
Look, all I'm saying is I'm scared about those teams that tend to perform well on Miramar, because so many of them have kind of stepped things up over on Erangel. So I'm a little bit concerned, but at the same time, look, things could completely change now. It's a different lobby to what we had in the group stage. There's a lot of kind of variables to be taken into account here. Drop spots definitely going to be a very important thing here when it comes down to how teams are dropping, whether they're taking that early game action or not. But as far as I can see right now, there shouldn't be too many early game issues. But with Miramar, it's that phase 1 pop can be so forgiving, or exactly the opposite, just because it's so hard to rotate on a map like this.
It's interesting because we do have a little bit of a congestion where we sort of expected it as well, with the Fellas and Stardust not being the only two teams that like to loot around that water treatment area, around that northwest of the map. But like you said, looking like they're going to separate themselves just fine so far, and looking like it's going to be all but easy. Circle, on the other hand, not looking all that good for a lot of our teams. This is as far southwest as it can go, and there's going to be a lot of ground to cover for a lot of our teams here, Chunks.
Oh God, I'm at a
shift,
loss for words right now. Like it's so brutal. And the thing you have to bear in mind here is that for anyone who maybe hasn't played too much of PUBG or even played much Miramar, you might be unaware that like a third of that zone is completely unplayable. It is just a cliff. There's no way past there. So teams are basically going to be forced into a phase 2 circle within the first few minutes of a game. So that's going to make things difficult. On the kind of inverse side of that, we do have a lot of squads who are posted up in good positions to go on and make something out of this. Teams like DA and of course EX, who are just posted up in the city, kind of have free reign on where they want to go. I'm really concerned because so many of our top teams have landed really far away, like Bystanders and FaZe all the way up on the northeast. They are going to have a brutal rotation in, and look, if you are rotating from that north, there's really 2 paths you can take into this zone because there just aren't many roads that get you in here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point of Miramar as well. It's the roads are not plenty. Erangel has tons and tons of rotation routes, maybe doesn't have as many playable spots, but the routes to get there are so much easier and so much more plentiful than they are in Miramar. It becomes very one-dimensional very quickly in a circle like this, where the southern road gets completely clustered, the western road gets occupied very quickly, and then you don't really have successful roads into the circle anymore, comparable to maybe a melee circle on the Erangel side of things. So teams that can move early, teams like we just saw GDE, will on the map stream we'll see DA and Exalt as well, going for very early moves into high priority positions. In these kind of circles, it is so rewarding. Usually circle 1 doesn't mean a whole lot for these teams. Usually you can rotate your way around and find a good position either way. Extreme circles on Miramar and melee circles on Erangel are sort of the one opposite of that, where phase 1 location actually matters, and making sure to use that location to your biggest benefit very early on in the game is super crucial.
So, phase 1 going to start making a move shortly, but it's no surprise that in a circle like this, teams wanting to rotate a little bit earlier. You can see Free Kill has been spotted out. The thing that Win or Die have that he doesn't is the fact that they've got a gunner out the side of the vehicle looking to find any movement, but unfortunately Free Kill has managed to slip the grip of Win or Die. Still being pressured, but not too much to be concerned about as he just creeps his way in from that northeastern side. Now, a big thing I want to talk about in a zone like this has to be that kind of verticality aspect, because we talk so often about how Miramar is kind of Erangel to its extreme. It has those open plain fields, and it has those really tricky hills and ridges to work with. And I think that in a zone like this, being able to navigate those and get that high ground early can be seen as powerful, but also when you're at the top of a mountain in such a consolidated zone where everybody is going to be vying for the same position, everybody is then looking up at you and you are stuck on a hillside with no real way of getting any more meds or util unless teams push you.
It turns around a little bit throughout the course of the game. Circle 1 and early game, you want to be as far up as you can, and late game, you'd love to be down on the down low. As you see a classic BBL rotation, Chunks. It's a full send into a priority compound, and Iceboy is the one getting punished right now. He's hunted down by a lot of sharks just surrounding them. He's in open waters with no support at all from his team. This is peak BBL, full send, power in numbers, and this is an unsuspecting GD getting absolutely punished. Not once again, not just losing the member, losing the position as well, and not happy about how that went. And now look at BBL. They're going straight up the hill. They're going for the next one down the line, and they have absolutely zero information on this, but they've been rewarded for this rotation before, where they've found some really nice compounds on this hillside for completely free in the early game. So they're once again, they're going to take that risk, and they're going to play the odds, and so far it's looking like it's working out this game.
EXP, a little bit spread at the moment. but in a really good position. As we mentioned, so many choke points in a zone like this, and EXP could potentially try and capitalize. It is going to be made a little bit harder as now Sheesh have taken some shots, but as long as Gargi's able to get over this ridge, you have to think they're going to be able to hold out a couple squads. Grendish just waiting for that player to run off to the side, but unfortunately, it was yet to connect. The final shot that he gets on sight does land, but it's to the body, not the head, so denied the kill. Importantly, though, doing a little bit of damage to that armor early. You never know, that could be planting the seed for something to blossom later on.
It's also so much damage with that one bolty tag. You're really ruining vests as you're going tagging up these players. Now Dedrix, we saw he's got a Winchester by himself, but he's getting pulled up on by 4 people. He's not ready for it at all. He's got so much to worry about. Oh, he maybe should have shot a little bit earlier. This is the trade-off. This is the danger you run into when you're not shooting, when you're not letting your presence be known. Yeah, might get away with a sneaky kill, but you might also just have 3 cars flying into you. No chance at all for Dedrix. Now, Yanni getting knocked from afar. Free kill getting tagged down to 1 HP. It's absolute disaster for Sheesh. And it's not looking like a good game once again. They've put themselves in a fantastic position, but they're getting punished so hard and so quickly.
It's just messy all over the place, isn't it? You can see squads caught on those rotations, perhaps thinking, hey, if we go aggressive enough, then we might just be able to get this compound. And that hasn't worked in some scenarios. Evidently in that one it did. I'm just going to say it, though. If he shot with the Winnie, he would have survived. I'm going to say it, because then, think about it. He wouldn't have had so few bullets in his M4 clip, so he could have switched around and killed both the close range players.
He could have certainly had some chances had that played out differently. Now Grendis is getting bullied out of another compound. Sheesh are not seeing the end of this, getting walked up on one side, getting pulled up on the other. Grendis and Free Kill even have to split and go for different positions in the circle. We've actually seen some nasty things with a Winnie out of Woxie in the group stages as well, so I'm excited to see if we can see someone pop off similarly. If you want to pop off, good way to do that is to get yourself some PCS skins, some fancy gun skins, some clothing. 30% of the revenue share will go to the players, so you are supporting your favorite team while also getting yourself some nice skins in the in-game store and being able to participate in the pick'ems. So sounds like a win-win-win for me, Chunks.
Look, everybody wants to be watching teams compete for a bigger prize pool. Teams want to be competing for a bigger prize pool. So buying those skins, it helps contribute, and it helps these teams out a lot as well. 30% obviously of that revenue going directly to them as we hit the 9-minute mark. Only one more left until we find out where phase 2 is going to go. The majority of squads, though, Kovo, are going to be posted up dead center around that kind of western long hill, if that makes sense. Anyone with the map stream will probably understand what I'm saying. But yeah, that tends to be a bit of a zone magnet. It's very vertical as well, so getting up on top of that early can be powerful, but it's about keeping 4 players up and most importantly covering all areas, because up on these hillsides down to the south inside a zone like this, they are so hard to cover because they aren't as thin as you'd maybe imagine, and the lines of sight aren't the same as maybe in the northeast where there's 1 or 2 really tall hills that look down on everybody. So I think that's a big thing to look at going into the later phases. But for right now, it's going to be DA a little bit split, but it could work out to their favor if this zone pulls the way I think most squads expect it to.
There's always a little bit of a gamble involved when you've got a zone like this, because you have those positions that are incredibly hard to reach but pay off massively when the zone comes to you. This is not the far western zone we see sometimes where a team like DA will just have the one playable compound in phase 5. This is a much more central one, and Tropic in a good spot here. This could even still shift back towards where Kuba is playing right now, down in the valley next to Chumacera, so it doesn't have to go to all the extremes. But if you're a team like DA, if you're a team like Stardust on our screens right now that has high ground and has access to 2 sides of the valley and information about what's on the other side of the road, you're in for a good ride. If you're in the valley already this early and you don't really know what's going on around you, you're in a tricky position. As you now see the fellas come in from the north on their edge, taking a few shots as always, and it's the poor remainders of Sheesh who've really had a game to forget while trying to group up somewhere, somewhat, somehow, but it's been a bumpy ride for them, that's for sure.
MTB looking over this ridge, trying to find an opening. STR, but Yeah, nothing coming of it. It's just going to be kind of shots traded back and forth, a little bit of damage here and there. The only thing I can really see changing is if they manage to get a knock and close the distance, but it's unlikely right now. Fellas are going to be taking a compound early on, with Grendis moving in behind. One of the final two Sheesh players now forced off of it by those rounds heading his way. So Fellas going to be posted, but not in probably the late game position that they're looking for right now. We'll see going forward how that ends up turning out, as they are obviously a little bit outside of that zone, still yet to find an entry.
They're really just scrambling for little bits and bobs to try and get a few points out of this game at this point. A lot of teams set up in really good positions. BBL's got a nice split. Entropic as well, making sure that they have access to the hill, but also making sure they keep the valley. And you'll have to have teams like the Fellas or the Bystanders or FaZe who are committing to one of their edges, making sure they control that side of the zone and making sure they can wrap around if the circle goes the other way. Fellas bumping in a little bit of fire from Hog, who've taken a very aggressive early game towards Sheesh, only been getting 1 kill so far, looking to make that a little bit more into Fellas. A very unlikely confirm onto Tixu here. The ridge is good, the smoke is good. Not even going to lose the tires at this rate, but it's still... It's a med burnt, it's a knock on the tally, and it's a little bit of a message from Pog as well to not mess with them and make sure that you stay out of their way. But we just saw the position they were playing in. Wasn't really a power play coming out of them anytime soon.
No, it's been unfortunate for a lot of teams here who have set themselves up in really good positions. That replay... Wow, okay. It's rare that I shoot players off vehicles. When I see any player do it, it just impresses me. Fellas moving up onto the high ground. This is more of the position I think we were expecting from them. However, you know, it is going to likely be cut out very soon. They are going to have to start making a move fairly quickly to get further into the zone. But that seems to be the way that Fellas have kind of played things so far. Yeah. When we look at our games in Erangel earlier on for our first 3 games this evening, it felt like they got very aggressive early on, slowed down a bit for the middle game, then once they got a good read on how the end game was going, were in a good position, they got aggressive. Now, they've got a good read on where the end game's going from that circle, and they're directly above STR, so that makes me think that Fellas might start kicking it up a gear soon.
Another option is that they maybe start focusing a little bit over towards Project Underdog, which they know are there, and they know that there's a possibility for a punish towards that side of things. Certainly sending Miraku into a bit of a more forward position to get more angles and more information, and that's really what we get. I've been spending some time yesterday looking at BBL and looking at Fellas. They're polar opposites in how they play, where BBL likes to send into the middle without a whole lot of information with manpower, where the Fellas, they want to get as much information as they can. They spread themselves thin. You see on that minimap as well where Miracle is far away from the rest of the squad, just making sure that they have someone peeking into the zone and getting all that information, while the rest of the squad is holding their edge clean, making sure that no one can really rotate into them or get any sort of aggression done. And they're on that side of the circle, Chunks, where not a whole lot of things should be happening because everyone's in the circle, everyone's well positioned. The south side and the southwest side is where things are going to kick off, because a whole lot of teams are still moving here. We see RFI and OG right next to each other, both moving in on the same side, and Kova is about to get completely surrounded by the two different platoons of on grind, so to speak. The Eritom ahead of him, the rest of the squad behind him. It's not looking all too nice for the RFI player.
MTB looking to potentially finish off Michael here, unless Tixu can get over there and get a res. Now, there is a little bit of a dip that Michael is in, but I'm not sure whether Tixu will be safe in that. When he does go for the revive, he might just have to throw down a smoke and pick up his teammate. Does get peppered a little. That's pretty much what I expected as MTB now get ready to spam through, I'm sure, expecting this player to expose himself, and Tixu certainly hoping he can get his teammate out of there safely. Michael was a big player in that third game, it feels like, because I can't help but notice he went down relatively early in 1 and 2, and then they had a completely different performance. But it's going to be Junesy going down first for MTB as Hjort closes that distance, able to get the flush as well. As Bystanders now try to take control of this compound, but Kino needs to be careful, knowing that there's going to be players coming up behind. It doesn't matter when you get a knock like that, but when you nade yourself afterwards, it's not ideal. Bystanders going for the revive, and MTB MTB have kind of given up their rescue attempts. It looks like they're just settled in this dip, potentially ready to fight Bystanders when they're forced to make a move.
Yeah, they're evacuating the compound, and it's good news for Keanu, who has a bit of a nail-up moment there for himself. The one thing that I couldn't help but noticing is that Entropic have also moved up to this fight a little bit. Lucarux is trying to get sneaky at MTB here, and I think he's already found the knock. It's a classic Lucarux play, walking up, taking some unwarranted aggression where teams were not expecting it at all, and getting away with it. Now Jester, once again, it's a reposition. It's given up the teammate. He's down to 50 HP. Lucarux doesn't know that, so he's not committing for the flush, and he's still gonna get it because just the thought of Entropic sweeping into your ridge and ruining your game is enough to send Jester away. I'm gonna try to go for that shack, but Euruzia should be more than ready for that. Half HP player, a perfect off angle for Euruzia that Jester's never gonna expect. And what is that? He doesn't shoot and gets completely clapped down. There's no way in hell Jester should win that.
Jester, what was that? Did he hear something? Did he just get lucky and was facing the right way on his way out? I want to replay that because the reactions there were insane. MTB lose another as they start to face some real trouble. Bystanders going to be rolling their way through. Fellas looking out for any movement, but have not been able to find it. Only met so far with nades in return. As Michael starts to open up, he finds a decent amount of damage. Molotov set to follow, denying those angles wherever possible. Fragger does return a little bit of fire. Now Michael's position has been noted. Bystanders, though, they're going to send it right in towards Jester. He almost takes down one with the flick of a wrist, but unfortunately not able to finish off the job. Bystanders taking 2 casualties, but they will be back up in no time. Michael with the nade. It could roll close, but not close enough as Anonym tries to spray through the smoke up the hill to take down Miracu. It's Rustamar, though, who opens things first as ALY goes down. Fragger's also going to be tagged up as what is going on, Kovo?
Oh, that was a big position as well. Michael had no clue there was someone there, but it's the team support coming in from Tiksu and Rustamar. They clean it up all but Riz. Remember him flying on the bike in game 1. He's the last one up right now for Project Underdog. Trying to hold on to DLI if he's trying to get something going. Miracu has slowed things right back down. He doesn't want to go for the res onto Michael. It's too late now as well. The zone's doing damage. The zone is forcing the hand of these players, and no one's going to get out. The whole lot of members standing. Exalt crashed by Entropic, who had to come in from the eastern side. Lucarux trying to make the entry for his squad. We said nothing's working out for Entropic. They're still in a 5th place right now, but Artix finds nail up. There is the trade. There is the instant return. Just sheer aggression from Lucarux coming out. No doubt in his mind, rushing up the stairs. Cleaning up that building is big for Entropic because now they can get the reses off safely. And oh no, Luca, he's got no clue. He's been walked upon by Molodoct. And just like that, it's the IGL down. It's actually losses for Entropic. Any damage Molodoc can do now is massive as well. He's got a shotgun in hand. He's got a good chance. Look at the minimap chunks. Fairist is right behind the rest of Entropic. Nail up. He can't land the spray. Neither can Fairist. It's absolute disaster. And oh, it's so messy once again. We haven't really seen a clean fight today.
Through the smoke, trying his best to connect, but it just didn't happen in the way he would have hoped. Fairist now tries to salvage this as Entropic with 2 players left standing. Holodoct holding up top. It's not going to be enough, though, as Fairist goes down. Ivers is there to return the fire. It's all onto Molodoct. He's got the shotgun, though. Returns the fire M4 time as he goes for the swing. Grendis is there for the third party. Now he needs to somehow get the first aid and a reload before Ivers is able to do any damage. He jumps out the back, or does he? No. Flashbang goes first. Ivers is backed away from this, realizing there's not much chance of getting his teammates back into this just yet. Molodoct exposes himself to the downed Entropic player as he looks for Ivers and finishes off the job. Entropic come out on top, 3 kills, back into the top 5, but it's going to be tricky now with only 2 players at best.
Still a big kill from Evas. Keeps the team alive, gives them another point, makes sure that they can continue to play on. At first, Miramar. The Bystanders, they had to make a rough send here, Chunks. They had to make a crash into MTB. They had to make another crash into the shack as well. But now they're rewarding themselves. They're farming that eastern side. Same is true for RFI on the south, trying to do so much damage to OG. They've been squaring off for quite a while earlier. So far, no point on the board for RFI yet. Daz is in a good position though. He can bounce up and down, but he does not connect with the 2x on the second attempt. He does. Bevin's there to help as well, but there is Entropic not getting one, getting 2 knocks into this fight from long range and not letting any of these teams get away cleanly just once again.
Daz looking to make a final stand here, but it's going to be tricky with Frenchie still down below, and of course Digital Athletics directly above. Verbatim will be able to take down UB. Is Schiller actually going to be getting caught out for DA, so potentially going to slow down that flush as the third party comes through. Room for improvement, only a solo doing everything he can to remain in it, but FaZe and DA are just battling it out. Win or die also coming over the top, but it's a tough decision now for the DA players. Do they group up? Do they work as a team? Try and salvage against FaZe, hold on to the compound, but then potentially risk getting backfilled by Win or Die. It looks like instead it's going to be a direct fight as DA taking a fight on 2 fronts. Nades over the top. Mert tries to get involved, but in the end, it's not enough. Entropic out in 10th, followed by DA in 9th. FaZe should be able to get 80 back into things, but they have to figure out how they're going to get through Win or Die.
DA maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew there. Daz finally getting down on that northern side. On grind, while they stay alive, they take big casualties here as well. And somehow FaZe and Win or Die have managed to scrape through with 4 members up. Win or Die, once again, very good positional play, but now they're ready to explode, chunks. They've been taking it slow, been taking fights that they wanted to take and they could take without risks. Now they're speeding things up and they're flying on into on grind. There's the team play. There's the trades from Gusiara. And just like that, they've put themselves in a 4 versus 1. If they want to clean the southern edge, if they want to play completely freely and have half of the circle to themselves, all they have to do is clean up Frenchie, who's already running for the hillsides. It's massive plays by On Grind today. They've been looking fantastic. And we see multiple teams tearing at the seams here. Bystanders, Enterprise, or excuse me, not Enterprise, Expendables, all just getting caught in the middle. No good way out. And no good future for all of these teams. While Win or Die and FaZe Clan are just having great lives at the hilltop.
There's only so much you can do when you're at the bottom of the hill and, you know, those top squads are up at the top. Now, granted, a circle like this will force teams out from that top hillside, but it's a question of how teams are going to manage that. Obviously, EXP, the obvious choice would be to swing far round to the east, but BBL are just already holding on to that and causing such a problem. There's about 2 minutes left until Phase 6 is completely closed. 80 is going to be able to find the opening knock onto double. EXP turn things around, but this could draw the attention of Bystanders or BBL. Keanu doing what he can to remain in it, but he just gets peppered apart, and now Expendables have the read. 80 takes down double for the flush as Gargi's out in the blue. The final player from Expendables flashed and damaged. Goes to pop the first aid. Still plenty more remaining. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. But Gargi, with the headshot, comes out on top, and it's Bystanders out in 7th.
Oh, man, it's so good and so brutal at the same time to see that reaction. Keanu knows how close he got. He knows how much damage he's done. As they die to the play zone right after he drops on out. It's still a solid game for the Bystanders, but those are just things you love to see. Just seeing how focused that man is and how tilted he is when he actually goes down to that mini headshot. Win or Die, talk plenty about them and how dominant they've been. They're setting themselves for another dominant game. They just have to worry about FaZe on the north. That's what we know. How much they know, we'll have to wait and see. BBL and Sheesh are the 2 damaged teams on the lower ground, with FaZe and Win or Die just having so much space, so much control. But if the circle shifts on down, chunks, if the circle gives us a hard east, then suddenly the teams on top are the ones that have a task ahead and one they have to solve, with a lot of fire coming on in from the lower ground.
15 seconds till we find out where that next phase is going to pop, but you imagine at least half the teams are really going to hate wherever it ends up. FaZe Clan doing what they can to get a bit more aggressive and explore a little more, find those newly created areas of free space. And unfortunately, they're going to have to move down into a very strong squad in the form of BBL, I think it's fair to say. A team that they do not want to be coming up against, considering that FaZe don't really have an angle onto them, meaning they probably have very little info onto exactly how many players are left up, where these players are holding, if this team have taken many fights, where they think they'll have a lot of util. There are so many factors now that FaZe have to take into account.
Yeah.
Win or die, however, it's a little different, but not much easier because it is still basically a vertical hill they have to run down.
It's going to get interesting because we talked at the start of this game. We talked about how hard it can be to get down from the high ground with everyone looking at you. You're looking at a position where Win or Die, possibly their best play is to send it into Sheesh, to have some players holding from the hilltop and try to peek the windows that they can and facilitate the push onto the lower ground that the rest of the squad is making. But then you might get in a situation where you crash the compound, you maybe lose 1 or 2 players for it, FaZe just recrashes you and tries to take you out, and just like that, your game's ruined, your game's over. So Win or Die have, what looks like, made a choice, and they're looking to try and bully out FaZe Clan first because they're a little bit closer to the zone. FaZe Clan has to move a little bit further. So if both of these teams just commit for the fight, Chunks, there's a good chance neither of them at the end makes it down that hillside.
I didn't realize either that Win or Die actually do have a very small area inside that zone that has a bit of a plateau they can use for cover. So I wouldn't be too concerned if I was them about it now. I think that prioritizing taking this fight onto FaZe and shutting down that team is very important for them. Granted, you still have to be careful you're not getting pushed, but at least from the observer point of view, we can see that's probably not going to happen from the 2-man of Sheesh. Nades will be coming out into the smokes in the hopes of connecting, but I think that Win or Die have now realized that FaZe have moved round to the side instead. Nades coming back and forth as the damage connects. It's going to be Gustav to take down one. Looks like Win or Die trying their best to return the fire, but instead it is going to be Smash to sponge up the point. BBL pretty happy with the way that this one's turning out. Leosh will be flashed inside of the vehicle though, so not in a position where he's super vulnerable. Win or Die just holding now, ready to peek over this ridge. The smoke is the only real cover they have from BBL if they choose to though, so it may just be a case of both teams sit and wait and BBL just pick off whoever they choose.
Yeah, it's just not pretty for either of the teams. They both half committed to that fight, realized it wasn't as easy as they thought. Sure, FaZe get a kill out of this, but now lost a lot of time, haven't really managed to make a play. It's a rough situation no matter what you do. The fight has put them in a position where they've put so much time into this. BBL has already done some damage. FaZe now, they need a knock, they need an opening, they want to move down that hillside so bad. Win or Die, they have a vehicle. FaZe are just going to be running it down these rocky mountains. They need an opening, and they don't want to move before Win or Die move, but the circle means that Win or Die again has a little bit more time. They have a little bit more space, and as rough and hard to play in that space is, it's further in the zone as FaZe Clan is. The move will be on the 4-man of FaZe, and so far, no one's given them an opening. No one's given them a chance. It's going to be a desperation play in just a few seconds, Chunks, and oh, I'm not sure if it's going to work out all too well.
Neither am I. I mean, even for Win or Die now, sure, they have a vehicle, but are they really going to put all 3 players inside that vehicle? I'm really not sure how they play this. After getting caught with a headshot, though, I think it's really going to put the pressure on, and Win or Die are going to be forced to move right away. FaZe, bear in mind, burnt through a lot of util when it came to actually getting out of that compound and moving into this position. However, they also had a lot of bodies and a compound to work with, so they should have a couple of smokes left to use, and that's what we're seeing here now. Win or Die could decide to peek over the top, which would be very promising, but as BBL start to make the move, free kill is punishing. This could potentially ruin their game here if they are not careful. Free kill takes cover in arguably the worst place, and Marco is there to punish it. Vex goes down from FaZe as Thendalos gets eliminated by the zone. Diggory happy to steal the point from that. It's all down to Code Marco here for BBL, keeping their hopes alive as FaZe Clan up above, happy to punish that team who were doing so much damage to them just moments ago. Extend, spamming through the smoke, almost returns the fire, and in the end is able to. Gustav falling. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 2 as Marco tries to stick the spray. The res not coming through. BBL left as a solo. Underhand smoke zone on the back. But Marco, if he can just wait a couple seconds longer, is going to have the cover of the zone to make sure Gedrox can't do anything. Spray comes through. Almost takes down 8C, but Grendis there to finish off the job.
Marco makes it in for BBL. He's the last one up. Same is be true for almost all of the teams. It's just win or die who's kept players alive, Chunks. And through all of this chaos, they've just stayed 3-man up. They've even got the reses that Gustav was able to knock down. Free kill, you can see him there bleeding out, about to get picked up by Gedrox. As we have Grendis versus Code Marco, a sawed-off versus a barrel. I'm not quite sure. Marco should be aware there's a player in his building. Does he know the exact location? Now he does. The reload comes through. That should be the information given over. And there's a shotgun on both sides. It's the better shotgun for Marco, and he actually clutches it out. Does the molly get him? I think it's going to be 1 tick. Oh, 1 tick away from death. Second place for BBL, but look at win or die, Chunks. They are just so dominant and so clean in these late games.
Really, really impressive performance from them, and you've got to bear in mind that's their second chicken dinner this evening. That will secure them up in first place without any real competition to worry about, but also credit to all of the teams that made it to the end game. I think it really came down to BBL being forced to make that rotation at the very end, which is the reason that things unfolded the way they did. So unfortunate for them that they had to move out of that position, because you have to think if BBL didn't have to rotate, that game would have been theirs for the taking.
It also just started that spiral of everything going completely crazy. Everyone was making their moves at the same time, and it almost worked out for FaZe. It almost worked out for BBL. Fantastic performance so far from Win or Die. Crazy what they've been able to pull up in these 4 games. We'll have the analyst desk discuss all the fine details with you before we come back for the next Miramar.
Well, there you have it. Win or die. Finished in the top 3 every single game so far. 2 chicken dinners. Didn't matter that we changed maps. And I mean, as much as, yes, maybe there's less firing power in the sense that some of the bigger teams have moved through to the grand finals for us. But to be honest, I want to know what prep they did between the group stages and now, because this team is looking slick. They have it together.
I love what I'm seeing right now. Like, time after time, not only are they playing on the quiet side of the map, but they are able to find the kills. So many kills on the board right now for Win or Die. I'm pretty sure that they are leading in kills, but also in points and in chicken dinners, of course, as well. And right now, everything is going their way. Doesn't matter which map they're playing right now. And they were playing that so well. We saw them being up there on the lip, of course. I thought they were going to make a move towards FaceCam, because FaceCam had just one previous circle there. They had a better spot, but because of that hard shift, it went towards Win or Die, and they actually was able to play there. They kept that vehicle alive with those smokes, which was super important. We saw them later on taking that vehicle, being able to rotate down. If Tyro 2 were popped on that vehicle, it would have been so hard for them to control it on the way down, because it was vertically parked. But they managed to do that. They managed to come down there to the compound and taking control of the situation. Once again, Win or Die. They're just winning right now.
They are winning non-stop. Saga, interestingly, there's 3 other teams that we need to pay attention to, because we did start the show by saying consistency is going to be key here. Bystanders, BBL, and FaZe. They have had consistent positions in the top 4, consistent kills on the board, which is helping them out. Obviously, Win or Die is running away with it. But those 3 teams solidifying their spots potentially in the top section of the leaderboard.
Yeah, BBL definitely has taken some of the criticism potentially to heart in this previous game, and maybe it's just the fact that we've switched up map and they had a favorable zone in zone 1, but they still managed to get a little bit of that chaotic sending in earlier on, picking off Iceboy as just a little bit too aggressive of a hold from GDE early on. They punished that, but then they didn't really have to do all too much. They held onto the compound. They pretty solidly identified when the 2 solos that remained from, I believe it was On Grind, made their move, and DA made their move as well, and just backfilled into the compound. But that still wasn't enough for BBL just to sit back and ride it out and get to the late game, because you know they've got to go out and foot push and look for third-partying opportunities and pick up some kills, and that's exactly what they were able to do this time around.
On the screens for you right now, we're taking a look at the kills from the last match, and I'd be curious, Saga, did Miramar play out the way you were expecting it to?
I think if we look at the zones that we had in the group stages, Probably. I think we've seen that zone in particular several times, at least the phase one, throughout the group stages. And what we also saw that was exactly the same was the rotation, the movement from Win or Die out from San Martin along the highway north of Monte Nuevo and around the western side. This time, though, DA were there a little bit too early for them to actually deal with, but that came later on in the piece when they made the push at the same time as FaZe, claimed the high ground position, and then, like we said, managed to get down just off the amount of smokes that they were able to have, and that one singular vehicle made all the difference.
Taking a look now at a head-to-head with Keanu and Smash Froz. For me, BBL, Smash, Code, Marco, normally in these sort of events, and especially when it's crunch time, you see these players popping off, but I just feel like BBL's lacking a little bit of the fire that we usually see in them.
Yeah, what we usually see from BBL is that they use this firepower, right? They're gonna have Smash in the foreground. They're gonna have Code Marco there that is gonna be there and be able to do those entry fragging. But what we've seen so far is that they're losing people time after time early in the game, and it's not really working out for them. Smash, of course, here being the player focus, only 2 kills. I say only because this is a man that we know is capable of getting way more. One of those kills were also a steal, actually. So out of those 2 kills, 1 steal and 1 knock that he flushed out, but 800 damage. That's what we want to see from Smash. And that 1 kill there that he got earlier was it on Sheesh? I think it was in the early game. No, it was Iceboy from GDE that they were chasing down. So I mean, once again, it isn't really, they're not getting the frags, the kills from those fights where we think, or they should be getting from right now. And we need to see a little bit more when it comes to BBL. Less rotation towards the center, more fighting. That's what they need to do.
I'm going to harp on a bit about this team as well, just because building into PCS7, we were saying that this was the team that could potentially threaten Northern Lights for the top spot in Europe. What happened to Entropic? On Miramar now as well. I keep throwing this one to you. After every game, I'm like, well, what happened to Entropic? But I'm going to give it to you again. What happened?
Yeah, this time around, it's the zone that has really been their undoing. They tried to make a move just towards the south. They had so much space on the eastern side of the zone. We saw when Bystanders were making crashes up north, and there was crashes on the western side. Entropic, they were sitting on acres, but then the zone just took it all away from them, and basically the eastern side of the zone was the start of a valley that just spelled their death, and there was not much that they could do. But I do want to give a shout out once again to Kino, the other part of the head-to-head, which is ironic that he was against Smash after what he did to his keyboard in that game. But Bystanders just showing how good they are at identifying splits, solos, and punishing them with some clean breaches as well. Really got them into a good position, but a little too unfortunate that they weren't able to close it out before they got surrounded on all sides.
We are going to take a quick reset, and when we get back, we'll take a look at the standings. I love that skin so much. I'm a bit of a petrol head, and every time I see it, I'm like, oh, I could do with that in real life and in game. Make sure that you get yours in game. I don't have the money to buy it in real life, so I will be sticking to PUBG, playing with my McLaren skin. Right, we're getting ready for game number 5. It is now starting to get to crunch time, and you need to remember that these teams play for 2 days. They get 12 games, so some of these teams won't play tomorrow, specifically the teams in Group B. So for us, it's important for you, if you're in Group B, to get as many points as you can so that the teams in Group C are playing catch-up tomorrow, right?
Yeah, and we can see that some of the teams in Group B are taking opportunity of this right now. Win or Die, Bystanders, Fellas, FaZe Clan, all 4 of those in Group B, as you can see on the screen right now. But we're talking about the other teams, right, that needs to do a little bit better. When you see towards the bottom, you have Sheesh, you have OG and Exalt right now, that they need to put up a little bit more of a work here if they want to be able to stay in the contention of getting those top 6. Of course, this is not going to be the last stage. We still have one last chance stage after this as well. But as you're saying, they're having a little bit of break, and that could be well needed for these teams to actually look at the other teams. What are they doing? What are they doing right? What are we doing as a team, and what are we not doing right? What are we doing wrong? How do we fix this? Some of the teams just need that time to actually just look through things, because they are lacking experience. They're not sure what is going on right now. But right now, at least in the top, they are running away, and it is scary no matter which group you're in.
I mean, I was halfway through my question to you when this came up and I saw the numbers. Hot damn, Win or Die, Saga. This is, I mean, any team. I don't care whether you're in Group B or Group A, even Group C. If you're sitting watching this, you've got to be looking, going, someone, for goodness sakes, put a stop to them, because this is insane. They're going to run away with this, and they're going to run away with a place at the grand finals.
Yeah, looking a lot less like Win or Die, more just like the tag that they have on screen right now, just winning. But maybe actually for Group C, you're looking at it and thinking, you know what? Maybe it's good because they're taking away so many points from everyone else in Groups A, Groups B, that gives us a better chance. If our average can be higher, then as long as we perform well, then there's going to be a bit of a gap between the top and the second place. Who knows? It's currently about 20 points. We've got 2 games left to try and turn that around. And once again, we did just about see a bit of a hold from the fellas just to do enough to keep themselves in that top 5. It was a bit of an aggressive push that they took onto Project Underdog in the previous game, and got to give a bit of a shout out to Michael for being the only one to go down in a 4-for-1 in a European tournament, which as a Liverpool fan, I'm sure has got to hurt him quite a lot. But realistically, they were in that tough position. We saw it in the early phases of the game. They were trying to come in on the northwestern side of the zone, and Frost and I in the break were like, what are they going to do? Like, because they can't go west, there's mountains there. Do they go all the way around the east? But they actually identified that Stardust made a move, came in on the northern side, and actually got a few points out from the high ground. So even on a quote-unquote bad game for them, they still managed to pick up a fair few points and keep themselves in that top 4.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Only 2 more games left tonight. Of course, there's 3 days of competition. Each group plays 12 games, so we're almost at the halfway point. Win or Die, feeling very comfortable, but they won't be playing tomorrow, so there could be a team in Group C that does the same. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but we do still have 2 more games, so maybe Win or Die starts dying. Who knows? We'll have to jump into the next game to find out, and that's exactly what we're going to do. I wasted time there so well, if you were paying attention, so that I could hand on over to Chunks and Kowu.
The Win or Die pun possibilities are truly endless. I can't wait to see what the desk comes up with next. So far, you have to agree, they've been so impressive, Chunks. I mean, 68 points. I think they were 24 points clear of second place. Crazy stuff from them, especially after winning 2 games. They even got second place in the game they didn't win. Just looking massive so far. And from a team that was more in the dark horse category, more of a team that might break into that top 6 on the 5th or 6th slot. They've really proven me wrong and really showing a massive performance today.
That's what makes this format so exciting, isn't it? Is there are teams that sometimes don't perform, and there are teams that sometimes really do perform. And granted, you know, they didn't get directly into the grand final, but now that they're here, they're putting their stamp on the lobby, and they're looking for that opportunity going forward. As the playing path disappears, though, I'm interested to know how this next circle is going to look. Obviously, that first game of Miramar was not the most convenient, I think it's fair to say, for pretty much every team there. Sure, it went well for a couple of squads, but it was really trying to salvage anything you could out of that match. And a lot of contention as well for those kind of middle road positions. Pozo's still in, so if you're FaZe, that has to be an area that kind of appeals to you in terms of loot.
Yeah, it is where they end up quite a bit. With a plane this far south, obviously forced to take a bit of a different approach, but it is something they have shifted into after a while of being away from Montenuevo, which is their very original loot spot. Some of the OGs will remember they've been shifting around the map, but doing a little bit of Cruz del Valle, Torre Ahumada, sort of northeastern side of the map. They have found a home in Pozo, which is a pretty good position to be playing out from, especially if you're not a team that really relies on center positions and is more like, hey, we want a few good circles on the map, and we want to play edge and play that sort of position game in the circles that don't land on our face. Right now, DA has gotten a circle on their face, and they have to make some big decisions about what compound around Montenuevo they have to take. And I've spoken a little bit to teams that have shifted their loot spot around like that, and it's one big factor for FaZe saying, well, we don't want Montenuevo anymore, is the home circle, the circle that's on Monte in Circle 1, isn't all that great because you don't really know if it's going north or south, and a lot of the compounds that you can take are very crashable. So they weren't super comfortable playing out of that, and they decided, well, rather go a little bit more edge, rather go into Pozo and play a more consistent and more predictable game from there.
And you can't blame them, especially with the way that some of those circles go. Like, if a circle is near Pozo, the chances are it's going to be very near Pozo, and it's going to be good to work out of. And also, there are a lot of teams that tend to prefer coming in a little bit later, and I think that's kind of what we saw from FaZe last match. They didn't get in super early, and it is about finding that balance, isn't it? And it's typically the teams, in my experience, that land down on Melee Island are the ones that kind of thrive in that, just because, you know, when we look at over on Erangel, I should specify, there are a lot of teams that will land Melee Island, come in like 12th place or worse, and then as soon as it goes up to being a Starber circle, they end up picking up a 20 kill chicken dinner. So I think that knowing your playstyle and knowing what works best for you is such a valuable thing when it comes to actually mapping out the grand scheme of things, because I think a lot of teams try and force a playstyle that doesn't come naturally just because it's the meta, and I don't think that's the right way to go about things.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point there, and I think it's also it goes a bit further than that for me as well. It's not just forcing a playstyle you don't like, it's forcing a playstyle. Sometimes that is just not the right way of going about things. You've got to be a little bit flexible, and if you're an edge team and a center compound opens itself up for the take-in, and you can secure a good position from there, you should still be taking that. You should not just disregard it because you like the edge a little bit more. WAF, it's taken out as an early loss for GDE. They've once again gotten a good Circle 1 and coming out of Chumacera, and it didn't work out beautifully for them last time. Remember, we saw BBL catching Iceboy this time, losing another member early, and you can't really stress enough how much losing one member this early matters. The later on in the game, the less it matters, but you do so much work as a player throughout this entirety of a PUBG match. Losing 1/4 of your team early is just a massive hit to what you can achieve, and it's hard to come back from.
Certainly is, and well, MTB are doing everything they can to make it hard for Pod going forward. A lot of shots landed, but actually shared between the two players, so both of them down to low HP. You think he just pre-fires that door enough and he'll be able to find it, but unfortunately not to be the case. Pog narrowly make it in. Fragger is literally on 1 HP there. How the hell did he get away with that? That's gotta hurt for Jester.
I mean, he does 180 damage on 2 players, doesn't get a single knock. That's always got to hurt. Now he gets taken out as well. The rest of Project Underdog is there for the support, and it's actually MTB who gets the shorter end of the stick for now. Order gets a good bit of damage back. There is a chance for them to pull this back, and it's not looking like they're going to give this up without a fight. It's looking like they want to get into things. Katurkin finds one. They're opening things up now. Anonymous on the top has to make a lot of pressure go away here for Project Underdog. He wants to keep this together. Because for now, Fragger and Alia, remember, they got their tire popped as well. They're not really reacting all too quickly on the woes of Anonym and Riz on the southern side. So it's a bit of a singled out fight for Anonym, and he realizes that, and he runs away just in time. As the rest of the squad, I'm not sure if they're actually going to run through the field to try and support. It's not looking like it. It's looking a bit hesitant from them for good reason, because they've been really caught on the wrong foot here.
That's rough for Pog. Honestly, I felt like they probably should have salvaged that. It feels like there should have been a way to get them back together as a 4-man. I'm not sure whether those vehicles were more damaged than I assumed, or whether they just weren't willing to take the risk, as it were. But still, very unfortunate there for Project Underdog, considering it looked like they were going to get a pretty much free kill out of that one. As MTB going to be backing away from it. 6 minutes on the clock. We're getting closer and closer to that phase 2 pop, and just a reminder, we always say around 4-5 minute marks is when teams should be rotating. That's kind of the rule of thumb, usually. Leaving it this late, committing to fight so late on in the game when you're not inside zone is not a good idea. So teams like Fellas, Project Underdog, MTB all do need to think about how they're going to make it in, considering that every other team is posted up already.
We spoke plenty about how late Fellas like to come on in. If they're out-rotating you, if they're coming into the circle in front of you, something's definitely gone wrong in your early game, and we see that right now for Project Underdog. Getting a kill, sure. Getting the shorter end of the stick in some regard, as we see some cars blasting through a screen. We see the McLaren pop up again. You can get for yourself. I think Sam's mentioned it on the desk as well. It's a mighty skin. It's nice. You can get it in the customized tab. You can put that on your coupe and make sure you are really the coolest guy in the lobby. Doesn't mean you're going to win the games, but maybe improving your chances just that little bit. 80 finds one on Exalt. It's a long-range knock. But it is a kill that, I was going to say, shouldn't get confirmed. Actually did get confirmed. So a little bit of an overstep from Exalt on the side of things, as MTB is still cruising, trying to get their way on in.
80 looking out as the vehicles come through. I wonder, you know, since we're casting this, do you know that McLaren, do we get it for free? I'm not talking about the skin. Like, do we just get sent one? Maybe. I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
I mean, not sure how much you're getting paid, but I'm definitely buying one after this. Surely. I mean,
yeah.
I saw an interesting discussion in the PUBG partner Discord, and someone said, "Well, I don't think this McLaren's all too expensive if you consider what they cost IRL." So I'm not even gonna bother looking at prices. I don't think that's way out of my class. But yeah, it really feels like a different class of car, even when you're just walking past it in PUBG, and then you start sending it off onto rotation on Miramar, you instantly flip it and you realize, okay, it's still a PUBG car. I still have to be really careful about what I do with this.
Look, when you've got a high-performance vehicle like that going at speed, if you hit a bump, you're going flipping. And, I mean, we've seen that a few times tonight for a couple of these teams, even different vehicles. So, you know, it's PUBG, isn't it? At the end of the day, you're never gonna have that perfect vehicle that you always want to. 80 though, perfect shots onto Artix as he went for that rotate. Bit of downtime now, it feels like, as everyone just kind of waits for phase 2 to pop. Only one team currently out in the blue. That is going to be Project Underdog, and I am concerned because if you remember, they were down towards Hacienda. They have gone for a really far northern rotate. I'm not sure whether they think they're being gate kept or something, but that's a tough strategy. Circle does pretty much donut over towards Monte Nuevo, so there will be a lot of playable compounds inside, or at least compound cover. Whether you want to crash into a city this late in the game, though, with this many teams still standing, that's a gamble each RGL is going to have to take. Is Sheesh Grendis from this kind of range found a headshot but couldn't confirm it.
That's maybe one we'll see in the replays. It's been a pleasure getting these instant replays coming out of the observers when we see nutty shots. Earlier we saw some from double towards Sheesh. Now Sheesh returning a little bit of the favor. And you touched on Pog there. I think you're not wrong saying, well, this is an extremely safe rotation, but well, it's once again one of those things where, can you play it too safe? No, not really. It's they don't really have the information, and there's the bolt. Oh, and he pops him out of the car. Nice to see a Bolty working out. Nice to see a K9 connect to the head, as we see a few more teams trying to work their way into the circle. You said it's a donut. There's a lot of teams that don't have to move, but there's a lot of teams on the edges that have to shift their way on in. Lucarux is, again, sneakily getting into close vicinity with Stardust. And, ooh, that's a player standing still. That could have been an entry knock for Nailcop, but Luca is making more sure to stay alive and more sure to not get spotted than he is trying to get that knock. Now he does fire off the shots and doesn't connect instantly. Stardust has to be careful. They're losing Metabay on the rotation. They've got Entropic coming on in, but not where Lucarux is coming on in, a little bit further off to the west. And a similar team, or a similar situation for one of our other big dog teams, is Fex is trying to make an aggression, trying to just walk on into GDE. Remember, they lost a guy earlier. A second knock means they're down to just 2. That swings the door wide open for Fex and the rest of FaceClan.
Ooh, it looks like it blew the door right off its hinges as well as the nade lands through. Fex tagged down a little bit low. Now, Killsteel appears to have heard this, so he should be aware that Fex is somewhere around this position. The Molotov going to come out, attempting to land. Maybe, just maybe, GD will be able to make the read of roughly where he is. Marco able to confirm another point on the board for BBL. On the other side of things is 8C. Nice mini shots coming through, but nothing converts out of it. We'll be able to at least confirm a kill, getting a point on the board as BBL and Entropic. These are two teams we really need to keep an eye on. Looking like they're going to butt heads any second.
Entropic forcing their way on into Stardust on one side of things. Luca getting a nice little knock, but once again, he's making so sure to not overstep. He's not taking any unwarranted aggression, not really trying to go for a solo play into two members of BBL, even after the first knock. And look at this from FaZe Clan, running it down into GD, forcing the fight, not letting them any time to breathe. Iceboy last one up, and they're sweeping through this anyways. Diggory is not stopping. Fix closely following. Good stuff from the other side. They've got to be a little bit careful to make sure that they actually trade this out and not lose a single member. There's the first knock. The trade's there. The Molly is not going to be able to confirm anything. FaZe Clan looking clean in this fight. Looking so decisive really as well, Chunks. They're just flying into these buildings, taking a fight, making sure to get a few points on the board. And that's something we haven't really managed to talk about just yet. When you're a team like FaZe Clan who's so good at fighting and so good at individual skill, you can just try and pick out fights that you're almost always going to win and force them to the bitter end. And that can give you enough points to get into a top 6. So far, third place for FaZe Clan. It's working out just fine for them. And it's definitely a strategy that's fairly simple to employ and can pay off big.
You got to think there's a lot of teams out there where they will play for the kills and the placement comes secondary, if that makes sense. And that's not just necessarily what they prioritize, it's just the placement points are a symptom of them killing everybody in the lobby. And I think that's something we see a lot of the time with FaZe. Sure, they're good at making it to the end game when it counts, but at the same time, they will just happily tear through a load of teams and then take the placement points that come with them sometimes. BBL, they're certainly one of those teams, as it looks like one of their signature crashes about to come out, this time over onto Expendables. The nade from Gargi appears to be close to Smash, but not close enough to really be fruitful in terms of finding any damage or any kills to go with it. Smash will be forced back onto the rear wall as it looks like Expendables try to group up, but Entropic with the third party and making it tricky, and Gargi could go down here.
They're running away from this. They didn't even manage to get their cars. I'm not sure if the tires were popped. Remember, that's one of the cars we saw. We saw Deadrix popping one out with the K9 earlier. Now, it's not only one getting caught, it's Ruzia as well, who doesn't make the cross. That's a tire pop. That's a vehicle spinning for Werbitum, and a lot of rotations going absolute haywire right now. He's got to smoke himself out. He's got to get picked up quickly. There's Stardust once again under fire from FaZe Clan, and Fix at the very end of that spray connects the headshot he needs. Stardust, they've really just been getting so much fire thrown at from FaZe Clan throughout these few games. It's not been pretty ending for them. Currently in 16th place in this lobby. As OG. Oh man.
Oh, I was about to say the same thing as I think you were. They are just struggling to make it through this field. They have been scrapping for every little bit of cover they can work with, but Entropic seeming a lot more confident in how they play, especially now that one of the DA players has been taken out. Ivers getting ready to potentially lead the charge, but you've got to think they want to throw some smokes, get some cover down just in case. It's going to be Lucarux who throws it down first, but Petralius is able to spot it and takes a couple shots. That will give the read now for Entropic that their position has been compromised, and it also lets FaZe know that there's a team coming and taking this fight that they can potentially third party. Mert doesn't see any movement through the smoke as Nailup going to be able to take down one. He jumps up over the top trying to find a bit of an angle onto Ivers, but no, it gets returned. Lucarux with the headshot, taking down yet another DA member. There's only going to be Schiller left up, and he is just holding behind these crates for everything that it's worth.
That is a big save. Look at that angle from Mert. That was massive. There was a chance there to completely tear through Entropic. Now, Sheila, he's a man of many clutches, but it's Entropic who have his number, who know his position, and just clean up the angles from both sides. FaZe Clan is trying to get involved into this. They're trying to get some aggression in, but Gustav has just called Project Underdog coming in from the blue. You said they were taking a long time in that blue. They're just now coming in on this Montenuevo side. Gustav instantly punishing, tapping away at a few players there. And Anonym, I don't think he knows the angles that FaZe have on him right now. He's barely getting into this container. He's barely getting a first aid off, and well, that's probably going to be all she wrote. And they are going to be picking up more and more kills. FaZe Clan with 8 already, Chunks. Not in placement points just yet. Already 8 points on the tally for them. Just by taking aggressive fights on the edge and making sure to close them out quickly.
Not in the top 8 yet, but at this momentum, you've got to think it's coming soon. I'm a little bit concerned, though, because they're positioning directly towards where Entropic are, but at the same time, Lucarux is going straight into Expendables. He's taken down, as now the rest of the squad try and salvage this by taking those shots. They've drawn a lot of attention as BBL start to get involved. It's Double who is the first to fall. The rest of Entropic, though, want to make the most out of this with the crash. That won't happen, though, because Smash has just stolen away 3 of their kills.
How does Smash get all of them there? Now Entropic, we're hoping to pick up a few kills, but they instantly realize that FaZe Clan is here as well. Fex with another headshot on a moving car. Does a good bit of damage, and Evas is actually going to get knocked down for that. But Entropic are not stopping anytime soon. They've got the Shack in mind. They want a position with a little bit more longevity. But it's not going to be that much longer with FaZe Clan doing a good stand on that southern side. They should be able to grab a whole lot of cover and just grab a whole lot of just space to work for themselves here, and sooner or later Entropic will have to deal with that. They've delayed the inevitable for a bit longer now, and FaZe Clan will be kept busy by the likes of Gedrox and maybe some of BBL, but that Shack's not a beautiful position to be playing out from, and it's more of a desperation play for Entropic, if anything.
Gedrox trying his best to thread the needle there, but just not quite able to. As you mentioned, these kind of solo positions are not good in a zone like this, but at the same time, win or die, using it to great effect, more as an anchor position, whereas many teams in a zone like this will use that as their final stand. Gedrox doing what he can, really, just to be a thorn in the side of other teams, as Bystanders come up from the side of Sheesh and take it down. Yanni Free still gonna be standing alongside his teammate, but as Dedrix moves down, it could be Bystanders opening to confirm a second player. Make it potentially, though, a third, as Grendis goes down. Hjort catches the headshot, but goes down to the zone in return. It looks like Wardle gonna be able to steal that away, leaving Bystanders with 2, potentially 3 standing, as long as they can get Keanu back up. BBL, though, taking yet another fight. That's 2 players from RFI down, followed by a third who looks to be getting revived, as Kova can't confirm it, though, as it seems he's actually cancelled the revive and throwing out nades instead. This is very tricky, and BBL are just feeling confident as ever right now.
This is where they thrive as well, when they get into close range engagements, when they can use their ARs, red dots equipped, and they can take these fights. Look at Thunderlost easily claps down Kova here. That's a second kill for himself. 9 for the squad already. Now they've got the Bystanders on the chopping block, who have fellas on the other side, so not really anywhere to go for Bystanders. And BBL in a position where they love to take these fights. Maybe going to be able to grab a few more kills. Depends really on where the Bystanders want to go, but they're very quickly going to realize that they have to make a play one side or the other. Flamey almost opens up, but Tixu gets the better of him, and that's massive for the fellas. It could have been an entry for the Bystanders, but with Miracle there as well, Bystanders now know 2 players ready and waiting for us. We've got to make a send. We've got to go for something crazy, and Code Marco is ready and waiting for them.
Bystanders now going to be forced to make a move, but as you mentioned, Code Marco is just waiting for this. BBL have been feeling so confident. They've been pushing every squad, and finally it's a chance for them to sit and wait for the other teams to make the move. Michael, though, what an A through the smoke, looking to follow it up with a second, potentially a third, as Ward goes down. That's MTB Esports out in 9th. Fellas confirming themselves not only 2 kill points, but also an extra placement out of it. Bystanders flying over the hillside, doing what they can to avoid BBL and send it into the shack, but Keanu nearly gets crushed by his own vehicle as he now hangs behind to anchor, knowing that the push is almost inevitable. Fellas gain the high ground and look down towards OG, but I think they realize that Bystanders are a bit more of a threat, even as a 2-man. That's a position on the leaderboard that they would surely like to take.
They would love to take out the remainers of Bystanders as well. And they also realize that to play this comfortably and to have the space on this shack area, they need to take care of the Bystanders. That's the only way that they'll be able to farm teams like on Grind. But Tixu gets taken out by BBL. They realize there's more to this than just the Bystanders. Layers once again with a third party. We saw him come in on Sheesh. Now he's coming in on the Bystanders. And as Herc is making this as hard as he can, BL is not wasting any time. They're sweeping, they're clearing, and they're very quickly going to realize what a nade once again from Fellas. They're very quickly going to realize they have some space to grab here, and they have a good opportunity for third party because the Fellas have put so much utility and so much focus towards the Bystanders. They're now in a bit of a lower ground position, very vulnerable to a team like BBL to sweep on through. But as you can see in the kill feed, BBL is not just worried about this. They're also taking fights on the west. They've splitting their attention up quite a bit, and that's going to not enable them to fully commit to Fellas or Bystanders by any chance.
45 seconds left until phase 6 really starts causing problems for these teams. Gustav doing what he can to throw an aid up the hill, and two of our most aggressive squads this team now coming head to head. He throws down a smoke to keep that vehicle secure. Code Marco just going to be anchoring out on his own right now. It's a bit of a risky position, and this might actually cause a distraction for Fellas that Bystanders can then work towards and improve on. Damage does connect, but it's not going to be enough to find the kill. Fellas might just think even that this is a solo Bystanders player. That's not going to be the case as they realize in the kill feed now. Miracu has taken one down. Herc is terrified. You can see him flicking all over the place. He has no idea who is going to peek first. Smash, though, is just preoccupied, taking shots down to FaZe because it's BBL. Why the hell wouldn't they be taking two fights at once and winning both of them?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's slowly coming back to bite them a little bit there with losing out Code Marco. Doesn't have the support that he could have maybe had in that moment, but you've got to consider as well, if they fully commit to that eastern side, FaZe get full reign of the west and can just grab whatever they want and make it work from there. Now, lay down the hillside comes in from the Fellas. Rustam has walked past Heaviness, and that might be complete disaster because the rest of the squad is sending it through, and all that car is not going into nice terrain. Michael's down to 1 HP. Rustam has got to make it work versus Frenchie. He doesn't have the cover, but he's got the better spray. Can Frenchie make anything work from this car? Yes, he can. It's a big knock. It's a good trade from Michael and Miracu. Both teams just losing members by the second, and the same thing's happening on the south. It's once again one of these circles chunks where everyone's falling apart, and look at that from Diggory. It's so clean.
That was so impressive. The bounce was perfect, and BBL falling. That is a much needed sign of relief for FaZe as they finish off the job there. Still, though, have casualties to try and navigate. Fellas, Michael going to be working his way through. Actually opens up onto Fate now, making it a 2 versus 2 if you don't take OG into account. Molodok, though, with the 3x spray, it considerably hampers their chances as Michael falls to zone. It's Fellas out in 6th. We make it into the top 5, and OG trying to just make it into the zone at this point. Exalt doing everything they can to try and hold out these players, but it just isn't working seemingly. The smokes flashes all up and providing cover. Frenchie unfortunately doesn't find it. And Molodok, well, he finds Verbatim right through that smoke and shuts it down quickly.
It's a good game for Exalt, finally getting some much needed points on the board. You see Entropic there as well. We haven't talked about them in a while, Chunks. They're now getting bombarded by Win or Die. It's looking like their days are numbers as well. Kuba gets the first hit off, just barely staying alive for his squad, as they have snuck in another top 4. They've managed to stay alive in a circle that really wasn't kind to them. But I was talking about Exalt, who finally break into a top 4, finally get some kill points as well. On Grind, we're trying to do the same thing, but in the end, fall a little bit short. You see the map on the bottom right as well. You see how much space there is to play. It's not a whole lot for these teams. It's, just another nade, just barely missing Kuba. And everyone's just tearing each other apart on the edges. No one's even has any interest of going into the middle of this, Chunks, because you're just getting completely peppered from all sides.
It's pretty tough for every team here. FaZe are the only squad that are really getting in a position to try and hold others out, and that's just down to the player advantage that them and Win or Die have, and it looks like it's only going to be FaZe who have it shortly if the nades land in the way that these teams hope. QB tries to peek out but gets punished. Leosh there to shut things down before going for the revive, and that makes Win or Die a 4-person squad. However, a very split one at that, and there doesn't appear to be many easy ways to group up other than setting up a smoke wall or taking a vehicle with a tire missing.
I think they'll be opting for the vehicles, and there's the smoke wall, Chunks. I think you've summarized it pretty quickly. They're using both of these tools to try and have the best chances of surviving. One player getting popped out here would be massive for FaZe, but they can't get a single one. Again, it's so much damage. Remember in the early game, 180 damage on 2 players, but no knock, and that's bitter news for FaZe Clan. They would have loved to take one of these players out, equalize the numbers a little bit, because yes, they're still in the zone. Yes, they've still got a good position. Oh, that nade was close. Once they have to come down the hillsides, Chunks, it's gonna be rough times. It's looking like the loot is not that good on Win or Die, because I've just seen a VSS. But regardless, their position, it's much better than FaZe Clan's.
You know what? I'll take the VSS. If we see a VSS win, then I think Win or Die just deserve automatic final qualification at this point. I mean, they've put a stamp on the lobby already. Why wouldn't they? As FaZe just try and figure out how to deal with this. I'm honestly intrigued at what is going through FaZe's mind right now. Do they think that they're up against a full team of VSSs? Like, it's such a rare thing to see in the end game. It's just throwing me off, and it's a little confusing, as FaZe now going to be the only team really forced to make a move. Molodot can stay prone, but you've got to think that if FaZe come in from that southeastern side and kind of push through Molodot, then he's likely not going to get the second place that he's holding out for at the moment. Gustav pre-firing everything he can, but FaZe, look at that ammo count. Gustav with 40 bullets out between both weapons.
Yeah, we've also seen some armor being completely battered on the FaZe side of things, and another thing that's making things worse is Molodot is in one of the dips that FaZe could really shift on in if they have cars available for the take-in to try and make a move. That would be one of the plays they could make, and then they'll stumble over a solo and potentially lose out their game that way. It's good for them that they are the team 3-man up in that sense, because they need to know that there's a solo somewhere. Win or Die could have some fake information in that sense, but on the other hand of things, Chunks, Win or Die have been sitting in this compound for I think 6 circles straight, so they should have a very good idea of what's coming their way. FaZe Clan is the first thing to come their way, and it's a good spray. Gedrox to send them back. It's good shots from Diggory on the other side of things, but there's that solo I mentioned. He steps up, he takes one, he tears FaZe, then their chances apart. Diggory isn't a 1v4v1. He's got nothing left to use. He's got no vest. He's got a few bullets here and there, but Molodot has just ruined their dreams. He's just ruined their chances of taking any control of this late game, and Win or Die, we might just see them with another win on the board.
Diggory just waiting now, hoping to get that second place, but it appears like right now Win or Die are just waiting for whoever chooses to peek them. Extends just holding that position as the VSS shots still continuing to pepper out. I think it really does show just how dire the utility situation currently is. I do worry though that Win or Die are spending a lot of this ammo, and this is an intentional strategy from Diggory to try and make some noise, I should say, and kind of bait them out into wasting a lot of their ammo. Molodot will open up, as surely that will be all of the attention pointing at him now, but no. Diggory with the headshot down to 1 HP. That'll be the end of him. Molodot makes it into second place, but almost takes down Gedrox to go with it. And now it's a 1 versus 2. How things have quickly changed for Exalt. We were writing them off, but Win or Die have got a third back up. He goes for the spray, tries to find the damage, but unfortunately it's not enough. And Win or Die make it a third chicken dinner in 4 games.
It's crazy. It's wild. I think before the day started, I've had a talk where we were talking about the cutoff, maybe the potential cutoff to make it into finals from this, and we said, well, 90 points seems realistic. Win or Die, we're on 85 at the end of that game with a few more kills coming that way. They're putting up a crazy performance right now. I can't wait to see what else they'll be able to pull off. because they've just played 5 games out of 12 and they're looking like they're already through.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for all the other teams in the lobby. Let's see if Odessa can figure out any way that they don't continue this dominant force.
Well, with half the chicken dinners for the day already in their bellies, I think this continues. Win or die, they've got this all the way through. It doesn't actually matter what they do in the last game because they finished in the top 3 every other game today, which is a really good starting point. We'll talk about points and standings and what you need to qualify a little bit later. But first, let's talk about the game we just saw. So, Saga, what did you think about that?
Business as usual, it seems, for Win or Die. This time, not having to make as much of a rotate this time around, coming along. And early on, we saw maybe they were going to look to try and chase down a player that was looting in the warehouse compound, but they didn't go for anything overly aggressive. They didn't go for any crazy sends. They had the opportunity to take shots, didn't find the kill, but they were just more than happy to sit, claim the compound, and play the space. They not only held the compound, but the hills above. They flexed players out up to the mountaintop to watch for rotations as well. So not only did they just sit there and just catch a 9 zone, but they were also playing proactively to make sure that no one was able to contend them for that 9 zone as well. In fact, it was Gedrox both times. He went up to the mountain. He pushed down towards the south while FaZe was holding out multiple teams from Monte Nuevo as well, and made it 100% sure that no one whatsoever could contest their side of the road.
You mentioned FaZe and Diggory, of course, sitting there first place, 5 kills to his name. I want to talk a little bit about FaZe just because they're a team that I always say if you have a fantasy league, you've got to put a FaZe player in it. They're a team with years of experience, Froz, best of the best. Obviously didn't expect to see them here in the elimination stages, but I think that they've been holding their own and putting on some interesting performances. How did they lose that chicken dinner, though, in this last Miramar?
I mean, they didn't have like any space to play with towards the end there, but I think once again they played really well, right? They played a kind of a secondary spot on the southern side of the late circle, making sure that they had a spot where not a lot of players or teams are going to be able to play. All of them are basically going to be on the eastern side where you have the hills, you have the mountains. There's going to be more space, more dips for people to be in. And they're taking advantage of that, trying to be able to shoot people in the open and making sure that they can move their way into this circle safely towards the end. But of course, we saw towards the end, they were getting a little bit lack of utility and ammunition to work with. And that's something that could be hurting you in the long run when you're fighting a lot. You're not killing too many people close to you, but like FaZe kind of they'd kill a lot of people on range instead. And that means that they're not going to be able to get the loot. And same thing kind of happened with Win or Die as well. They were in that compound for so long. They got a little bit happy with the circles, of course, getting to them. But that's what we probably saw Layosh putting on that VSS because they were running out of ammo. They need to make sure that they had more ammo and guns to shoot with towards the end. But again, FaZe and Diggory, great job. Of course, in this one, we want to see them towards the top there. And of course, as you mentioned, we didn't maybe expect them to be down here. They are down here right now, but they're doing a phenomenal job to make sure that they make it to the finals.
No chicken dinners for them, but they've had a good performance. They're definitely clocking up the kills to make sure they can make up the points. And we have an opportunity now to hear the FaZe team speak from the last Miramar. Let's take a listen.
Running. I'm leading it, I see.
I knocked him.
Nice.
GG.
BD.
He's inside of me.
Too active.
That's 2 guys
Yeah, 2
inside
guys on
here.
me.
Go kill them. Fix some good knock. You can kill this.
There's in the houses next to me.
I'm gonna push my guy and pick Roll's head.
I think they
One's
just hit
roadside.
us.
One's roadside.
Past northwest.
One's Tetris. Someone's one story close to me, maybe.
Can you clear them out? There's people going blue mark.
One's on Tetris, second floor, trying to watch me.
People took Monty now, like the west corner.
Can you clear the one sir? I think.
Can you should just push it your side together?
One's in one story. He's mulling. I'm on the roof.
You should do this fast, guys. Otherwise, you're gonna get in the back.
Yeah. I'm coming down here.
Is he even here?
I don't know if there's one in the 2-story next door.
I don't have flashes.
I'm watching Roll's head.
I have one.
Why did he molly this? He could be outside on. Yeah, he's inside. Get in.
I'm coming.
Come.
Wait.
Knocked.
Nice.
I'm lading upstairs.
My side, like in between the houses. Like
Come,
the yellow
come.
one, the next 2-story.
I'm with you, Digger.
To your right there, Diggory. Behind a good Bronco somewhere.
He's inside.
Inside.
Okay, I'm coming. Chill.
I'm pushing.
Upstairs. Go. Right.
Get a shotgun, careful.
In the stairs. Molly on the stairs. Carry him.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Sure.
Let's go.
Oh, good.
I'll rest.
I'm
I'll
going
rest.
for zone. I'm going.
GG Saga, I like that. I like that little clean out that we got to watch from them as well. And it's always nice when you get to see top teams like FaZe and how they operate and what those communications sound like.
It's particularly interesting not only to hear like the clean communications. We talked about how calm and composed the top level teams are, but not only that, but while they're focusing on the fight and giving call outs on the positions of the opponents, they're also talking about what else is happening around them. They're saying there's teams pulling up on blue mark, the west side of Monte is being occupied, so need to be aware of those angles, not exposing themselves to third parties, and that can definitely be a huge difference. We've seen it has separated some of the top level teams from those who do try to take those aggressive plays but don't quite work out in their favor. And bearing in mind that was only the first of the teams that FaZe held out in Monte Nuevo. They also then went on to hold out Project Underdog in the very similar position as well, so they had to go through all of that whole situation multiple times in that game to claw themselves into a top 3 finish.
Here's a big surprise. We're going to go to a break before we get to take a look at the standings. We'll see you in a bit. Oh my gosh, Fraz is going to be in the Assassin's Creed drop. There you go. Right, we are back. It's time to look at the standings. We have one more game to go today, and that means that right now we could probably get a really good idea of where the teams are sitting. Of course, they want to get as many points on the board because they want to get into the grand finals. And right now, Fraz, for me, win or die, top 3 finish almost every single game, 3 chicken dinners. Before coming into this, we would have said, 100 points would have guaranteed you a place in the top 6. Are we sticking with that number, or are we going to change it up a little bit?
I think that is going to stick for now, honestly, because of course we're seeing that win or die is sponging up a lot of the points, or svampa upp, as you would say in another language like Danish. But I mean, at the same time, you got to look at it, right? They are sitting so comfortable with those 87 points. They only need like 10 more points, and basically they are more or less guaranteed to be in the finals. So I'm just wondering, with this, what are they going to be doing, right? They could bully out some other teams that are in their way that they don't want to see in the finals. A team like Polish Power, they are not playing right now. We know that Polish Power had a very poor performance when it comes to the group stage, and Polish Power is playing tomorrow. Win or die is not. But if Polish Power have a bad day tomorrow, it could be very interesting on the last day. But before we go there, of course, you still have a team like Sheesh. They used to drop in San Martin together with Win or Die. Now they've gone for Power Grid, but Power Grid is something that won't be open in the finals, where you're going to have a team like NLT dropping there on Miramar. So what is Win or Die going to do with this kind of lead they have right now? Or they could just, play it safe and keep on doing what they're doing, keep on just practicing, because this is the practice you can ever get.
I mean, it's probably a controversial thing for me to say, Saga, but the only sort of other team, maybe 2 or 3 teams that I've seen pull off what Win or Die is doing, who could potentially pull it off tomorrow, is an Entropic, maybe a BBL, possibly a FaZe. Do you think for Win or Die, they sit back after today and go, okay, we've done enough? Or is it going to be a situation where it probably will still come down to the final day for them?
I think they've done so much in today that they can kind of take it easy, but I don't think you're going to want to. Obviously, with the 2-week break in between this week, the elimination stage, and the actual grand finals, you have to keep yourself at that high level that they seem to have found. And you asked earlier on, if you're a team in Group C, if you're Polish Power, if you're Pink Venom, a team like that, looking at this leaderboard right now, you're absolutely licking your lips because you're looking for the top 6. 87 points in first place is insane, but look at 7th place, 8th place, 9th place, 20 points. If you get 35 points on day 1, you've done enough to get in the top 6 by this point, which is absolutely insane because so many points are going to the top end that it's leaving a wide gap for everyone who's not playing today to come and backfill. So I would not be all too surprised at all if we only saw win or die from Group A, if they can continue this form on their second day of games, to be the only team from their group to qualify.
What is a little bit concerning, and very quickly before we go into that final game, for us, Digital Athletics, Entropic, BBL, they're making their lives very difficult as they move into the second day of the elimination stages.
Yes and no. I mean, I would say an average of 9 points per game is where you want to be to end up on 100 points. And right now, we know that Bystanders, FaZe Clan, and Fellas are within that range. Entropic within striking distance, so with BBL. So with this last game to go, let's hope that they can keep that up. 9 points per game. That's what we're aiming for.
I love how you can just do all the crazy maths in your head, because I can't. I'm just here to watch the chaos. We're going into the final Miramar, and because they said that the questions were a little bit difficult, Chunks, what's the square root of 1,782?
Ah, she's done us dirty, Chunks. She's really laid us out to dry here at this point. I was gonna
search it as well. I was gonna search it, find the answer. I've already forgotten the number, so never mind. I'm not very good at math anyway. But you know what I am good at is predicting that this game is going to be exciting, because it's the last of the evening. It's the last time now that these two groups are actually going to get the chance to face off against one another. And if you're trying to kind of deny a team in another group, then this is the chance to do it.
Yeah, and it's I think a good point from Saga here as well is the dynamic in this lobby with win or die taking so many points is going to be a very different one than when we see two different groups clash tomorrow. So there's going to be some shakeups there. There's going to be some hitches for a few teams maybe. And the one thing that we can guarantee is going to continue to be chaos, because honestly, these games have been wild. It's been so much early game clashes. Remember MTB and POG? Well, looking like POG wants a little bit more of what they got in the last game. Look at where Warder is on the map as well. He's south of Bendita. The rest of his squad is way north of Minas. There's some wild things going on in this game. The circle is very central, but I can guarantee these teams will find a way to make it interesting.
I certainly will. POG already doing exactly that. It looks like they are chasing towards MTB. I'm not sure whether this is intentional or not from him. I don't think he even realizes there is going to be a player on this road. Goes for the seat swap, and it just doesn't work out. Really nicely done from MTB to get their first kill of the game on the board.
I think he was well aware that there was players here, but he was hoping to chase someone that just landed. He was hoping to find Junsi. He wasn't hoping to find Katurkin with a gun. And oh man, has that backfired. I think, you know, that Sam said, I'm just here to watch the chaos. We've got 2 minutes on the board. We've already seen quite a bit of chaos. This lobby has been wild. I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. I don't know what different groups will do with this lobby, but it's just been so weird and wonderful today. I'm loving it.
Certainly, and I don't expect that to slow down tomorrow. And you have to remember that coming into tomorrow, it is going to be the last chance for Group B to actually show what they're worth. I believe it's Group B versus C tomorrow. I might be incorrect there, so apologies if I am. But it is going to be the last chance for these Group B teams to really stomp their foot down. Now, considering the way that the leaderboard is stacking, I think the majority of those top-end Group B teams will still be middle of the pack at the end of tomorrow. So it is just going to come down to that performance on the final day. Can they repeat what's happened today? Because look at squads like Win or Die right now. Over the elimination stage, Extends has over 2,500 damage, averaging 500 damage a game.
Yeah, that is something you can do in ranked. That's not something you do in a competitive lobby. And yeah, I mean, yes, and that's also not unreasonable to not be able to do that, Chunk. So that's a very high number in a ranked season. The man's pulling it off in elimination stage. And just to quickly clarify, today we're watching A versus B. You can see that on the top left. Tomorrow we'll have A versus C. But I just had a look at the stats, and I'm just looking at, and it's just so balanced across the board from Win or Die. They're all popping off. It's not a singular performance. You could see that right there as well, right? Extens putting out a lot of damage. Diggory's not that far behind. Flamey, Nailub not far off either. But it's just the sheer amount of just consistency across the team and getting into the late game, always getting a few kills, always getting some damage out. That's just bombarded them up the standings. If you compare it to their group stage performance, They had 12 games and they got 70 points. Now they've played 5 and they're almost on 90. It's been a crazy day for them. It's not something you can consistently repeat, but not something you have to repeat either, because you might just be above the cutoff after half of your games already.
It's a lot more of a balanced circle, I think is fair to say. And of course, BBL are right in the center of it very early on, salvaging themselves another crate. It feels like every team that we've seen win so far, or at least in the majority of games, has gotten themselves a crate fairly early on. So maybe that's a sign for how this game's going to unfold. We will see. BBL, though, covering a lot of that area south of Picardo. I am a little bit worried about it if they don't choose to consolidate maybe as Phase 1 starts moving through, just because it is very easy to get crashed in a position like that and then potentially lose a player. And BBL are definitely a squad that do well with less than 4 players, but typically it kicks them up another gear when they're a full squad. That level of having confidence, being able to surround a fight, cover all angles, is really impressive from them. Win or die, though, equally so in terms of the killing potential on the board for this squad. It's going to be tricky, though, when Shisha already posted up and, well, they've got the jump. Extends goes down, and that's a damage leader out of the lobby early on.
Just like that, the game can get so hampered so quickly. If Freakill has his mini reloaded there, then maybe even Gusiara gets sent packing, and suddenly the big dog of the lobby is down to half their members. PUBG is a cruel game sometimes. It's a cruel mistress that can really just take things away from you as quickly as you can blink your eyes. But it's Gusiara staying alive, and it's a bit of a failed approach for win or die. But it's still not a full disaster for them just yet. Remember, they've had very good zones in that last game. You could say that played a big part in that game, but they've been able to consistently perform across so many games in a row now that I'm not all too worried for them at all. It's good for Sheesh to maybe pick up a kill early, get some momentum going, get a bit of a better feeling, as they've really gotten the short end of the stick of a lot of these early engagements on day 1 so far. This one maybe sets them off for a little bit better of a start.
You've got to hope so. The teams that aren't at least in the top 6 right now should be very concerned, because obviously this is going to be the halfway point for them. This is half of their games played, and it's really one of their final chances to prove that they deserve to move forward. DA have grouped up here, so now it does become a bit of a 2 versus 2. GDE are standing steadfast, just holding quietly, waiting for the rest of the team to move up. Importantly, on foot as opposed to vehicles. You can tell that GDE are going for the surprise attack, but it seems like maybe one of those vehicles has actually been spotted as DA starts to go for a reposition. GDE, they're going to be kicking themselves for that one, because you've got to think they could have salvaged a point or 2 just by getting the jump on DA.
I'm not quite sure if they were hoping to get more players into that compound, and I'm not quite sure on the thought process. What I am sure about is this is a classic GDE gameplay. This is exactly how Killstill plays his ranked games as well. He's a sneaky boy, and it's worked out well in some games in the group phases. We've seen some pop-off performances from them, picking up a lot of kills and getting into late games. But it's not been a brilliant day for them so far. It's a foundation that you can build on, but really not enough to put yourself in a good position. As sure, you can be in the top half of your group, but at the end of the day, you've got to be in the top 6 of 24. You really got to have some big, consistently strong performances. And so far, they haven't been showing that. 80 gets a nice little pop in the head. FaZe Clan once again taking fights early where they can, trying to bully some of the teams around them and pick up kills before they have to move into zones.
Iceboy, he finds a kill of his own onto Arctics, and I can't imagine the EX are going to crash into this much further. I really thought that it was Diggory that hit that shot then with the 3X, but unfortunately it was not. That would have been very impressive to land a headshot at that range. GDE, throw a nade, it's nowhere to be found. EX have no real need to be here. They just want to back away and get to safety. Entropic, though, they do not want to back away from this one. They want to make the most out of it, but that's easier said than done. turn as Lukrux is going to be taken out. It leaves Ivers as the only player up in this position for Entropic. He jumps down the back and starts making a run, but he's been spotted out, and you've got to think that MTB now are just going to crash this, run towards him, try and spot him out in the open, and I don't think there's anything else that the rest of the Entropic squad can really do about it. QB's going to try and move up the hill and pick him up, but if anything, that could just expose themselves further.
It's really roles reversed, Chunk. It's Entropic getting bullied by MTV, who's gotten 10 points today, 0 placement points out of that, but maybe getting caught a little bit off guard. Not sure if the drive-by shots were just crisp from NTB, and that's the way they got into that compound with Lukarix already being 40 HP and Evas not able to help from the roof. A very confident and convincing approach by MTB, not something we've seen a lot from them today. And as Entropic consolidate more towards the west, the circle does reward that in some way. The circle is very close to their crater area, and Aleb still in a position to get a whole lot of information from, so they're not going to be all too sad, but really an uncharacteristic outcome, so to say, if you're looking at putting Entropic versus MTB in a team fight.
So, Kovo, there's one position in this zone that's really drawing a lot of attention for me, and it's actually, we cut right to it, it's going to be the one that Expendables are holding. They have 2 players already up in this compound, and this is one that I'm personally kind of torn between, because obviously, you know, it's very defendable at times, it can be hard to push, but as soon as you lose a player or you have 2 teams coming at you, if a squad is coming over that hill, there's really no way to defend against it. You have to focus all of your fire down to the little ridge below, so it can make it very tricky to hold. DA, though, very tricky vehicle transition, as unfortunately Marbo will catch him just as he peeks up over the top. Room for improvement now, having given their position away, could potentially be lined up for a crash in the same way that Nalep is. He's going to back away to try and avoid it this time, though, as Jester hops on the back, goes for the shots, but no. Entropic, they will just group up. Well, they'll try to, as long as Nalep doesn't flip his vehicle again.
Yeah, it's MTB really just playing a different game. Maybe it's the last game. They realized today has not been our day. Let's try and do something different, be a little bit aggressive and fly at people. So far, it's been working out. Just as you can be working out in PCS7 skins if you want to be supporting the players and the esports scene. 30% of the revenue share, that's the big number on that little sign. You will give it to players by purchasing these skins and getting yourself into the pick'ems, and then flexing to your friends how well you've picked the teams throughout PCS7. It's definitely a win-win, and you should consider it, as we once again see FaZe doing the same thing we just saw them do a little bit earlier. Taking a fight on the edge, trying to be aggressive, trying to force a situation versus a team that they've already weakened. And we might just see a repeat of the last game, Chunks, where they ended up sweeping down GDE. Diggory is running for a similar sort of story, and the rest of the team is following in close steps.
Diggory's holding, he heard the movement, but nothing comes out of it. Just sitting behind that out vehicle, just hoping for a sound, anything to give some info away. Exalt just doing exactly the same, realizing that they are probably surrounded, that it is a strong squad coming to get them, and FaZe are not really going to show any signs of slowing down. Fate was spotted when he went for the jump and tagged with the nade to go with it. It looks like the nade tries to connect a second time, but it's going to be a little bit short this time around. Fate able to get into the building. Diggory clearly wanting to make that jump over. As of now, it's just not feasible. Gustav opens up the door as Fate tries to throw out a nade. It seems they have no idea about Fairest inside, as really just waiting. Vex spotted out. Here comes the spray. This could be the downfall for Exalt, though, as obviously now that that position's given away, they've taken the shots. They realize that, okay, there's a player inside our building. We have to prioritize this. The nade surely just seconds away from landing as Vex goes down to Michael from the third party. However, it will make it slightly more difficult. 8Z takes down Fairest, as now it's only Fate that needs dealing with, but FaZe, having taken a casualty and not going to to be in position to immediately respond. The zone centering up over towards BBL. No surprises there if time is anything to show. Fate throws out the nade. It almost takes down 2 of FaZe, but it's not quite enough. The gun certainly is, though. Fate eliminates 8C as Gustav just going to be waiting. Molotov goes in, but just a little short this time around. Fate hops out the back and is going to do everything he can to remain in it, but it's just not enough. 16th place for Exalt, and FaZe getting more kills on the board.
Big step up there from Diggory towards the end. It's the damage that Michael does that makes that fight so much harder than it could have been for FaZe Clan. It's fellas once again taking aggression on the edge. Sheesh and RFI squaring off in this central compound. So far, she's getting the better end of things. Kova is trying to hold on for dear life. He's trying to smoke out some angles, reduce some of the third-party pressure that's coming on in, and get some of the pressure back towards remainders of Sheesh. Maybe you can get the head out of there. Group up with Marble. We saw Marble earlier in that dip. Very early on into the game, taking a kill towards DA. Now it's going to be the only position they are left with. And it's not the first time that RFI is holding this compound. It's not the first time they get crashed and lose it. In a circle like this, it's certainly got a sting, Chunks. It's such a good position to lose. Losing half of your team to a crash as well. It's just not what you want to see when you need every point you can get.
Certainly is not, and the fact that Picardo's free right now is, it's tempting me, and I don't want to say it, but like, it could shift up north, right? Like, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that the zone does go to Picardo. I know it's a stretch, I know it would take a lot of hard shifts, but I'm pretty sure that all of the unplayable terrain has been cut out by now, so it'll be interesting to see whether any teams go for that. And it goes back to something we said at the very beginning of the night, doesn't it, Kovo, where you kind of counter-strat teams to the point where you end up putting yourself in a worse position. And a lot of the time, teams will intentionally avoid an area expecting it to be taken. So whoever actually does send it into Picardo now is potentially in a position to hold out and damage a lot of other teams.
That's a good point you're making, and it's an interesting circle for sure. It's not something you see a whole lot of times. FaZe Clan now lining up Uno. Get the last tag on him, the last one they need. Coming in on the south, it's crucial for them to find an entry here as well. It's crucial for them to do some damage before they have to aggress, because you see on grind is set up well to defend this for now. Now they leave the dirt road, they leave that position and give FaZe a bit of an opening, but Michael is still there. You can see him on the map. He's still harassing his fellow Team UK members on FaZe Clan. Still being a nuisance, as the fellas are not happy to just sit in a compound. They're also trying to split out on their edge, get information, get damage in, and get some kills where they can. Win or die, they've been the focus point of today. They've been absolutely fantastic. This game's not worked out all too well for them. They might find this dip on the right side of the road, or they go for the crash into fellas. It's looking like they're not quite sure what they want to do just yet. Miriku's got a big task ahead of him with Husiara sailing on in. The pre-nade's there. It's absolute... Oh, it's absolute blasting in the doors for Win or Die. Miriku's got to be careful about his backlines. Leo's just there to punish. And oh, the split from fellas. It's been punished quickly.
Rustamar now left as the only player for fellas in this compound, trying his best to salvage it, but it's a tricky task when you're up against a squad like Win or Die, as Rustamar does try to find a little bit of damage. It doesn't quite work though. Michael coming in for a bit of fire support, but still a little bit too far away. Win or Die trying to remain in it, and it looks like they have been able to get the revive to come out. Fellas now starting to back away a little more. Michael is spotted, but it doesn't connect. Maybe the shots will though, as he goes down. Leosh happy to find the headshot, and of course attempting to confirm the point. That's his downfall though, as Rustamar lands the shot. Ends up trading him out in return. Rustamar, the final player left for Win or Die, doing what he can to try and find the flush. And sorry, not for Win or Die, for the fellas, as he tries to get his teammate Michael back into it. And it looks like Win or Die doing exactly the same. So a 3 versus 2 likely to be the situation. Double molly though. That's not the way you want to be going.
That is some beautiful util coming out of Marble. The first one's good. The second one hits him on the head. That's Katurkin down. It's a chance for a res though on that fight, as we see Win or Die now forcing the issue versus the fellas. Michael's got possibly one of the worst buildings to be in a 1v3. They're charging around. They're trying to close out the angles. They're trying to use the utility, but they've set themselves on fire. Chunks Leosh has to run. Try and go for the long building. Try and go for some safety and another reset. Does it's just a day where everything seems to be working out for win or die. It doesn't matter what they do. Marbo, he's got some tricks up his sleeve, gets another knock, but the numbers are so far in favor of MTB. They're about to sweep this. They're about to clear this. He's got another one. Oh, and look at the damage he's done. At least that means he gets Jester down, but it's actually stolen away from the Bystanders. And a valid attempt from Keanu, or a valid attempt from Marbo, excuse me, but gets stolen away the few kill points he could have gotten in that situation.
Yet another team crashing onto that compound, by the way. Hjort nearly taken out by the nade. Flamey doing what he can to try and return that fire, but nothing comes of it. Next circle, get him ready to pop, and it will dictate a lot. Don't forget, FaZe have crashed into Fella's compound, and it will work out in their favor as they do make it in. Entropic, Expendables, Stardust, and now Bystanders all going to have to try and make their entrance into this circle as Flamey tries to just peek up and get a bit of info, but the smokes are just too thick. The vehicle, though, gives enough away, and Flamey doing a lot of damage out of that one. 30 seconds to start making a move, and Bystanders are looking in a precarious position with no viable vehicles.
They're really getting put against the blue wall there. Not really a whole lot of room to maneuver, not really a whole lot of plays to be made as Lattice is doing the damage. Like you said, no vehicles seemingly available for them. The buggy, yeah, you don't really want to get into this right now. You're trying to get the smokes out. Flamey's just popped another one. They're trying to make a cross. They're trying to delay whatever end Stardust has planned for them. Now the damage comes into Yort. He doesn't get the opening knock onto Stardust. And as more and more smokes come out, like I said, it's delay time, and they're hoping that a third party can maybe save the day. If you're looking at the minimap, there is a chance that MTB just gets some sort of damage towards Stardust, but they've got more to worry about as well, and there's Sheesh looking on in as well. It's not fun for the Bystanders right now. They're going for a straight approach, but there is that third party. There is MTB, and that is the chance for Bystanders to make something work out of a position where they had no right to do anything.
And look at that Molotov that landed as well. It forced another player out of position, so it's only Apocalypse actually standing here for Stardust. Hjort only needs to get down to a little bit of cover here, but unfortunately, DA finish off the job. Bystanders out in 13 now as 12 squads remain. Ivers getting spotted out, and Entropic down to just a solo. It appears to be another upset game, doesn't it, Kovo? As we saw our final Erangel game earlier led to a major shift in the leaderboards. The same now starting to happen here on Miramar as Expendables fall. It gets another point on the board for GDE as Digital Athletics start to come alive and recovering after what was a pretty rocky start to the evening. Now getting plenty of kills on the board.
It's a bit of an equalizer game. A lot of the teams that have really been struggling today are giving points on the board now, like you just said. The only thing that's staying true is win or die. Still alive with 3 players up and a good position in the zone as well. So that hasn't changed. They are still completely dominant, but a lot of teams that really needed to get any sort of points to have a bit of a better start and to have a bit of better standing coming into the rest of the games are getting it done. Don't forget about BBL as well. Good zone position, 4-man strong, winning out in a few fights. And look at this from Kube. He's got so much sand on his face. It's painful to try and connect any bullets through it, but he finds the important kill. He's looking for a second one onto Waf as well. If he can find that angle, if he can find just a headshot with the barrel, that could be enough, with the blue zone doing so much damage onto GDE. And well, it's 3 letters battling it out. Kube versus GDE. If he can make this work for Entropic, would be another good bunch of points that they could use. But it is GDE that gets the better of him. 9 kills for them as well, Chunks. Once again, a team hasn't been getting a whole lot going this day, but in the last game they show up.
Now everyone just kind of has to hope that win or die and FaZe and Fellas and BBL all go down and leave a couple points for everyone else to salvage. There's, okay, nice little headshot there, but unfortunately isn't able to confirm it into a knock. Dedrix, however, is. Skrendis goes for the revive. Project Underdog doing their best to cover, not realizing, in fact, that they are in the same building, so no point covering that doorway just yet. Is now Hog just waiting. It's only guys left, just really sitting there, hoping that he doesn't get spotted, trying to suppress the fire down towards Sheesh, but really no clear angles and now going to be forced to make a move relatively quickly. What a nade coming out though from DA, even though it is a little bit far to the side. The distance on that was very impressive. MTB with 8 kills on the board, making it potentially more if they can clean up DA. Project Underdog out in 9th. 20 players, Kovo, but only 8 teams.
Only 8 teams, and you see some of the solos fall in. GDE might be the next one on the line if BBL focus their way, but for now it's Sheesh and it's DA putting the pain towards MTB. Dwinzy has to run away from that nade. Dedrix might be looking for a trade, might be looking for a different angle, and they're so busy. They've got their hands full with multiple teams. There's DA coming in, there's a trade, but all of this trading just opens the door wide for Sheesh. But look at this, Katurkan lines up another one. There's Mitralius, there's Dwinzy getting dirty on Sheesh. He cleans them out. It's Intralius in the end. DA are the one that stays strong on the northern side. BBL has not found the timing to third party this either. So this will be a 3-man DA getting back on their feet, getting back into this game. Maybe finally getting the points they've been wanting to grab all evening.
GD just holding onto this ridgeline. Can you blame them, honestly? I think the only player that can really cause them a threat is maybe Thendelus, but he's not really too concerned in looking over in that direction. Next circle will be popping shortly, and it could cause some serious problems here. Obviously, this will most likely cut all compounds out and force players out, but there is still the potential it pulls hard down to the south. Win or die. FaZe can just kind of lay low then and wait for BBL and DA to fight it out. But at least as I predict, as long as it doesn't go to the compounds, I think that FaZe and Win or Die are going to be in with a very, very rough time. As long as BBL kind of take their time with the rotate and allow DA to do the majority of the work.
I just want to hone in on the fact that Win or Die crashed an edge compound in Circle 4. It's now Phase 7, and they finally have to move. Even if they clear Michael here, they're still in. It's just been a day where everything's working out for them, and the effects on the leaderboard are so massive, like we talked about earlier, like the break discussed as well. Even if BBL get a win here, they're not even getting close to the amount. They're in a different league of points right now, and everyone is. So this is... it's tough times. You don't want to be in a group with these guys. You don't want to be in Group A at the moment, as the next move for them is just a few seconds away. You can see it on the map as well. They're starting to get in vehicles. They know that they have to make a play here. They either push Michael or they go for some crazy send into BBL, maybe into GDE. But whatever it is, it's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy for FaZe Clan either. It's not going to be easy for DA. Everyone that's making plays here has a lot of obstacles in their way, and Gustav finds that out nicely as he's trying to smoke off his entrance, trying to go for a bit of a play, instantly tagged down to 1 HP. Instantly in trouble again as Michael says hello from the top floor, gets an important knock, and FaZe and Michael work together here a little bit. Win or Die might just fall by the wayside.
He's worried he's going to get naded, though, so he actually ends up backing off and potentially opening himself up to a push from FaZe here. Remember that Michael's building is the only one inside this compound that is really kind of in, so everyone is going to be battling for it. Digital Athletics start to work their way through as well, though, as it looks like they potentially want to get involved. Michael, though, with another headshot, amazingly done. Unfortunately, faces the wrong way with the shotgun, doesn't spot Diggory, and that leaves fellas out in 6th position. 5 teams remain as Diggory just looking to finish off Win or Die with the underhand nade. It bounces incorrectly, but FaZe, surely they're going to hear the footsteps soon enough.
Question is, how much are they going to be allowed to peek on out? How much third parties are coming on in? Is BBL too busy to do anything about this? Is GDE able to smoke off their north and maybe peek over the road? There's a lot of variables in play, and you really don't want to misstep. Really don't want to lose a player for just a few mini shots coming in from range. For now, the smokes are there, the cover's there, and we're going to slow things down at least for the next 10 seconds until we know where the zone goes. As DA has made a good move on the north, BBL down to 3 members, still in a good position to try and take the win this game, which would leave them in a very solid position on the leaderboard as well if they manage to clutch this one out. Circle comes pretty much straight towards the center, which rewards the good positions that BBL has already been holding. But if any of the teams manage to aggress them at the same time, if DA comes over the hillside as GDE is going for a send, anything along those lines, there's a lot of potential for this to still fall apart, Chunks.
The compound now officially out teams are going to have to make a move out of here, and it seems like DA just kind of waiting for that. They are happy to sponge up those points if they come their way. Do have to be a little bit careful, though, of BBL sneaking up round the back. You can see Smash is already positioned to try and get over the top of this hillside, and if DA try to push their way down, he's going to be perfectly positioned to hold them off of it as well. So as the smokes come out from Win or Die, options are going to be a little bit more limited. DA up top doing everything they can to find an opening, even though it's not presented itself yet.
No, but they will have to go for some sort of play at some point. And it's getting closer and closer. The Blues pushing on in on so many teams. Every team except for BBL is getting pushed by the Blue right now. They're all living on borrowed time. A lot of them will have smokes to work with. A lot of them will be able to delay for a little bit while longer. But there's DA making the send. They're trying to force things. They're trying to make a play once they still can. And try to put themselves ahead of these teams, hoping that maybe Win or Die and FaZe can distract each other from BBL to just clean on up. The util comes out. Diggory goes for the play. Finds one, finds two. Oh, it's massive. It's so quick and clean for FaZe. It's the only chance for them to stay alive because now they can focus on DA chunks. And look at the damage that's already coming into them. It's Gustav getting one. It's each team tuning on in. And it's bye-bye DA as they get torn apart in the center. GDE somehow as that duo still alive for ages now. And BBL still in the driver's seat.
GDE also left almost completely open. They don't have anywhere near as much cover as they had in that previous zone. There's 5 seconds till Phase 9 starts to move, and you can see just how difficult these teams are finding it to actually find those angles, find the shots. There's still going to be a ridge down the middle as BBL start to move up to it. They need to use the vehicle for a little bit of cover, though, as Killsteel looks down towards FaZe. More smoke's going to follow out. Diggory tries to open up, but it isn't going to work out. In the end, the headshot is connected, leaves only Gustav for FaZe, and in the end, it's just not going to be enough. Code Marco finishes off the job. It's BBL versus GDE, and you have to think BBL with the zone and player advantage, it might be worth it for GDE to try and deny the points, but going for those placement wherever they can, and with kills like that from Killsteel, can you blame them? It's down to a 2 versus 2, only smokes for cover, but of course the first aid has been popped. Smash takes down one, looks to follow it up with the final, but no, fire returned instead. BBL starting to fall apart as in the end, Code Marco cleans it up, but it was sure a close one. Decent game coming out from BBL, making the call very early and then making the most out of their position.
That is so clutch towards the end there, as BBL is barely holding on to that game that they had in their hands for so long, but good shots coming out of Killsteel, making things very hard towards the end. They were even able to clean up FaZe without getting a single member knocked with those close range fights that BBL loves to take so much. But a much deserved win for how they've been playing. I think they've been stepping up big time when you compare it to the group stages, and they've now put themselves in a fantastic position in a game. It's really been an equalizer chunks on a lot of fronts, with a lot of teams catching up to those leading teams.
It's what we wanted to see, but at the end of the day, Win or Die still made it into the end game. So I think now at this point, I'm starting to wonder whether it is even a competition for first, or whether everyone is just going for those top 6. We'll find out tomorrow, but that's it for us today. Let's send it over to the desk to wrap things up.
Thanks, gents. Great casting this for these games, and we've had some epic games, so it's been an opportunity as well for Chunks to have a little birthday present for each game where he's had some epic plays. Let's talk about what we just saw, though. Break down that final fight for me, Saga.
So we were actually looking at the send that DA meant, and we were talking, like, how is it possible that BBL could even lose a game from this position unless they did what DA did in the group stages and just sent it out into the blue zone on drive-by attempts, which it looked like DA was going to try, but they found a little dip but weren't able to hold on to it. But the foot push from BBL to try and flush them out from that position was incredibly risky. On the opposite side of the road, GDE, they had the smokes up, and if they were just looking in that direction, could have potentially found an angle, and it could have very quickly fallen apart. But BBL fortunately managing to get over into close proximity in the way that they love to do and just hit those crucial shots when they needed to. That second flick from Code Marco to get the instant knock and the headshot, and then having Smash stay back on the back line, so when GDE did make their move, he was there anchoring. He had the off angle, so even when the first knock goes against BBL, they still had too many angles to deal with and couldn't actually get the win at the very end. So BBL, aggressive as always, still characteristic for the team, but that little bit of tempered aggression that we saw, like Smash holding the backline, was the turning point in that final fight.
Taking a look now at the scores from that last match, Froz, I mean, GDE and MTB, double-digit kills. Took them the whole day to get there, though.
I mean, yeah, finally they get some more points on the board, well needed for both of the teams, but is that going to be enough? That's a big question, right? Half of the games are already played now, and they're still lacking a lot of points if you look towards the top of the leaderboard. Of course, we don't see it right now. But with that, of course, this might be a good start for them if they can keep this up for the upcoming 6 games they have ahead of them. And they need to kind of have these kind of games now because of how bad or how poor their previous games have been. Well, you can see here, Mitral is getting 6 kills, of course. That is a big thing. That is a big thing indeed. Because we've seen that DA has been struggling pretty much the whole day today. And it wasn't looking great. It was great to see them actually playing a little bit more edge. We saw that little end send towards the center, and they didn't have any other choice. Sure, they could have tried to maybe crash into BBL, but that would also have been kind of a Hail Mary to like win or lose. I think they did what they could do, but in the end it didn't really do that much. They had the damages done, and of course we can see here Diggory towards the top with both the kills and the damage. Great to see. He is after day 1, after all, he is on the kill leaderboard on the #1 spot as well with 18 kills.
We're going to take a look at some of the more stats from the players in this particular game, but I'm interested, Saga, any standout performances for you when you think back to the last 6 games from any players?
I'm thinking of the amount of times that we've seen Diggory make an appearance on the top 3 kills in each game with 5 kills, like multiple times. He's really been keeping FaZe in it and getting as much as possibly can out of some unfortunate situations that they do occasionally find themselves in. But really, I think just the entirety of Win or Die have been absolutely on fire today. Xstans was the standout at the start of today. Gusiara really coming in and contributing a lot towards the later stages as well. And the interesting thing is, in the games where, you know, the second and third win of the day, we were looking at the way that they played. It was kind of a bit of a yeah, okay, maybe they got some 9 zones, but they held it well. They played around the area, they controlled it well. This time around, they came from Graveyard, they rotated up over Power Grid round the west, and then scouted out the split that Fellas was holding. That's what initiated that crash that got them into the south side of the zone. So even the fact that not only do they play the compounds very well when they have the position, but they are, in the same way that Bystanders were, that we gave them credit for earlier, able to identify other teams playing vulnerable positions and then exploiting that to the fullest.
When you take a look at the last 6 games, Froz, is pretty clear that there's some teams that have had extremely consistent performances throughout. So obviously Win or Die, that's the big one. FaZe for sure, which was expected. BBL, I was a little bit worried about at the beginning of the day, but it seems that as we kind of moved throughout the day, they warmed up a little bit. Any other teams that you're looking at going, yeah, they pretty much, if they continue on this trajectory, may just guarantee themselves a spot?
It is really hard to tell right now. There is so many teams that is like kind of not doing as great right now, but they are like in the mid tier right now, on their way to get towards the top. But a team like Fellas has a lot of potential, right? We saw them with that win with 18 kills, but what have we seen except from that from them today? Not that much. But if they can do this, if they can keep up with having one of those great games next time they play again, like, sure, that might be enough, because there are so many points on those games alone. 28 points in one game, that's basically a third of what you need to qualify yourself to the finals here. So if they have another one of those, and then, you know, it's just like half of the points in like the other games, it might be just enough. But we want to see more consistency coming out from a team like us. We know they have great potential, they have a great lineup, but it's just not really there yet.
So, Saga, I mean, we spoke about this during the game, and it was something that I was thinking you voiced it, where obviously now with these groups, the groups change. Tomorrow, Win or Die doesn't play at all. I feel very strongly that a break is not good, because I think momentum dies. They're going to be watching the other teams. Do you think that that break will have a negative effect on Win or Die, or will they continue with the momentum we've seen today?
There's really no way of telling. I think it does depend a lot on the team, the mentality, particularly those top level teams that have been much more experienced and played internationally before. they will be able to take that time off to stay composed, do a little bit of scouting potentially for the groups that they're going to be playing up against this weekend. But for a team like Win or Die, where they're going to be feeling really hot, they're going to be feeling that momentum, it could certainly have a bit of a negative impact. But we have to bear in mind that they're not the only team that's not playing tomorrow. We're also not going to be seeing FaZe Clan, Fellas, Bystanders playing, and that was like, for the vast majority of today, that was our top 4 that is not going to be playing. So it's a huge opportunity for the likes of Entropic and BBL to start stacking up those points, because they don't play on Saturday. So whatever they get tomorrow, that's their end goal, and they have to hope that it's enough.
We're going to take a look at the standings in a little bit, but first, they are a team that, to be honest, most of us were, I say most of us, I'm a FaZe fangirl. I was surprised to see them in the elimination stages. Toby caught up with Diggory, though, to see what they felt following their performance today.
Hello everyone, Toby here, joined by Diggory from FaZe. Diggory, congratulations on a pretty impressive day today.
Thank you, I guess. I mean, it was definitely better than last week, but yeah, still a lot of work to do. It wasn't that good. Could have been a lot better, for sure.
I love when you put it that way, because we can sit here and be super impressed, and you know, there's always something that can be worked on. But that leads straight into my first question. I mean, overall, if you look at the points, you had a pretty good performance today. You in particular as well, plenty of damage and kills coming through. And I want to hear what was maybe different for you guys. Like, what clicked today that maybe didn't click during your group stages?
We played the same. We didn't change anything. I guess we started off with a decent game, and we just got a lot of momentum from that. It definitely helps if we start off with a good game, and then we just played our own game, and it worked out.
Sounds good. I want to go back to 2 of the first games today in Erangel. You set up bridge camps in, well, actually both of them. Is that I know that, I mean, a lot of people talk, you know, PUBG meta, and with the bridges being wider and stuff, more and more people start doing bridge camps now. Is this becoming like house-held FaZe strategy? Always be afraid of FaZe when you cross a bridge?
Yeah, I mean, there's always chance we camp the bridge, because obviously when people just drive across, it's 3 kills, and we did a small break that we didn't bridge camp for like a month, and now it's just there's a lot of so-called new teams around us, so we decided that now it's a good time to camp the bridge again, and people just straight drove to us.
It paid off perfectly, and again, I mean, segueing perfectly into my next question. I want to hear, I mean, overall, not just this particular tournament, but overall, I mean, you have played against some of the best teams in the world, and now you're playing a lobby that, I mean, fair enough, is not as good. Is your mindset different when you play against teams where you've, you know, practiced and watched scrims and VODs for plenty of games, and then when you go up against teams where there's like nothing to prepare on?
Not really. Maybe a bit. Last weekend on the first group stage, I felt like I myself played overthink things a bit too much, and now I just decided before the games that I'll just go straight line and shoot the first guy I see, and it worked out.
So that's why your kills were so high today, in your damage, and you're just shooting at everything. I love it. I love it. Do you have any shout outs for the viewers and fans out there before I let you go?
Thanks for everyone cheering us. It's nice to see the FaZe emotes in the chat, so thank you.
There you go. Thank you so much, Diggory, for the talk, and best of luck in the future games.
Thank you very much.
Yo, Diggory, thanks, I think. That's how I started the interview. I love that at the beginning I asked Fraz that question about, I said, it feels like FaZe is just shooting anything that moves, and Diggory confirmed. That was the game plan today, just shoot any player you see. Worked out for them. They've had a pretty good day, Fraz.
Yeah, and it's great to see, of course. We saw them as well. Like, I feel like they did more rotations during the group stage compared to now. Diggory said they didn't change anything up. Sure, maybe that's the case, but indeed we see them more trying to just like go with a short approach towards the circle and just shoot at everything instead. And look what happens. It actually works out for them. They're getting the kills, they're getting those points on the board, and it's looking great, but they still haven't got themselves a chicken dinner yet, which is something that I'm looking forward to see if they can grab here in the elimination stage itself.
Talking about chicken dinners, points, and all that stuff, let's take a look at the standings as we finish off day 1 of the elimination stages. No surprise, Win or Die ran away with all the points after their 3 chicken dinners, 5 top 3 finishes. I think they finished in the top 6 on the final map as well. FaZe sitting pretty. I would say FaZe and Win or Die right now for me, Saga, are 2 that could potentially come, the final day, be able to pull it out. But some of these other teams are going to have to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, I think as far down as Fellas, we're looking at a solid average points per game at the very least. Like, we sort of estimated where we expect the top 6 cutoff to be, and we said probably around 100 points. And if you double the amount of points that all of those teams have, we're looking at about 100 there. But a lot will depend on the teams that are coming in. Like we said, we've got Heroic, we've got Howl, teams that are very, very capable in Group C as well. Polish Power, if they're on their day, could absolutely be a contender for a team that could just come in and have maybe not quite a successful day as Win or Die, because that was extraordinary, but certainly the level of like FaZe, 66 points up there is a very realistic possibility. And again, so many of the big name teams that have ended up rounding out our top 5 today, with the exception of BBL, are not going to be playing tomorrow. So the lobby is fully open. And for a team like Entropic, who we've constantly been saying we expected big things from, it's not been too terrible a day. They were averaging about 8 points a game until the final one, which was it was a bit of a dumpster fire, but they really need to turn it around tomorrow if they want their chance of making it without having to go through the last chance qualifiers.
Bro, it's a bit of a cheeky one for me. I personally think Group B is the most stacked group, yeah. Do you think Entropic will have an easier day tomorrow when Group C comes in, considering, though, that they've got the Heroics and the Polish Powers in the mix?
Yeah, I think tomorrow, by sure, it's going to be easier for Entropic. And as you're saying, Group B is by far the most stacked group. So them not playing tomorrow means that Entropic have the chance to actually just turn this around a little bit. They are still contesting for the top spots, and they should be up there. I would say they've had a terrible day considering what we know that Entropic is capable of. And today we didn't see a single glimpse of that. And coming into tomorrow, of course, we want to see more from them about that. They have more teams they can basically farm a bit more on. But I want to see them try to take more of the fights. Today, it looked more like a salvage. Game after game after game, they kept on losing 1 or 2 plays and just trying to salvage it, going to positions we never see them play from. Positions that basically is making them putting themselves into a bad spot to play from to begin with, and from there they're not able to make anything happen. But hopefully they can turn that around tomorrow. But despite whatever happens with the PGC points, they are in their hands right now. They are basically through to PGC no matter what, but they still want to be able to get it into PCS7 finals. That's their goal. They want to still win this whole thing no matter if they're already through to PGC.
I mean, I think that's the thing, right? Getting through to PGC, that yes, they're in PGC, but they want the playtime in PCS7. Also, you're a team that honestly throughout the year we've said is one of the teams that can go head to head with the dominant force in Europe. Not getting into the grand finals of PCS7 will not be good for Entropic. And we can sit and carry on talking about Entropic and how they didn't perform today. But instead, I think everyone wants to go jump into game, play their own little bit of PUBG. Tomorrow, same time, same place, we'll be back with groups A and C. So from all of us here at PCS7 Europe, thank you so much for watching and good night.